and welcome, everybody. COVID Mixed Masters coming to you live on the Age of RTS channel. I'm 10-4 Tim on the left side of your screen. I hope you're having a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you happen to be in the universe. I'm joined for these first two series by what looks like the big man upstairs with his nice little prelate uniform, but I got Core with me. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing great. How about you?
I'm doing awesome. This is going to be a wonderful Saturday. For me, it's 10 a.m. Saturday morning, so I'm ready to go all day. And I know that we've got some bangers, some matchups for you coming on today. Now, we see the very first matchup that's on the top. We have Whammon and Marine Lord against Rabbit Sweet and Baltoon. But just really quickly before we get into the game, I want you guys to take a look at what we have going on for the rest of the day, just to give you a little bit of insight, just to wet your whistle a little bit. And here's the group stages right here with Marine Lord and Whammon. We see that in the first group. Beastie and Deepshine, Anatan and Bella will be game 2. Game 3, Marine Lord, Lyra, Louie, Rabbit Sweet. Game number 3. Game number 4, Beastie, Bella, Wham, and Pepino Pig, or Yakino, as she is called. Core, we've got some real big names coming up in the Masters section with all of these players. We have one of the professional players teaming up with some of the Whammon Cups qualifiers. I'm pretty hyped.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a great day. And I think we can straight jump into the first game, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, game 1 is already underway. And you can see the picks right here. Whammon and Marine Lord going with French and English. Rabbitoon going with Jeanne d'Arc, my ex-wife. And the Ruse. If you guys are ready, I'm ready. We're jumping right into the game here. We have Marine Lord playing as the French in the color yellow, spawning in the southeast part of the map. His teammate, Whammon, we all know her. We all love her. Playing as English, playing as the orange. Or who do we got on the other side?
On the left side, we have Baltoon, and he is paired with... who is it again?
Well, you can't read that? No, that's
A good one.
that is Rabbit Sweet in
Okay.
the color teal, playing as Jeanne d'Arc. Now, I know that, Core, you mostly specialize in a 1v1 situation. Is that correct?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay. In team games, though, I know that you've played some team games. I remember an infamous one that you've played with Beastie. And in a team game situation, when you are playing with somebody else, what makes this different from a 1v1 situation? Because there's double the variables on the map now.
I mean, first of all, the map is way bigger, right? You have to see what's going on multiple angles. And of course, your teammate has to be on point as well. So you're not relying completely on yourself. Yeah. Let's see what these guys and girls can give us today.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. And I always talk about this in a team game situation because you have a partner. A lot of the times what these players do is they start specializing into particular units. You know, I mean, especially the age-old combination of Marine Lord and Whammon going with French and English. You see French that gets a lot of Royal Knights out. They do a lot of harassment with that kind of stuff. Whammon on the other side with the English, obviously, going to go in a little bit of longbow. So might we see a little feudal aggression, Core?
Yeah, I think the game is most likely going to be played in feudal age. I mean, you have one knight sif on each side, right? And then you have a supportive side with English and JD. I guess English is going for longbows only. JD should probably go for a lot of archers himself or herself. So, yeah. But again, it's in feudal age, so if JD stays alive, there might be an early level 3 for her, and that's obviously really cool.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you're playing in feudal, and I think Jeanne d'Arc is one of those civilizations that, as we can zoom in on my former love acting as the peasant building that school of cavalry, she feels like she's a lot stronger in a team game situation because of the fact that all of her powers, like the healing, like, you know, the Holy Wrath, which helps in a team game situation, but it affects your teammate, right? When you heal, you're going to be able to do that. When your teammate kills things, you get XP just because Jeanne d'Arc is sitting around. She's gobbling up. She's learning how to fight. And then she'll get into that level 2 very quickly after that school of cavalry. And then into level 3, the teammate of Rabbit Sweet. Baltoon is going to be going with the Kremlin. Now, we've seen a lot of changes with the Rus in terms of post-patch, adding things like Golden Gate and fast castling, but that's more of a 1v1 thing, don't you think?
Yeah, I agree. I think 2v2 Kremlin is most likely to go to, right? You're shutting down a big area still with the Kremlin. You're protecting a lot of resources. So yeah, I think in 2v2 or 3v3, whatever, I think Kremlin is always the way to go.
Yeah, and honestly, for Baltoon, I really like the placement here because we're going to have that hunting cabin right next to the deer, and the Kremlin's going to provide a little security. So if he wants to make something, he will have the ability to. Baltoon and Rabbit Sweet getting a little cheeky with their scouts, going to be trying to burn down that mining camp of Marine Lord. Marine Lord going to be going with the School of Cavalry as well with a very good time. Pretty standard for the French, going with 4 minutes. And I think we kind of hit the nail on the head when it comes to feudal aggression, because there's that big old English Council Hall coming out from Whammon.
Yeah, no surprise really, right? Again, the game is going to be played in feudal age. So yeah, Council Hall is probably the way to go here.
Yeah, I think so too. We're probably going to see longbows coming out of that in the queue very quickly. If you remember those longbowmen, just a little bit more expensive as the archer, but just because of the fact that she has the Council Hall. 8 seconds. These longbowmen come out, and boy, do they pack a punch. And it looks like for Baltoon and Rabbit Sweet, obviously going to be trying to take down that mining camp. But the first Royal Knight from Marine Lord coming out, trying to get that charge. What's really great about these Royal Knights core is if Marine Lord can use all of the APM that he has, and we know he has a lot of it, but you can see a lot of dead villagers on the other side.
Yeah, for sure. But, I mean, Baltoon is going to try the same, right? He is probably going to go into a lot of knights himself. But he is actually mining a lot of wood right now. But yeah, he invested into hunting cabin, right? He needs to set up the stable first. French is aging up with a stable, basically. So a little bit slower for the Rus player, but the first stable is now getting dropped, I think. So, yeah.
And, you know, it's nice for... Let's see here. And we do have a stable coming out for Baltoon on the eastern side. And honestly, it kind of surprises me, because the fact that you have a French or French variant on the opposite side, you would be thinking they would be taking the majority of the knights, just because those Royal Knights are just that little bit stronger. As you can see that charge coming in. Royal Knight on Royal Knight from Rabbit Sweet and Marine Lord.
I'm so dumb. We actually have I was like, the Rus player should probably be the Knight Civ, but we actually have JD. I kind of completely forgot about it. So yeah, maybe we actually see double Knight from both players here. We also see JDs in the Archer form. I'm not so sure about that, because there will be a critical mass of longbows, right? And the ranged JD, it's not going to be great for her. I mean, in the early game, it's cool. You can snipe a knight here and there. Maybe you can snipe a villager. But I think it's going to be hard for her if Women is on point with the micro to get the XP going. Because, yeah, JD has no ranged armor, right? The longbows have a big range and a lot of damage, so I think there could be a problem for JD to get to level 3.
Yeah, and I think, you know, when you're playing 1v1, it feels like a common pitfall for somebody in JD. When you're playing as the archer, a lot of the times, just because there's so many knights around, people go into spearmen a lot. But if you're Whammon, and you see how many longbows are coming out, she does a very good defensive placement with this gold mine, having those palings around. Just making sure that her knights of Baltoon or Rabbit Sweet for this matter, if they do get raided, they're going to be able to fall onto those palings and take a decent amount of damage. But yeah, getting a longbow mass, getting that snipe, so important. Rabbit Sweet doing a good job of consecrating her buildings. You can see the little fleur-de-lis on the top of that School of Cavalry, making sure that those Royal Knights now cost 105 food instead of 140, and goes for the School of Cavalry instead of the town center first. Have you noticed that a lot, even in 1v1s? Do people usually go for that School of Cavalry?
I'm not a JD player myself, but I think you actually have the biggest discount if you place it on the School of Cavalry or stable. So I think it makes a lot of sense, yeah. But because we have double knights basically now, one of the Marine Lord team, Women or Marine Lord, one of them has to make spearmen, right? Because otherwise you're just going to be completely outmasked with knights. And we can already see Women going into spearmen. And so yeah, that's going to be a little bit more difficult for her to micro, right? But that's actually a good fight here for the Marine Lord team here. JD, you can see the problem with JD, right? He's already dead. And that's a problem with the range form, right? So, pretty good fight for.
And this was, I mean, for Whammon, this was what? 8 longbowmen. I think she had a couple more at the beginning of that fight, but just having a little bit of longbowmen just meant JD got sniped. So absolutely very astute observation by you, Core, how quickly those John Dark hunters end up going down. And remember, if you do want to buy her back, it's 250 gold. And a lot of the times when you lose Jeanne d'Arc this early, Core, that's 250 gold you would rather be making knights out of.
I mean, especially in the early game, you don't have 250 gold in the bank, right? Because in the early game, your build order should be on point, so you should be spending the resources like 24/7. You should not have 250 gold right now to immediately buy her back.
No.
But again, that's the problem with the ranged JD, right? If Women is on point with her micro and focusing her down, I don't see a world where JD is getting to level 3 at any point in this game.
No, because if you're if you're unconscious, it's going to be very difficult to actually gather XP from a fight. So you're exactly right on that. We're taking a look at some of the macros out of both players. You know, I know that we've seen Marine Lord and Whammon have a little bit of an advantage just because JD went down. Baltoon and Rabbit Sweet continuing to be aggressive. But look at what Marine Lord is doing, adding professional scouts to his build as the French. And honestly, I love this pick because professional scouts are a little bit cheaper. But hold the phone before we talk about those scouts going to school. Marine Lord is going to be taking a lot of knights from both Baltoon and Rabbit Sweet's got an outpost trying to help him out. Couple royal knights are going to end up going down. Marine Lord using his town center, just trying to make sure that his knights end up staying alive. He does have chivalry, so if they are not in a fight, they will get healed just a little bit, as you can see some of those knights end up doing. But Marine Lord, just because he has this outpost, he's doing a really good job holding.
Yeah, and that's also great that the fact there that they are attacking Marine Lord, right? They're both playing knight, so they're really mobile on the map. And Women's army is like really slow. She's playing longbows and spearmen, so basically the slowest units in the game. So right now this fight was basically a 2v1, right? So Marine Lord's gold is idle. His knight production is probably falling down right now. And now Women's army is here, right? So now they should just fall back, probably try to attack Women again. Because again, they have the mobility advantage.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And you know, you talked about in Dark Age that some of these knights might go down from Rabbit Sweet, 1 or 2 knights that she would prefer to have in some battles. One with 7 health kind of staying alive, but you're exactly right. Look at the mobility. Because you talked about in Dark Age how big the maps are, right? In a 2v2 situation, obviously they're double the size, right? So having units like this that move at 1.62 tiles, instead of something like a longbowman that's 1.12, it's almost like a villager out there trying to find those horseback units and trying to take them down. So obviously, you know, we talk about the spearman being the counter, but if you can't catch up, you're not countering anything.
Yeah, and again, if you look at the army numbers, right, Marine Lord has, or Team Marine Lord has like double the amount of army, and all of these knights are like really low, and you can see JD is immediately going in and going out again. So, yeah, there are a lot of spearmen, right? So I think the melee JD just, would have made a little bit more sense here, I think. Yeah, because you're just not getting any XP, to be honest.
Yeah, and especially, I mean, with a lot of these spearmen that are here, you know, both civilizations going for knights, Marine Lord trying to get a cheeky raid with a horseman on the side, but just because you're expecting spearmen on the opposite side with another raid, actually, on the northeastern side of Baltoon's base, is going to pull a decent amount of knights to try to come back. Military count out of both players, 49 to 26 in favor of Marine Lord and Whammon, and a lot of that is just because of Whammon's foot soldiers. Now, Whammon, it looks like, just based on the macro on the top right part of your screen, I think she's eyeing up a little bit of a castle play.
I mean, yeah, it makes sense, right? They have the army lead. I'm surprised no one of them is really walling. Maybe you could also change the POV to the JD player so we can see the XP bar. So yeah, she's halfway there, but again, if Women is getting H3 now, upgrading the longbows, like JD is just disappeared in like 1 second, right?
Oh my god.
So I think it's a correct play here to go to the next stage. And because you are English, right, you have these farms set up, and at some point the food will run out. I think there's also potential for Women to just supply Marine Lord with a lot of food. Because, yeah, she will not need that much food, right, if she's just making longbows and some spearmen. She will start floating a lot of food, and I think she could also, send some to Marine Lord.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see Rabbit Sweet and Baltoon starting to get in there. Marine Lord on the western side, going to be using some knights. Whammon's going to back up with a lot of her foot soldiers. Some spearmen might be able to get some cheeky hits on some of those Royal Knights, making Rabbit Sweep back up. It's really nice, though, because for Marine Lord and Wayman, because Marine Lord is going to be able to try to take Baltoon's Knights over here on the eastern side, and they kind of split each other up. So Wayman can kind of handle where Rabbit Sweep is, using those villagers with short bows.
The army is split, like these spearmen are really alone, and they're completely outnumbered. So this is actually a great fight here to take for JD. But now she should probably just back off, right? That was a good fight. All of these knights are really low. Also, Baltoon knights are like all really low HP. They found a lot of eco damage. I think Wayman lost like 5 to 6, maybe 8 villagers total. And I mean, they did a good job here, right? This was a good raid. But yeah, I think they should just pull back for now.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think while they were trying to retreat, trying to get a little bit of a charge, it's very interesting when you're dealing with knight-on-knight civilizations, because if you're the one retreating, the other civ can get a charge on you. JD, for the second time, is going down. That's another 250 gold. You would be obviously rather using military count 60 to 14. And you got to think, a lot of Marine Lords units, they are expensive knights. So this is an overwhelming military lead.
Yeah, and they also heal, don't forget that, right? Like, these knights should most likely be almost like full HP. So yeah, I think pushing for Marine Lord's team right now is probably really good, because again, the other side has like almost no army compared to them, right?
Well, most of the army we're seeing on screen. All of Rabbit Sweep's Royal Knights, there's probably about, let's see, there's about 13 of 23 military lead is there. Jeanne d'Arc gets bought back again, returning to the battlefield, but she's got to run away. They basically paid 250 gold for a unit that has to retreat and can't actually fight anyway. And now Marine Lord and Wayman, as long as she has the longbowmen to back up and some spearmen to kind of help out, this is Marine Lord and Wayman's game.
Yeah, I'm surprised Baltoon has like no army. Yeah, I mean, they're clearly outnumbered, and I mean, this should just be game over, right? Let's be honest. They are outnumbered in knights, and they have like 20 longbows and spearmen on top of that. Even if JD gets level 3 here, and I go that way and I say even if JD gets to level 4, I don't think they would win this game.
Even if, you're saying even if JD pulled out a baby cannon, you still would
Yeah.
like Marine Lord and Wayman's situation.
I don't see it, yeah. Like, they are so heavily outnumbered, and that's like, look at the amount of knights Marine Lord has. That's like 20 plus knights. Yeah, I think they're just pretty dead. And now the eco is starting to fall. Yeah.
Yeah, I think a little bit of a macro discrepancy of Baltoon too. Like, he's got a lot of gold here. He's been floating a decent amount. I see that he's been getting this boar on the south side, as you can see where my cursor is, but we're going to be heavily on the fight right now. Jeanne d'Arc going to be used as a mounted archer. Now, it is nice for some of what she has, because she takes a little bit less damage from ranged attacks, which is great, but there really is nothing, well, there's nothing saving her from melee attacks, number one, and there's a lot of Royal Knights, and number two, there really isn't a lot of things that could really help her. You know, I mean, she's using some of these riders, which are going to help. As you can see, they get plus damage to crossbowmen, but we're in a feudal age situation. We're not going to see a crossbowman anytime soon.
There are no crossbowmen, exactly. And yeah, the eco is just falling apart left and right. They're losing villagers here and there, and they are almost down 20 economy units already. And yeah, on top of that, the army lead is still incredible, right? And yeah.
That's 72, 73 to 25, and continuing to go up. Jeanne d'Arc gets a little bit of a heal on the Royal Knights that are here, but, you know, you can see the discrepancies in the queue, right? Rabbit Sweep just having one knight in queue, Baltoon having one knight in queue, struggling to get the food. Marine Lord's like, yeah, I got like 3 or 4 of these babies pumping. And Wayman and Marine Lord, this team, they want to end the game pretty much as soon as possible. We're going to see a Ram. We're going to try to be taking either Baltoon or Rabbit Sweep to Ram Ranch.
Yeah. But I think that's just a bad thinking, right? Like, you're trying to play double knights. I don't think you... I don't think that should work at all, right? Both players going for, like, knights mainly. I think that is just a misplay or misdraft, however you want to call it.
I mean, yeah. I guess they were going for, they're playing a little bit more for mobility, but militia are going to be coming out for Baltoon trying to get a front line. Now remember, these militia add a little bit extra damage to cavalry, but really not enough militia end up being there. As Baltoon's militia goes down, he had some archers that were on the backside. It looks like he was trying to transition a little bit. Not very helpful military lead continuing to grow 85 to 6 to 9 to 5. Baltoon says he's had enough. Rabbit Sweet joins him very quickly. And Marine Lord and Whammon are going to be taking the driver's seat of this series and having a 1-0 lead. What a good first game.
Yeah. And it's like back in the beginning of Age of Empires 4, right? English-French was always a really, really strong combo. Just the fact that you have the best archers, you have the best knights, you have healing knights. And yeah, that's what we just saw, right?
And this, and you're exactly right. But like, it's a tale as old as time. I mean, how many team games even, because I know you're a day one player like myself, right? So you've been playing 2v2 since October of 2021. Like, this hasn't changed, and it's not going to. I mean, the best pound for pound feudal unit in the game with Royal Knights complemented by the best archers of the game. Like, what are you going to do?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just pretty solid game by Team Whammon Lord. So let's see what we get in game 2. We already see the draft, and now we see English and JD. So basically the same we just had for the Team Whammon Lord against Atri and Iobits. I think that's going to be an interesting matchup because we have the camels, right? We can debuff the knights. We also have the Desert Raiders that could debuff the knights in Feudal Age. And I guess the HRE player is just going to make a lot of archers, right? The HRE economy is like crazy good, especially in the early game when you have the chapel on the woodline.
Yeah, a lot of the times, I mean, I know from the way that Whammon plays, and I know the civs she plays on stream and all of that kind of stuff, I would bet a decent amount of money that Whammon's going to be the HRE player. And
yeah, for sure.
She, I mean, this is not a stretch. You don't have to twist my arm to pull a bet like that. But for the HRE and having that kind of feudal aggression, you could almost think of it, and I've seen this a lot in some of the 2v2 games and some of the 2 I've casted where one player gets a little bit aggressive, right? So HRE gets some aggressive units in feudal age. She gets some men-at-arms, she gets some archers or what have you. While Marine Lord is in the back, just hitting his fast Castle Age and waiting for his power spike,
Yeah, I'm surprised how the game will go, right? We are on Dry Arabia. Last game we were on Cliffside, so the bases were a little bit closer together. Dry Arabia, you have a decent distance between the bases, right? So if you play longbows and if you play like the English player wants to be aggressive, right? So if they go for longbows, by the time they're on the other side of the map, I think HRE could almost be Castle Age and maybe also go with a Burgrave. That's what I was just thinking. So yeah, I'm interested how this will go.
Yeah, I am absolutely interested as well. I know that they're in the lobby screen, but production, which is not only me, but Tommy, is telling me that I need to take a break for about 2 minutes. So we're going to be right back in just a minute or two. Game 2 of Marine Lord Whammon. Baltoon, Rabbit Sweet is going to be on your monitors, phone, refrigerators, wherever you happen to watch this. In just a minute or two, we'll be right back. And welcome back, guys. As far as production and observing goes, okay,
there's room to improve.
let's just say I'm good at other stuff, I'm usually one that just sees what's in front of me and starts talking about it. So doing that while doing all of this is wild. And I have a better understanding and appreciation of production and administration and all of that fun stuff. This is not something that I usually do regularly. But you're going to see, once we get into the game, it's going to be a little bit different now. Game 2 is ready to go, Core. So I'm not going to delay any further. I am ready to go. Are you ready to go?
Yeah. Let's just jump straight back in.
Let's get it. Okay. How's that, ladies and gentlemen? Is that a little bit better? Huh? We get that little bit of a logo? What a time to be alive. Hold on. Let me just reveal for everybody. Game number 2 of this with Marine Lord and Whammon having a lead. Marine Lord spawning in the southwest corner of the map, playing as the Ibits, getting his nice little House of Wisdom. Whammon on the other side, playing as the HRE. I would say we're very good at guessing what Civilization players are going to be playing, don't you think? And Core, who do we got on
Yeah,
the other
and
side?
we have Baltoon and Rabbit again. Baltoon this time playing the English, Rabbit back on JD. And I said earlier we're playing on Dry Arabia, but it's actually Himeyama, so no one is going for the water for now. Maybe that's something the IOBit player could have done, right? Because they have the cheaper dock.
And
But again, it's only 2k food total, right? So I'm still not sure, even on one, if it's worth to make a dock. It's really Civ dependent, right? If you have Japanese with the cheaper boats or Abbasid/Iobits with the cheaper dock, maybe that's an option. But yeah, on 2v2, I have no clue.
now, how do you feel about, just because we're talking about the water a little bit, how do you feel about Delhi getting it? Because of the fact that they've had some changes. I don't know if you've experimented with Delhi on water a little bit, but are you a fan or not really?
I mean, I think for straight up water maps, it's way better, right? But on Himeyama again, right now we see no one is going for it, right? So even if one player would have gone for it, I don't think it matters, to be honest, what Civ you are. But again, then you're playing against the English, right? So the boats, they die really quick to longbows again. So yeah, not sure what to think about the water here in 2v2.
Yeah, for now it's going to remain just a docile lake, as a Whammon with the HRE is probably going to be the first one to go up. You can see 4 of her villagers going away. Rabbit Sweet going to hit that School of Cavalry. Whammon hitting that Aachen Chapel. Right by the berry, she's going to be able to get a little bit of that wood line. Going to be able to get the sheep. Going to be able to get the berries. What do you think about the placement?
I think it's great. I was sure she was going to place it forward, right? Because you have the gold there, you also have a woodland there. But then again, you're playing against the English. So yeah, the chapel will not have a lot of value if it's at the front. So even though the resources are not that great in the back because you're not having the gold, I still like the placement because it's going to be way more in the back and probably a little bit safer to put some farms around it.
Yeah, I think so too. And a lot of the times too, with these berries, you know, she's going to gather them eventually. You can make these nice Aachen fields right around. So maybe we'll see a little bit of that. And it's very interesting because you see HRE, they get some kind of feudal aggression, but they're still able to incrementally get a farm transition while they're going, which is quite astounding, to be honest. Because usually, the way you're taught, the farm transition really kills your tempo. But if you do it incrementally as HRE, plus with that 40%, it's insane. They can pull it off.
I mean, that's just HRE, right? I would have even liked maybe the chapel to be hugging the wood line. So you're having more value out of the wood for the chapel.
Oh, yeah.
Because
so it acts as a lumber camp, essentially.
yeah, exactly. And because this wood line is small, right? So you make a lumber camp, and as soon as you make the second one, you're already not in the influence anymore from the inspiration. So maybe putting it next to the wood line straight would have even be better. But you can already see she's sending like 12 or how many guys these are to the wood line. So I expect to see some feudal gameplay here.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. 12 was pretty close. We got about 10 on wood right now, so she'll be able to get her production buildings. Teammate, obviously, with the House of Wisdom. Going to be going with the economic wing at first, getting a 3 villager at the start. That kind of looks like he wants the fastest castle that he can get.
Where's his gold? His gold is kind of in the back, right? But I don't think you can just go for fast castle here. I think you should make some units. Yeah, because they will be knights, right? You need a tower for sure. I mean, the economy difference is insane now, right? Marine Lord got 3 villagers. Women got the chapel. She already walled off the chapel. So the woodline is safe. The berries are safe. So yeah, right now they're super far ahead economically, right? So why would you not make army? Because you already had an eco, so you should have more army, right?
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. And obviously, just by the fact that she's playing HRE, she's going to be at a little bit of an economic advantage. It looks like Baltoon and Rabbit Sweet. You can see that council hall. You can see that School of Cavalry. They're going to be trying to do basically the same thing that Whammon and Marine Lord did in Game 1. They're going to see how well they can handle it with Rabbit Sweet having some Royal Knights. Let's take a real quick look at Jeanne d'Arc. Jeanne d'Arc going for the Archer yet again. and taking a delectable piece of pork for some XP.
I think in this game it makes a bit more sense, right? Because you're not playing against the English, right? So the longbows is the biggest problem for JD because of the big range, the high base damage from the longbows. So JD goes down really fast, as we saw in the last game. And the first blood is actually here. Marine Lord is losing a villager, so that's great. And he's also going to lose another one. What is he doing? Is this... can someone check his computer? Okay, so he basically gave up on his entire feudal age lead. He just lost 3 villagers. So yeah, great start here for Team Baltoon.
Yeah, I mean, just with that knight complemented by the horseman means it still got 2 tapped. Marine Lord is, in fact, on his mouse and keyboard because he pulled those villagers against those horsemen. So 3 vills end up going down. You see economic lead still in favor of Marine Lord and Whammon, but just because of Jeanne d'Arc being Jeanne d'Arc, you end up losing that 1 villager as Jeanne d'Arc gets to level 2. So we're going to see that little bit of a discrepancy, 59 to 40. Now Jeanne d'Arc does have a little bit of XP. She's sitting at about 75, so she got this nice boar, which is good.
I think she killed 2 boars already, right? Yeah. No, only 1. But yeah, maybe there's... Okay. But yeah, she will end up killing more, most likely, right? So... But that's what I was talking about earlier. We can see Whammon is going for a lot of archers, and Marine Lord is playing the Cav part here, right? So they are both going feudal age, as expected. And Marine Lord is going for horsemen, and he's going for desert raiders as well. So we will have the debuff for the knights, and the HRE player should end up just having more units because the economy is just way better, right? English economy is not good at all, especially in the early game. I mean, it gets good at Castle Age or Imperial Age, but compared to the HRE in the feudal age, your economy is just shit.
Oh yeah, I mean the only thing that you really have is that increase in farms. When a lot of the times when you're Baltoon and you're pumping out these longbowmen, you need more wood than anything else, right? So
Yeah.
just making sure your lumber lines are going to be safe. Really good choreography, however, is what I like to call it. Choreography, synchronicity, whatever you'd like to call it. With Rabbit Sweet and Baltoon, knights and horsemen are going to be around kind of shielding these longbowmen, making sure they don't get hit too hard. They're kind of looking for a place to attack. They targeted the Ayubid player in Marine Lord just because this gold mine might be a little bit unsafe. And for Whammon, because she's already walled up, I think Marine Lord's got to be the target here.
It's not about the gold, to be honest. It's about the wood, right? Marine Lord needs wood to make houses, to make horsemen, to make desert raiders. If he has no wood access, it's going to be hard for him, right? And that's the problem with Himeyama, right? Your woodlands are really small. So I like the way Baltoon's team is targeting the woodlands here.
And what I kind of noticed on Himeyama too, that's a really good point. What I kind of noticed about Himeyama is all of these outside food resources are always in the middle of the map. So map control becomes really rewarding for you. If you're able to get that little bit of map control, you're able to do things like get the deer. You're able to do things like get the boar. Whereas Whammon and Marine Lord, they're playing more defensively. They're sitting in the base. Whammon is kind of getting her archers in groups, handing them out there. But after these berries go, after these sheep go, she's going to have to make some farms. She can't really get out on the map here.
Yeah, and right now, Baltoon's team, they have a lot of map control, right? So English is most likely not going to move out on deer or boar, right? He's just sitting at home. He's making his farms. But for rabbit, it's going to be pretty good here, right? There's a boar, there are deers. She should not be on the berries right now, right? They have... Well, okay. Her main food economy is on the deer, so that's great.
And, you know, I mean, I feel like both these players, like Baltoon and Rabbit Sweet, they're comfortable enough where she's not even going to waste wood on an outpost because they know where the army is. They're all centered around Marine Lord's main town center. Jeanne d'Arc going to be helping out some of these longbowmen with some as well. And it looks like she could take these deer. She could take this boar when she's ready. She can get survival techniques just to make sure that she has all of that. But really kind of trying to push the issue.
I mean, the wood is the issue, right? If you have no wood, you're just... Yeah, you're in a really bad spot, right? Because you cannot make anything, basically. Because most of the stuff you need in Feudal Age costs wood. Also, you need houses, you need production buildings. So if you have no wood access, you're not in a good spot at all.
No, you're absolutely not. You can see some of the camel unease, just because of the fact that these Desert Raiders, so these horsemen, do take a little bit of decreased damage. The Royal Knights get a little bit of a decrease as well. As you can see, it's 20% from that camel unease. Now, both of these players, Baltoon and Rabbit Sweet, are going to end up synchronizing yet again. A lot of these archers are going to start going down for the HRE. Yeah, they have a little bit more speed than your longbowmen, but they don't have that power. They don't have that oomph. Baltoon has Iron Undermesh. He has Steeled Arrow. Looks like they want to take a fight even under this town center. We have Royal Knights going up against the majority of them being horsemen.
JD is getting focused by the TC, so she ends up surviving. Yeah, she's still alive, but I mean, you don't want to fight against JD, right? But if the JD team has the map control, they are forcing you to fight, right? Because you need wood. Like, right now they dove the base. I'm not sure about this dive at all. It was not the best trade they had here. But JD ended up getting some experience here. But yeah, I think they should have taken a little bit slower approach, right? Because they lost a lot there. Diving under a town center is basically never great. Especially not in the early game, right? I mean, you have armored units with the knights, but yeah. There were a lot of archers. The town center was firing. JD ended up getting zoned out by the town center. So yeah, not the best fight. But yeah, we can see the problem, right? Fights are happening. JD is getting microed, so she ends up getting some XP here and there. And as soon as the level 3 hits in this game, it's going to be a way bigger difference like last game.
Oh, yeah,
because
right.
yeah,
because I mean
they have nothing against armored units, right? Like last game they had knights, right? Knights have a high base damage, but now they're having horsemen, they have archers. So as soon as the JD levels up and the men at arms come out, I don't know what the correct name is, but yeah, they will have a big problem.
No, you're absolutely right. The champions, right? For them, they have 13 base damage and an extra, I think it's +9 to Spearmen, if I remember correctly. We don't have any Spearmen out there, but just for the fact that they have so much armor, right? These archers are going to be shooting BBs at them. Not really going to make that much of a difference. So, continuing to push the issue.
Can you quickly check? Can you quickly check if Marinelord is aging up? Okay.
Doesn't look like
He's not aging up yet.
No, just because of the UI, it makes it look like it, just from the House of Wisdom, but looks like no age up. He's spending all of his resources essentially just on horsemen. Whammon doing the best she can to try to target down some of those longbowmen. JD coming in with a very clutch Divine Restoration. As you can see, all of those units get 30% of an increase in their health. Just because they're in that radius, it helps your teammate out too, especially with some of these longbowmen, to make sure that they're not getting hit. Knights from Rabbit Sweet trying to come in and do a little bit of raiding on the HRE, which is nice, making Whammon split into multiple different directions. Marinelord had to make a market, just like you said, because a lot of these resources weren't safe for him, right? So he had to do things like get extra food, get extra wood, all the kind of stuff to make horsemen. Horsemen are going to be charging in on those Royal Knights. I don't like the look of that. It just seems like Marinelord and Whammon's army composition, they really don't have anything to deal with these Royal Knights.
Yeah, I don't see a way out for them out of this game. And let me tell you something. If you have way less units and your opponent has knights, you're not in a great spot, right? Because knights are the most expensive unit in the game. So if you end up getting outnumbered really hard, yeah, the game's just over.
And that's exactly what happens in terms of revalue. The Royal Knights from the French reign supreme in this one. And now all of a sudden, Baltoon and Rabbit Sweet getting that victory. We got a tie ball game, a tie series, ladies and gentlemen. It's 1-1 that we're going to be heading into Game 3. Villager count, again, we saw that from Marinelord, right? He had that little +3 from the economic wing. It ended up going down. Taking a look at military count, Rabbit Sweet was the one with the Knights, so you can see a little bit of decreased military, but that's just because of how expensive they are. Baltoon with those longbowmen continuing to produce and continuing to keep them alive throughout the duration of this game. Overall, Baltoon and Rabbit Sweet did a really good job at playing aggressive. You love to see it.
Yeah, and I said earlier that I was thinking we're playing on Arabia, right? I think on Arabia, their comp makes a lot more sense, right? You have bigger wood lines. Dry Arabia is usually easier to wall. Himiyama is just really open. The food is spawning forward. I think, again, on Dry Arabia, their comp could have maybe worked a lot better. But on Himiyama, the longbows are just so great.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, because of the range of them, right? You're gonna. I don't know. It just felt like throughout Marine Lord's entire game, as the Ayubids, it was like they couldn't move. You know, Baltimore and Rabbitsway, they took a fight on that hometown center, like the starting town center from Ayubids, and you know, you could sit and kind of decipher if that was a good trade or a bad trade or whatever the case. But I always feel like when you're playing against Jean d'Arc, did get a little bit of XP there, almost got sniped, but ended up staying alive. You kind of have to overcome the expected value of the XP that you're going to give.
Yeah, I mean, you have to think about, okay, I will get experience or 250 experience and I will end up dying, right? I will just get bought back and then 100 more XP and I'm at level 3, right? You have to think strategically.
Yeah. No, yeah.
And
You absolutely do. And you're right too. If we saw those John champions, we would have seen a surrender just as we did this game.
yeah, and I also like the fact that they're targeting Marine Lord in both of the games, right? Because Marine Lord is obviously a really good player. So if you end up putting him under pressure and he has to adapt, right? He has to move around. He will not have that many resources because he's getting forced to have idle time on his villagers. Yeah, I think it's good to target the pro.
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes without saying because a lot of the times you kind of expect the quote unquote weaker player to get targeted because you're like, oh, well, they can't defend, they can't handle it. But usually we see a lot of situations where the pro ends up bailing them out, and that's really helpful.
That's exactly what I was thinking, right?
I
was thinking as well, you target the weaker player because then you have a 2v1 basically, right? But if you attack the pro and he has to adapt and start struggling, he's basically the guy that's supposed to carry the game, right? Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I like it too. We'll see what happens in this game number 3. We have the matchup of HRE, Jean d'Arc, French, Byzantines, our first Byzantine sighting in this tournament on Dry Ravier, game number 3. They are in game core. You ready to jump in, my friend?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's get it. Game number 3. Coming to your monitors right now, Marine Lord playing as Jean d'Arc this time, spawning in the southwestern side of the map, and on the southern side, teammate Whammon going to be playing as the HRE for the second time. Now, remember, she did lose as HRE, so she has the ability to pick them again. On the flip side, just because Jean d'Arc was won by Rabbit Sweet, she's going to be going with the French Baltoon with the Byzantines. How do you like Byzantines in a team game situation, Core?
I actually have zero experience, right? But Byzantine just being Byzantine, I don't think it matters too much if you're playing a 1v1 or 2v2, right? Byzantine is just straight up broken. So I think Byzantine is good in 2v2. But again, I have no deeper experience.
And for the people at home, a lot of the times for the Byzantines, people do talk about their brokenness, if you will, their overpoweredness and all that kind of stuff. In your opinion, even if it's 1v1, what makes them an overpowered or a very strong civ in your opinion?
I mean, Byzantine can do everything basically, right? They can make almost every unit in the game. They have an insane economy. They have olive oil. They're just crazy on every department. So, yeah, it's just a really, really, really good civ.
Yeah, that olive oil is liquid gold, isn't it? I mean,
yeah.
You could see,
Can
when Baltoon comes up, we could take a look and see how much they have, but I wanted to keep on Marine Lord just in terms of XP. But you put that Grand Winery there, you get an extra group of mercenaries out of these berry bushes. It's just, it makes it so easy to help Byzantines do whatever the hell they want.
Yeah, can you quickly check the market because it's kind of close
Sure.
to Baltron's base, so we can see the mercenary contract in that one.
Absolutely. We got Royal Knights coming out in Feudal Age, Horse Archers coming out in Castle Age. This is my favorite market trade post. I know they usually have this similar pair, but this is a trade post after my own heart. On the other side, which they probably won't be able to get to, but we'll take a look just for fun. Zugnu, and you could spend 750 olive oil and get a big old Dumbo.
Yeah, but again, since it's a team game, right, you already have a French teammate. I think a longbow is probably the choice Baltron is going for here. Because why would you need knights if your teammate already has knights, right? And the longbows are just crazy good, right? Also the longbow contract going into the Landsknecht after and I think the Streltsy then. So I think that's probably the choice here.
Yeah, I mean, we could see something similar to how Baltoon and Rabbit Sweet played game number 2, right? Because French, they're going to be able to make those knights out of the School of Cavalry again, same landmark as Jeanne d'Arc, going to be able to pump out those knights in the Grand Winery. If he does go for the longbowman contract, we could see more Royal Knights and more longbows.
Yeah, exactly.
So
also, the winery is in the back, so you should be able to get a lot of farms going around it, right? Putting your winery, I mean, you put the winery wherever your berries are, right? But adding the farms is the problem, I guess, because if it's forward, it's hard to add farms if you're getting pressured. So if it's in the back, it's pretty good.
it's kind of interesting from Baltoon as well. I mean, yeah, with that winery being in the back, you're going to be able to get your groves and going to be able to get that constant supply of olive oil relatively unharmed. But he's also walling here. Do you feel like it's a little too early, or do you like this big wall play?
I mean, walls are never wrong, right? It is pre-minute 4, and this is a big wall. This is like, what, 150, 200 wood investment here? So I don't really like it yet. I think it's just too early, right? That's just a big resource investment here. You have to put a gate as well. I mean, I get the point, right? You're securing the deer. You cannot get raided in between your bases, so the opponents have to go around. But yeah, I think overall it's just too early.
And, I've seen a lot of players, a lot of really good team game players, as that scout gets too close to the town center. They kind of almost try to split the difference, as you can see when he's walling behind, and I'm just showing in between both of these players, Baltoon and Rabbit Sweet, because if you could split them up, you can kind of 2v1 either side, right? So prohibiting that wall means they're not going to be able to. Marine Lord does go up with the School of Cavalry, actually choosing to build an outpost instead of getting that level up first. He does have the experience for it. I'm curious if he goes for Archer or for Women at Arms. We could expect to see Knights on the opposite side, but we've seen how easy Jeanne d'Arc is able to be sniped. Looks like
I think he is not going for the Archer form here. Oh, he is actually going for the Archer.
There's the Archer form coming out. I mean, don't get me wrong. The Divine Arrow is really nice. Going to be able to deal 40 damage. You can see how she's running towards one of those Royal Knights and picking off one of those Knights, adding 24 experience to you as Jeanne d'Arc is really, really valuable. So I definitely understand why people do it. But again, just because of how weak and how quickly they could be sniped, it could make a big difference. Wham. And also adding some production buildings in Feudal Age. Going to be getting a couple villagers on stone to get some arrow slits on that outpost. But it almost looks like, I mean, for these players and what we've seen in 2v2s throughout, this series and this tournament, we're seeing a lot of aggression.
I mean, 2v2 is all about being aggressive, right? If you get the map control, you can get the good food, right? You can get the deer, you can go on the boars. I think being aggressive is already rewarding in 1v1. And even 2v2, it's getting even more rewarding, I would say. Because then both players can basically use the map, right?
I think one of
Byzantine wants to go on the berries. JD can go for the boars. He can go for the deers.
And one of the resources that we talked about for getting that map control is these deer, like you said, Marine Lord. If you check this mill, he has Pro Scouts research. He's going to be able to use that School of Cavalry, if he wants to make a couple more scouts and start bringing these deer back home, because he has some deer packs on the south side. We're going to be taking a little bit of a raid from Rabbit Sweet. Rabbit Sweet might be able to take down a villager, and she does. Economic lead for Baltoon, and Rabbit Sweet being at 55 to 50, and a lot of that is attributed to not necessarily that one villager going down, but the fact that the French have this villager production speed that's a little bit quicker. It's not 20 seconds anymore, it's 17 in Feudal.
Yeah, exactly. And they also lost one villager transforming JD. On top of that, they lost one. So yeah, the lead will just grow more and more. So again, Baltoon's team is aggressive, and I like that, right? We can see right now what we talked about earlier, right? They are just in between both of their bases now. They can go left and right. And on the other side, the other team has almost a full wall around their base. So yeah. I like what's going on for them. And we actually see Javelin Throwers coming out. I'm kind of surprised about that, to be honest. But Javelin Throwers should counter JD even harder, right?
Yeah, because I mean, there's a lot of that bonus damage, and there's a lot of just overall base damage for the javelin thrower, right? So not only is it going to help Jeanne d'Arc if she's in the archer form, but it's also going to help against a lot of these HRE archers. You know, the javelin thrower isn't necessarily quick. These archers might be a little bit quick just because of the marching drills, but I'll tell you, if you get a good volley on a lot of these archers, they're going to become null and void.
Yeah, but that's also why I don't like the ranged JD form here, right? It just goes down so fast. And team games, there will be a lot of units, and you just don't pay attention for 1 second, and 20 javelin throwers just one-shot your JD, right? And what then?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. You can take a look. These javelin throwers, 8 base damage plus 4 against range, and I know Jeanne d'Arc has a decent amount of health and can heal a little bit, but you might be able to get her to pop an early divine restoration, right? Because
yeah, and if she's healing, she's also stopping to move, right? She will just stand still for a while, and then there will be another volley from the javelin throwers, and she could just go down immediately.
yeah, that 30% can get evaporated very quickly.
Yeah.
I absolutely agree. Marine Lord going to be trying to take a charge on Rabbit Sweet Wayman. Going to have some spearmen in the back that's going to help. There's a little bit of a 2v1 situation. Maybe a little bit of a miss micro. Looked like he wanted to hit that knight with 4 health.
Yeah,
but now there's a 4 health and a 5 health.
Yeah. I wanted to say this is not a good fight, right? They invested into a lot of walls. Marine Lord's team has HRE, right? So the eco right now is still really, really good for women. And we can see that in the army numbers. They are a bit behind right now. They also have a full wall. So right now they should probably not be too much on the map, right? We have 4 javelin throwers right now. You want to get up to a little bit more of a mess, right? You want at least like 8 javelin throwers or maybe even 12 before you kind of move out. Just to have that bigger mess.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, because, I mean, this mercenary house will be able to kind of get some javelin throw or that second batch coming in from the Grand Winery. So you will have 8 as of right now, doing a decent Olive Grove transition. And, you know, Byzantines are kind of interesting, too, because of the fact that they have these cisterns. They're going to be able to get their villagers just because they're irrigated and well hydrated. They're going to be able to get a 14% gathering speed. So you're able to make an army like this for limit today that are only 80 food, 10 wood. So the macro is pretty easy. You just need a decent amount of food, and you're able to honk out a bunch of them. When you're getting all those berries, you're getting all those olive groves, everything just kind of worked very nice for the Byzantines in order to get a lot of units. But Marine Lord and Whammon going to be trying to push the issue here, trying to take down this low palisade wall that's over here right next to the blacksmith on the south end of Rabbit Sweet's base. Rabbit Sweet, Baltoon are already there with some of these javelin throwers. You can see just this base damage on that spearman. Not necessarily one volley, but because of the range that they have, because of that base damage being 9, some of these light units, these light infantry units that aren't archers will go down quickly as well. Even these men-at-arms cool.
Yeah, and that's the good part about the walls, right? You're playing against knights, so again, there's a mobility. But if you have the walls, they just buy you a lot of time, right? So they ended up breaking the wall. While they started attacking, their army was already there as soon as the wall broke down. So yeah, walls are just great. Make more walls, guys.
Yeah, I hate that you just said that, but I do understand why walls are that good in the game. It just pains me sometimes.
Yeah. Can you see that? The system level right now is on level 1. And do you know why that is?
Because of the aqueduct.
No, I mean, because of the blueprint, because you connected the first system. I really dislike that, right? So you make a blueprint and you don't make it to the system, you make it to the aqueduct or whatever it's called. The blueprint will take your level. So you will just lose the connection as soon until the blueprint is basically finished.
Yeah, because technically it's not connected, right? Because it's a blueprint, so I guess that's why it ends up going down.
Yeah, and Balkan is aging up.
Yep, that first one, he's going to be going with that Golden Horn Tower. One of what I think is one of the best landmarks in Castle, just having the ability to pump those free units with no olive oil. He has a decent amount. He's getting about 200 olive oil a minute. He's going to be able to get good batches of javelin throwers. His 4th batch is actually coming out. Rather impressive military numbers coming out from Rabbit Sweet and Baltoon. They have a military count of 59. The javelin thrower is obviously helping out, but I think Rabbit Sweet might have more knights.
Yeah, and don't forget the fact, after the Golden Horn Tower can basically also spawn camels, right? So then you have the debuff for the knights as well. So Whammon is making a ram right now, but Byzantines upgrade research so fast because you have I think it's called Dialecticus. So by the time they broke down through the wall and they are where they want to attack, the upgrade should already be finished, and then you basically cannot fight.
Yeah, and you know, that's what's really frustrating playing against the Byzantines, because usually you see a lot of times where your opponent goes Castle Age and you're like, oh, this is my time to strike. They spend 1,800 resources building something else, and then all of a sudden they're coming at you with these Castle Age units that got essentially finished and made in about 15 seconds. This would take it about 30. I don't see Dialecticus on the Cistern, so it's going to take a little bit of time for Engine Guards. They're going to be coming in for Baltoon, trying to change around his army composition. Rabbit Sweet going to be able to get a good charge, but this is what they did, Core. They split down the middle, so they 2v1 with these
and
Royal
now
Knights.
JD is farming experience, right? JD has to die. Before JD is not dead, they cannot fight here. They should just delay more and more, and you can see the Javelin throwers should target JD here in a second. But the upgrades are in, right? That's what we were talking about.
Yep, Veteran Limitine just came in. Veteran Javelin throwers in as well. Going to be able to take good hits on these archers, these knights, trying to run for their lives from Rabbit Sweet, just because of the fact that Whammon has Spearmen and Don't Look Now from the HRE. As Marine Lord getting a little bit of a raid, trying to create some idle time for Baltoon. Whammon is going to be going for the Regnus Cathedral. You can see it on the south part of your screen. So this is a really, really good attack, I feel like, because Baltoon, Rabbit Sweet, they're so consumed with defending around their base. Whammon might have a good idea to pick up some of these relics, and she's got 4 that are pretty close.
Yeah, but like the army is so far out of position, right? Baltoon has his upgrades now. Whammon is going to lose most of her army. So what is she essentially upgrading, right? She's about to lose everything. Then you have knights against knights, and then you have an upgraded Byzantine army. So I think that's a horrible fight they were taking there. Because now they are just going to push, right? They have the army lead, they have better upgrades. JD should end up going down here, right? And then what is Whammon going for, right? She's making men at arms now. But you also have a ranking guards on the other side already. We have the first batch of camels out on the field, so the knights are getting debuffed. They are just rewalling now, and then they should just end up pushing, right? And there's a big army lead right now, and the eco is dead even, right? They didn't lose a lot while this attack was going on.
And this was this was a really good hold. You can see the economic lead or lack thereof. We're at 98 apiece. Rabbit Sweet obviously holding her own with 57 villagers. Obviously being the French, it's going to help you out just a little bit. First relic coming in from Whammon on the western side. I think that one will be safe. Marine Lord going to be able to hit that level 3 Jeanne d'Arc when she ends up being safe, and is able to do so with the mounted archer. Going to be able to get some of those champions. You can see how much damage they do to Spearmen. Hopefully she's able to macro those against some of those Limitine. The Limitine will go down pretty quickly with some of these Jean's champions, and they do have a good amount of base armor. Javelin throwers might be able to snipe 1 or 2 of them. All of a sudden, Baltoon, he has these branching guards, he has these Limitine, but he's going to have to back up a little bit as his front line starts to go down.
Yeah, but look at Marine Lord's macro. He's desperately trying to get Castle Age. He has the food, but he's like lacking critical amount of gold here, right? And I think Team Baltoon could just fight here, right? Like, they have the army lead. Even though JD is level 3 now, I think the Javelin throwers still do a good job, right? They have high base damage, so you have potential to snipe her. I think they should not back off here. I think they should just keep on pushing, maintain the map control, deny the relics. So yeah, let's see what they're doing.
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, it looks like they even are backing up. Some Campbells are going to be helping the team of Baltoon and Rabbit Sweet. You can see all of that unease come up. Looks like they're going to try to back up just a little bit. Now they're going to start to push the initiative. Some of these Javelin throwers taking hits on Spearmen and doing a decent amount of damage. A decent amount of those Spearmen go down. Jeanne d'Arc, even though she is the Maid of Orleans and the Saint of France, she still gets spooked by camels because she's on a horse. She's down that unease by 20%, so each one of those hits will end up not going well. But you're exactly right, Corey. I think you basically nailed this fight. Baltoon and Rabbit Sweet are going to be able to push the initiative, run into Marine Lord's base. Marine Lord sitting at about 400 some gold. He's not going to be able to get up to Castle.
Yeah, and where is he getting gold next, right? Like, he's trying to get gold in Whammon's base now, but look at the amount of, like, look where the villagers have to go, right? His gold income will be not there for the next minute, so his knight production will also fall down really hard here. And you can see the amount of Javelin throwers. They almost one-shot the knights, right? They are Castle Age, they have their upgrades, and it's a bit of a messy fight right now, but I still think in the end it should be good for Team Baltoon. Question mark?
Question mark indeed. I mean, a lot of these Ferengian guards, they did go on their rampage. They started berserking. Looks like Rabbit Sweet pulled a couple just to try to get a raid, try to create some villager idle time. I think Marine Lord and Wayman handled this fight a little bit better than we might have expected. You know?
Yeah, and the fact JD is close to level 4 is kind of scary, right?
She's sitting at about 950 total experience and continuing to go up. It's got to be close to 1,000 at that point. So, Reloaded Wayman, and you know, I mean, we talked about how Baltoon and Rabbit Sweet held in terms of not a lot of economy loss. It looks like Marine Lord and Wayman kind of the same thing. I don't think Marine Lord lost anything.
I mean, he didn't lose too much, right? But he had a lot of idle time on his gold, right? You can see his gold mining now in Wayman's base. Can we quickly check how many relics Wayman is on?
You can.
We have one in the Regnets.
One in the Regnets. See if we can scan around. We got one in this outpost. We got one in this outpost. Oh, Nelly. We already got three.
So overall, not too bad, right? But yeah, the gold access will be a problem sooner or later for Marine Lord, right? He has 4k in Wayman's base. They're kind of mining it together, so this gold will run out in just a second. And you can see right now, Rabbit is close to aging up. She has a lot of knights, so as soon as these knights are getting upgraded, that's probably where you should strike as Team Baltoon, right? And she's on 2k food. She's almost aging up. I think you always go Royal Institute here. But we should just see right now. Farm transition is also on the way, while Marine Lord should not be on a single farm, right? Can you check Marine Lord's base? He should not be on a farm, right? He's going for the berries left and... Okay, he has a few. But he also went for pro scouts, right? So...
And I think, you know, because we had 2 deer packs that were here, right? We saw him in the beginning of the game. So I think he used pro scouts to make sure he had enough food for that one.
Yeah.
I really do like the Royal Institute, just like you said before. You just got to make sure these knights stay alive, because if you're going to upgrade with the Royal Bloodlines, you got to make sure you're upgrading alive. Nice. And she has about 18. She's continuing to make more in the queue as well. Doing a good job of getting some stone just to make sure those knights end up becoming a little bit cheaper as well. That's France's own little consecrate, while JD just ends up getting it a little bit passively. But with Marine Lord, he's going with Royal Institute as well. Let's see if we can find that landmark. There it is right here on the southwestern part of his base. I mean, you might get a situation where I know Marine Lord was struggling for gold. He has this gold mine over here on the south, but Wayman might be able to help and sling him.
Yeah, but can you quickly check the north corner? I think we have some trade set up already.
Yes, we do. Take a look at these Oh, Jesus. Take a look at these markets. We got 5 of them. And it looks like traders are going to start coming out. A couple donkeys adding 86 gold a pop for Rabbit Sweet. And just because we have all of these walls, right? Anytime that trade route gets compromised or thinks about getting compromised, they're going to know about it.
Yeah, and can you also check if Baltoon made a market in the right corner, or if they're trading to the neutral market?
There's that
okay,
market.
Baltoon has one there. Perfect. So now, they're still going to be aggressive, right? So Marine Lord and Wayman should not be able to scout this trade at all, right? So if there end up being 30, 40 traders in like the next 20 minutes, you're just heavily out-ecoed, right? So right now it's just important to maintain the map control, and Wayman is now aging up with the Palace of Swabia. So she's trying to offset some of this eco deficit that will come up here in a second with the trade going on. But yeah, as long as Baltoon and Rabbit are just going to be aggressive, I think they're in a great spot, right? Because again, Marine Lord's gold ran out. Where is he going now?
He went back.
Yeah, but that's also 4k, right? So that's the target point where Baltoon should attack, right? Because if Marine Lord has no gold, he cannot make knights, and then they're basically toast.
Now, and what do you think in this situation, just because this gold, you know, there's about 1,000 left, and then it'll be going out, then they have to go out in the middle of the map to get gold. Marine Lord and Wayman, what do you think about establishing for Marine Lord, especially his own trade, so he doesn't have to go out there? Kind of like how Rabbit Sweet and Baltoon did.
I mean, they could start trading, right? But we can see right now, Rabbit has 5 or 6 markets in the north corner. That trade is going to escalate like super fast.
And we can take a look at this market for how many traders are actually going there. And right now she's got about 8, while having about 38 villagers on gold. You can see it on the top right portion of your screen. So a lot of gold going to be coming in. She's going to be able to continuously produce knights. And going to be able to make sure that she maintains it, especially with Royal Bloodlines. Now, if I had to pick a landmark to try to catch up economically, this is probably the one I'm going to pick. You know, you're going to get villagers 7 seconds a pop. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. But again, I think the problem will be the gold for Marine Lord, right? They are not trading. The golds are about to run out. Sacred Site countdown already started as well. They should probably just get some more map control. And you can see right now, he's off gold again. So where is he going now?
Gotta find a spot where he's going. A lot of these villagers
Yeah, there is no... Yeah.
all the way over here, and I think that's a really bad idea as we see that keep. But it looks like Big Fight is going to be coming in here with these Spearmen for Whammon. They are of the Castle Age variety. Hasn't yet gotten that Imperial Age upgrade as she just hit it. But Marine Lord is going to have Royal Bloodlines. He does have these Pseudo-Imperial Knights. The problem is Rabbit Sweet does. But Baltoon has these Camel Riders, right? Providing a little bit
That's
of
a horrible fight, yeah. Look at the... Like, most of the units are not fighting at all. Even though JD is getting a lot of XP and reaching level 4 right now. This is not a great fight, right? And Marine Lord is out of gold, basically. There will not be any more knights coming out. So he has to make a switch right now. But what do you go for if you have no gold access?
Yeah, I mean, if you're the French, you're hard macroing and kind of having from the minute 4 of the game, you're thinking knights and only knights, right? So if you're going to make that kind of a change, you almost have to change your entire economy because look at how Marine Lord macroed. He has all of these villages on food, all these villages on gold because he knows he has to get knights, right? You got to transition to wood. You got to do things like make horsemen, or you're going to make something like
what are
men-at-arms.
horsemen going to do against Varangian guards and knights, right?
Right. So it's going to be really difficult for Marine Lord. I think for all these knights that are here, they just got to stay alive.
Yeah. They will get a decap now because they are pushing back. Marine Lord can technically spawn a cannon now as well, I think, because JD is level 4. But they should be able to get rid of the keep on the big gold as well. Overall, not the best fight Baltoon was taking in their base. Because there's just a lot of spearmen right now, right? And yeah, these are obviously elite spearmen. But this is actually a great finding here from Rabbit. There's a lot of villagers going down, but in the end it's HRE, right? Do you really care if you lose 20 villagers? Question mark.
Yeah, because probably in about a minute or so, you go all 15 of these back. And I know we talked about Baltoon and Rabbit's trade. I think we kind of have, just because of Whammon having these elite spearmen, we got a little bit of a death ball situation.
I think they're actually dead.
Yeah, I kind of think they are too. With these elite spearmen, they're going to be able to take down these Camel Riders very, very quickly. Baltoon trying to get that saving Wololo, but John Dark will snipe that monk right in the dome. No, Wololo will be coming out. She's going to be able to use her Divine Blast, 150 damage on some of these Camel Riders, so a lot of them are going to end up going down. It looks like they kind of split the difference. Whammon and Marine Lord going to be going into where Rabbit Sweet is, and Rabbit Sweet, she's still Castle Age, so we don't have a Red Palace. We don't have Arbalest attachments on all of these town centers, so they're still, a rather raidable area. And I think now, if they didn't know trade was happening, look at Marine Lord with Jean d'Arc.
Yeah,
I think they got a clue.
They know. Yeah, but the army numbers are getting close again, right? And they didn't lose a lot of eco yet. So if they end up cleaning this up, they are still in an okay position. And keep in mind, the sacred sets are still running, right? So if they lose this forward control right now, they did not decap, then they get pushed back again, then they might end up struggling again with decapping the sacred sets.
Yeah, and I think, they just might end up having some trouble decapping because I'm looking at the queue for Marine Lord right now. He has a decent amount of knights that are in here on this trade route. He's trying to raid Baltoon with a nice little quick wall on the north side of his base, which is really going to help out. But I'm not seeing him make too many in the way of knights. And just because, obviously he was trying to get this gold, a lot of those villagers ended up going down. Economic count 159 for Marine Lord and Whammon for the team. So Marine Lord, for these knights, he's either got to make them count, he's got to kill a lot of units, or he's got to do some game-ending economic damage, because I'm not sure if he's going to be able to find more of them in his queue.
Yeah, I think this will end up getting cleaned up in the next 2-3 minutes. I think what should be really important right now is just making a re-wall, so there cannot be more reinforcements coming in. Because I still think in the end, the army from JD, from French and Biz, is just better, right? You have the camels. There's still no trade going on for Marine Lord. So again, as soon as he's getting pushed back, he has gold problems again, right? So the trade is still kind of alive, right? We still have 16 traders left. So I was a little bit worried there for a second for Baltoon. But I still think they're back on the winning track right now.
Yeah, I think it was just because they were able to hold so well. Now Marine Lord and Whammon finally starting to add some trade. Marine Lord has some market blueprints here. Whammon starting to add some markets as well, just to kind of make sure they're kind of digging in and they're settling in for the long game. Jean d'Arc goes down, and you know what, Core? We talk about Jean d'Arc going down. but I don't know how he's going to get that thing back.
Yeah, what is it in level 4? Is it 1k? Oh, look at the rewall. That's so clutch. Look at that. That is like... A rewall is so strong, right? Because the knights were just going to run around your base. Left, right, left, right. Because it's Marine Lord, he's not gonna lose these knights without paying attention, right? Sometimes you're playing against a guy and he has like 20 knights in your base and then he's just losing them all. But that's not going to happen with Marine Lord, right? So getting that rewall here is really important, right? So these knights are kind of trapped now. And yeah, for Rain, Engineering Company is coming up for Baltun. And yeah, I still favor them really, really hard here.
Trying to find where that landmark is right here for an engineering company. If you guys don't remember, for the Byzantines, you could use your olive oil to get some nested bees, some hui hui pow, and some royal cannons, some of that olive oil. So hopefully he'll be able to have siege. Rabbit Sweet going to be able to go up as well with the Red Palace. Looks like that Red Palace is going to be able to protect some wood lines, but most importantly, it adds that high damage arbalest emplacement around a lot of those heavy units. So it becomes, I hear a lot of pro players think it's borderline unraidable for French or Jeanne d'Arc and Imperial just because of that arbalest upgrade. It's going to be difficult to raid as well because a lot of these knights end up getting attached and hit by this wall on the north side. They were trapped, they had nowhere to go, and they're dead.
Yeah, and now look at the army count, right? Marine Lord now has the food to kind of go Imperial himself, but now he lost like everything of his army, right? So now you either remake your army or you go Imperial yourself. But now Baltun should just start pushing again, right? There are a lot of spearmen, so the Varangian guards should end up doing a good job there, cleaning this up. I mean, there's a big mix of infantry from women here. But this is just trash units, basically, right? There's no real good unit. And you can see women just sent 2.5k food to Marine Lord. So yeah, now he has 5k food almost, but he still has no gold to go Imperial.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, you see that he's trying to get some traders going. You know, you can take a look at this market. It looks like there's a couple traders here, a couple traders here, but it hasn't yet paid off, right? So this gold is not going to get there. He has this one safe gold that's got about 1,300 left, and is in a very precarious situation because he wants to make these knights. They're pseudo-imperial knights. He wants to make as many as he can. That's the only way he's going to compete with someone like Rabbit Sweet and Baltun that are both hitting imperial, but at the same time, he needs gold to get to imperial. I feel like Marine Lord, even though, you know, the economic count is there, the army essentially isn't. So I agree with you. I mean, for Baltun and Rabbit Sweet, they're spending a lot of time in the base, but now these Royal Knights are of elite status. Whammon did sling Marine Lord to try to get up to Imperial, so hopefully he'll be able to get that Red Palace down, and I'm taking a look. It's right next to that market, right in front of his base, which is going to be helpful. But you might think, I don't know, Core, this might be a little too late.
I mean, look at the amount of knights Rabbit has, and then look at the amount of knights Marine Lord has, right? He's still super annoying with his raids here, so he's gonna kill some more and more traders. But the army difference is huge, and the army value is even bigger, right? Because most of the army right now is coming from women, right? And what does she have? She has spearmen, she has men-at-arms, she has some archers, right? And Marine Lord is going into horsemen right now. So the army value is just horrible compared to Team Baltun, because they have a lot of knights, they have elite camels, they have nest of bees, they have Varangian guards, javelin throwers, right? Their army is just so much better on every side.
Look at this giant mass. The elite camel riders too at 320 health. They'll be like, yeah, I'd see your pseudo Imperial Knights and raise you a little bit, you know, with these camel riders. And you're absolutely right. Some of these Limitinata probably will get upgraded. Some of these elite spearmen, some men-at-arms are going to be trying to do something. It might be able to clean up Rabbit Sweet's knights and horsemen, but then Baltun steps in, and all of a sudden, that army is as good as gone. And I think a lot of the times, Whammon, maybe this is a distraction, you know, to try to get Marine Lord to get under his feet and try to get something. But I think the one thing Marine Lord needs is time. He needs a lot of it.
I mean, this attack from women is clearly bang time, right? But you can already see, I think Baltun is starting to storm one on the left side on the map. And then again, they're both starting to make stonewalls now. They're both starting to trade. But right now, the army is just a big problem, right? Like, just compare the army from the left team with the right team. There's such a huge difference. We have 30 elite Imperial French knights, right? On the other side, we have 14, but they're not even upgraded yet. So you can just see there's a incredible army difference.
Ooh, and that's about all 30 of them that are be coming around on this side trying to snipe down these trebuchets, and we'll end up doing a good job of that. You're right. This is a death ball of these elite
and now look at the army. They have basically double the army count, and it's a good army, right? It's not archers, it's not men-at-arms, it's not spearmen, it's high value army. It's siege, it's knights, it's just S-tier units.
Yeah, I mean, the population supply is there, obviously. You know, I mean, Baltoon and Rabbit Sweet, they're doing a good job making sure that their economy is staying alive. You can see all of this trade, getting all of this gold. You got 53 gold, 42 gold. I'm kind of surprised they're using the neutral trading post instead of this. Maybe they think that these are a little bit unsafe, but now that they're building some markets, they'll get a lot more gold in that department. Wayman has a relic inside this keep. It does have all of the upgrades, bombards included. Wayman is a player that greatly enjoys her keeps. And I think this HRE keep, especially with the relic in it, might help. She does have tithe barns as well, adding her a little bit. But
I wonder where that's coming from. I wonder why she loved the defensive gameplay. Where is that coming from? Okay, jokes aside. But yeah, that keep is cool, right? You have a relic inside. The keep does a lot of damage. But again, look at the army, right? The difference is just still really big. And yeah, I think Marine Lord and Women will just slowly bleed out, I guess.
You know, I think they did a rather impressive job holding here, and I know the keep really helps here. You know, Wayman also has a bombard, which is going to help out as well. But these knights now hitting elite status and might be able to do a little bit of damage. These horsemen just hit elite from Rabbit Sweet, so we're seeing more of that post-Imperial gameplay that we all know and love. All of these having elite status. And
yeah, we love it.
Yeah, I mean,
who doesn't love a 2-hour game?
Well, I mean, you know how much I do. Every time I see one siege apparatus, I just start yelling. So,
I mean, as soon as there's one mangonel on the field, you might just also leave the game, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of right.
Freaking Tim.
Hey, if anything, I'm good for a laugh, Core. All right.
Yeah, you're a funny guy, right? Everyone has his strengths.
You're exactly right. And these bombards, I mean, they do make, with all of this gunpowder, do make a massive siege display. Along with some culverins, having some, you know, anti-siege units. I'm trying to look at this for an engineering company and the stats that you can make. You make the Wee Pow, you make the Royal Cannon, you can make the Nest of Bees, but you can't make anything like culverins. I think, if I remember correctly, HRE is the only civ on this map right now that can make a culverin. Do you think that helps turn the tide for Wayman and Marine Lord?
I mean, it helps for sure, right? Unless you drive your 2 bombards into the Red Palace and lose 2 of them immediately. But yeah, I mean, culverins are cool, right? But Baltoon or Rabbit, they just need, like, Springlets themselves, right? It's just gonna be a longer game, right? We're up for a long one. We have keeps, we have stone walls. We have a lot of slowdowners here in the game. They're both trading, so they're not running out of gold anytime soon. So right now I think you should just regroup. You should establish your defense, get some stone walls up, and then you just make a big death ball, right? You get in some hand cannoneers or some grenadiers or whatever you want to go for, right? You add some siege, and then you just go.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, we can see some of these grenadiers. We got about 5 with some in the queue as well. That might be just from the Golden Horn Tower or just by Baltoon actually clicking the button for Grenadiers, which could be helpful. I mean, just having these 1 or 2 camels is obviously going to be helpful in this fight too, but you're exactly right. I mean, the trenches have been dug. The no man's land in the middle has essentially been made. We have a little bit of a night skirmish on the south side for the trade, which is very, very
look at that micro from Rabbit. I'm actually surprised she's pulling the low HP knights back, going in for the charge again. Like, what rank is she? Like, she's playing really good.
Yeah, I mean, for all of the women that are playing here, they're all at least Conqueror level. I don't know how Rabbit Sweet is. I think she is in that Conk 1-ish kind of level, but she did a good job.
So they're all better
micro.
than you?
All right, can we just focus on the gameplay?
Yeah, sure.
These bombards, I mean, you said 2 of them, you know, getting lost to the Red Palace. I probably would have lost all 3, let's be real. But at least she has some bombards to try to take down a lot of these stables, because these Royal Knights are rather cheap at 105 and 75 a piece. Now, for all of the players that, no matter what elo you're in, Core, and I know you're one of the best players that this game has to offer. You see how we bring up each other instead of make fun and insult each other? You see how we do that?
Yeah, we're doing perfect together. Don't forget, we also have the I think these are I think these are Byzantine French cannons, right? So we also have the artillery shot. If we don't lose them,
Well, they're
question
gone.
mark. Okay, there we go. Good.
We
We don't have the artillery shot again.
With the artillery shot for the Royal Cannons, it's obviously going to help take down some of these big keeps, especially from a large distance. They have an increased amount of range, and you'll be able to hit some of these keeps down rather quickly. Maybe not necessarily one shot. At Culverins do have a good amount of base damage, take down a couple horsemen. But for the question that I wanted to ask you, because this is a stalemate. This is a late game stalemate. The AoE4 is obviously it's becoming a little bit more infamous for rather than famous. If you're a player being in this high elo, help some of the people that are a little bit low elo and get hit with the stalemate. Like, what do you do to break it?
I mean, it's Age of Empires 4, right? I think that's a good sum up overall. I think your best shot is actually going for Wonder right now. You have French, you have no guild hole though, so it might be a little bit more tricky. But I mean, we have just trade on both sides. We have armies fighting into each other, right? They have a lot of food banked up, so this fight is not going to end anytime soon, right? The reinforcements will just come out. So I think a Wonder could probably be the best win condition here. Jokes aside.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably right, depending on how much trade that they have. And Baltoon and Rabbit Sweet actually have a decent amount of stone built up. Marine Lord with pretty much no stockpile whatsoever. He's relying on trade for a lot of this gold. He's sitting at about 13 gold. It's only going up incrementally just because the traders getting +1 as they're walking. But this keep providing so much strength and so much health. It's at 6,500 HP, and because of all the burn armor that it gets and the relic being inside it for how much damage that it has, this cannon providing 97 damage per pop, I thought this battle was going to convincingly go in Baltoon and Rabbit Sweet's favor. But I think of the fact that because there's a keep, because there's reinforcements coming out, Whammon has a decent amount of stockpile and just about 1 million bombards. As you can see here, that's
these bombards are not long for this world, but this fight will still last a while here, I think, because, I mean, you're fighting under a keep with a relic inside, boiling oil, right? There's no bombards right now, so there's also emergency repair on the keep. You can see all the cool tweaks Age of Empires wires right now. So again, we are, this is the same scenario like 2 minutes ago, right? We're fighting under the keep. So again, we're back to the Wonder topic, right?
Yeah. I mean, we probably, I don't know, for these players, I mean, they're really going to be relying on gold for trade, and if they have to continuously make units, you can see where some of the queues are for these players. I mean, Whammon only has a bombard. She only has just about siege and queue. Looks like a decent amount of knights and horsemen coming out for Rabbit Sweet. So you're right. This is going to hang on for a long time. Emergency repair. Only about 20 seconds left. There is a Royal Cannon back here providing a decent amount of damage. This keep might go down. It's got about 15 seconds.
Yeah, I think it's actually going down now. But yeah, like, again, it's Byzantine, right? The army just doesn't feel comparable, right? We have, like, just more better units, I feel like. Like, Grenadiers are not the best unit, but if you get to, like, a mass, right? They end up doing a good job again as well. To everything, basically. And the keep finally went down. But yeah, it's still 86 army versus 86 army. So yeah, we're still in for a longer one, I think.
I mean, it's chaos, right? All of these, you see with Baltoon, you see where his waypoints are in his barracks, right? They just run into the battle and essentially stop in the middle of it, and they're like, oh, okay, it's go time now. And that's exactly what they do.
Just look at these three Springers firing 50 times at JD, and JD just turns around and one-shot one of them. Isn't that beautiful?
For how much health that she has, 675, and the fact that she takes 60% less damage from ranged attacks. It's very difficult to get that woman down, and just because of the fact that she has 1,000 gold to pop, obviously Marine Lord is really going to be helpful. Look at all these traders that we have here. 57 for Marine Lord and Whammon, and 62 for Baltoon and Rabbit Sweet. And I know you talked about Wonder just a little bit, and I don't think, Wonder doesn't look like something that they're necessarily trying to do or establishing.
I mean, you're at the 40-minute mark, right? You don't plan to end the game with a Wonder, but this fight will go over for the next 15 minutes, and then we start thinking, okay, how do we break each other? And then you think, okay, maybe we do make a Wonder. Because they are both trading, right? They have infinite resources. The stone is probably going to be the biggest problem. What is the Wonder cost in 2v2? I think it's 5 or 6k.
If I remember correctly, let's take a look. It's 5k each. For the HRE, it would be the Great Palace of Flensburg. But I think something really important that we haven't seen, I mean, the Sacred Site timer has been taken for a considerable amount of time. I mean, Marine Lord has these keeps up here, you know, that's trying to help out, but this site's probably going to end up getting decapped. I know we didn't talk about it too much, maybe because we didn't really think it was going to be a realistic conclusion or an end to the game, just because of the fact that this army is kind of, you know, a borderline invincible just because of how much you're able to reproduce.
Yeah, I think he ends up holding this sacred site, but I still think like Baltoon's army is just better, right? Like you have HRE. I mean, cool, they have good men at arms, but what else can you really make, right? You can start getting a hand cannoneer ball. I think that's probably your best approach here. We have 70 limit NA on the field, right? On the other side, we have how many spearmen? Is it also like 50, 60 spearmen?
And it looks like about 70 out of both sides.
Yeah.
So a decent amount of spearmen. I mean, these limits today, I know that they have shield wall, you know, and that's fantastic, but what's really able to break through a wall that's made of shield is a gun. So getting things like hand cannoneers are really going to help. Marine Lord actually is the one with the hand cannoneer mass and will be able to do some good damage against some of those limits today. And another battle taken up with this Sacred Site timer. As you can see where my cursor is, it's ticking. We're at 2 minutes, 23 seconds. They're trying to get a little bit of decap to stop the timer. Not going to work. Timer continues to resume. This hand cannoneer mass that you've seen, very good call out for. Just the fact that that mass ends up existing means a lot of these limits today, some of these knights, some of these horsemen are going to end up going down rather quickly with that spearman taking the front line.
Yeah, and like 5-6 hand cannoneers are not gonna do too much, right? The important part is getting like that huge mass, like that 20-30 cannoneers. They are just mowing down everything basically, right? And I think that's what Baltoon and Rabbit should have done a little bit earlier, right? They had the trade earlier. They should have had more gold overall. I'm surprised that they're not going for the hand cannoneers themselves. But now Marine Lord is there, right? And we have all these hand cannoneers, and there's not really an answer right now. Because the siege is kind of getting killed by JD in a blink of an eye. There was a Nest of B not too long ago. Yeah. Like I said earlier, Team Baltoon has the way better army, but now Marine has so many hand cannoneers on the field. And the HRE Spearman, Man at Arm, they just provide a really good front line, and Marine Lord is just cleaning up everything behind it.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what ends up happening. I mean, with Baltoon, just because of how much he has in the queue, right, of his Varangian Guard and, you know, his Limit's name might be able to do a decent amount of damage. That cannon ends up going down before Sean Darky's hand cannoneers finally start getting hit by some of these Varangian Guards who start going berserk with 29 damage. It might be able to make quick work. These hand cannoneers having 130 health each. This game is absolute pandemonium. We've been in a straight fight, pretty much a constant fight, over the past 5 to 6 minutes. And no side really has either, you know, opportunities of slowing down. You see this in a 1v1 situation a lot, just because of the fact that there's a stockpile, there's trade going, you can endlessly produce units. And this is kind of what's happening too. This hand cannoneer mass, I think that was pretty much Marine Lord's saving grace. Right now, it's down to about 10. Ram and Swingles on the back side providing a little bit of help. I think if there's any kind of siege from Baltoon or Rabbit's Way is going to end up going down. Marine Lord's keep over here still at about 5,000 health. Whammon doing a good job of choreography, repairing her teammates. Keep that Nest of Bees ends up going down, but with these Elite Royal Knights at 364 health, might we see a decap here for it? Looks like John Dark might not be long for this world either.
I think we will see a decap here, yeah. And do you remember what I said like 40 minutes ago about the mercenary choice? What do you think Landsknecht could have do in this situation, right? If you had like 20 of them, they would mow down like everything. Like the spearmen, they would just get completely destroyed. But the site is ticking again. I think the units are cleaned up. How much is left in the timer? Do we have that anywhere?
Yeah, it's continuing to tick. It's at 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Oh yeah, it's okay.
But the problem is core. Look at his stockpiles right here.
Yeah, there's nothing left coming here from Team Baltoon. So the hand cannoneers are back on the menu, right? And I don't see them losing this side. So I think the game should be over in like 1 minute-ish.
Yeah, I think this is a hold. You hear that 1 minute? Ding, ding, ding. You got about 1 minute to get your asses over here. to this middle sacred site. Some of these knights, it looks like not enough gold, decent amount of food. You know, they're getting a lot of food per minute, but I think just because of how quickly these troops are ending up going down, a lot of it, Cord, just like you said, is about some of these hand cannons. You see this limited name mass, this Varangian Guard mass. The only thing that these things can do for hand cannoneers is provide target practice for them, and now they're retreating with their tail between their legs. Over here on the northern side, we're at 30 seconds, 33 seconds, continuing to tick down. There's one sacred site here on the south side that only has one keep that does have a relic in it. It might halt the timer for just a couple seconds, but as soon as Marine Lord and Wayman get an idea of what's going on, they're going to end up running here, and that's exactly what Wayman ends up doing.
Yeah. If you look at the eco count, the Rabbit is like at 171 eco, is that correct? And Baltoon on the other side only has 88? Is that what I'm... Like, they have 121 traders total, right? It's a bit hard to read the UI, I think.
Yeah.
But Baltoon is just not having any food, right? He has I mean, now he has 50 guys of food, but he had food problems earlier, so... I don't know. The eco looks a bit... I think 126 traders is maybe a bit too much.
Yeah.
I mean, they are not gonna fight for you, right? So having traders is cool. Having infinite resources is also cool, especially if you're French. You can trade for everything besides stone, right? But if you put the traders on the sacred side, I don't even think they decap.
Yeah, if anything, they'll be trying to make peace offerings, putting some of their trade down on the sacred side to try to get a decap. Not gonna happen. Marine Lord sending about 2,000 food to Whammon just to make sure she can get a decent amount of units, and that's what she's doing with some of those men-at-arms and some of those spearmen. It looks like at 15 seconds, we're seeing a tick down. We're continuing to tick. 14, 13, tick, tick, tick. 12 seconds. This is Sacred Site victories are some of the most climactic, some of the most powerful, just because you know every last second you have to fight to the death. But military count coming out for Baltoon and Rabbit Sweet is about 19. Baltoon says, I have had enough. 49 and a half minutes into this game. 3, 2, 1. There's your ball game. There's your series.
GG. I'm actually surprised how great of a job JD did there, right? She sniped so much siege. She barely died. I mean, that's the cool part of a good player is playing JD, right? Like, if you control her well, she can do really good damage.
Yeah, no, she absolutely can. Honestly, I think this was a heads-up play by Whammon. This looks like a lot of deleted villagers.
No, she lost a reasonable amount. But again, it's HRE. You don't really care if you lose villagers, right?
Well,
I had a game where I lost 200 villagers, and then I was like, oh, I have Palace of Swabia. It's no problem.
Well, that's exactly right, because I think, she's clearing way for a lot of her units, right? She's clearing way for a lot of the spearmen and a lot of men-at-arms. I don't think for an economy count, you probably don't need that many, especially because with the HRE, if you have a lot of your villagers being inspired around that Aachen Chapel, maybe you don't need as many villagers, and it looks like a lot of these for Baltoon ended up going down as well. You could take a look at military count. Baltoon had a considerable military coming at the end trying to decap that sacred site. But all of a sudden, for Rabbit Sweet and Baltoon, it just wasn't enough to decap those static defenses, the relics that were in the keeps, all of the, anti-siege with the Springolds and the Culverins. It just made sure that Marine Lord and Whammon were able to hold that sacred site and take a very captivating series 2-1 core. This one was a lot of fun.
This was a good series, yeah. A lot of back and forth, so... I hope the next series has as much action as this one.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, this #1 series, I hope you guys liked it in chat. I hope you guys are enjoying the mixed masters spreading long COVID awareness. For you guys that don't know, if anybody wants to make a donation to long COVID research, you can see the coffee bar that's on the bottom for some of the links and some of the overlay for us. Every donation that is completed gets matched by the original donor who chooses to remain anonymous. So a big shout out for long COVID awareness. And I'm pretty sure probably at the end of the second series, we'll have a little bit of a talk, maybe about like 5 minutes, about long COVID syndrome and the problems that are afflicted on some of the patients that not only that I've been dealing with, but just in average who deal with long COVID syndrome. So I hope you guys are able to spread some awareness and enjoy this wonderful Mixed Masters tournament. Now for game #2, let's take a look at some of these matchups that we have here. Game number 2 coming up. Beastie is going to be involved here with Deep Shine, which is who we know is Whammon's nemesis, and will be playing up against Anatan, one of my favorite professional players, and Bella.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting matchup. What is the plan? Do we straight jump into it, or how do we proceed here?
I'm going to, I don't. I'll be honest with you. I'm not used to calling these shots. I'm usually, just kind of hanging out, but I want to take a look just in the game. I want to see if some of these drafts, it is going to take a little while for these drafts to be completed for these guys. Let me see. I have, God, I have a friend request from Puppy Paw. Oh my God, my heart is so full.
You made it, Tim. You made it.
I'm in the big time, dude. The Puppy Paw. No, but it looks like for this one, for Beastie and Anatan, their respective teams, they are currently still drafting. So we have a couple minutes. Core, I think this is time. I want to ask some questions for you. Have you been playing the game too much?
I am playing, yeah, but I have some computer issues right now, so I can't really play. Yeah, so I'm trying to fix that. But maybe we can also talk about the map pool. What kind of potential maps we have coming up?
Yeah, we could take a look at some of the maps on the Empire Duels broadcast that we have for you. There are a little bit of water maps that are still in play. Archipelago is one of them that we haven't seen yet. Golden Heights is one of them that we haven't seen yet. Cliffside, Dry Arabia, ones that we've seen. Gorge, which we have not seen. King of the Hill is also included. Himiyama, which we've seen. Prairie also. And I'm curious because I feel like this is a map that might not necessarily be that quote-unquote professional map, but it makes for incredibly entertaining games to cast, and that's King of the Hill. How do you feel when you're playing in, because I know, you've played an extensive amount of professional games. I've casted some of your professional games personally, so when you're playing on King of the Hill, like, are you a fan of it?
I like the map, yeah, but on one-on-one, right, there are some good civs. They are just too good compared to others, so you end up having most of the civs being played there, being like Ruse, English, HRE, just some strong civs. Yeah. So I think on 2v2 it could have been a little bit more different, right? It's a lot about the mid control, obviously, because you only have one sacred site. So maybe we could see something like Delhi with English, maybe something like that. Or Delhi French. Like just something aggressive, you could capture the site early and you just try to force the win condition immediately.
Yeah, I mean, especially because Delhi has that unique advantage of getting it in feudal, right? So getting that sacred site and getting Sanctity up, you can get Sanctity up nowadays with Dome of the Faith. It comes up, that much quicker. But are you, even in a 1v1 situation, are you a Delhi player in general, or not really? You're not a fan?
No, I play Delhi. I still think Tower of Victory is probably better from what I played so far. But yeah, I think it's good to have some changes, right? You have some changes to the Dome of Faith, so people will try that out again. But yeah, the Delhi meta is kind of the same since like 2 years, right? You just dent in feudal age. So yeah, with the House of Wisdom being buffed, maybe we see some more plays in the future.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the time, I feel like just with this patch, they were trying to make Delhi a little bit less one-dimensional, right? They're trying to be like, hey, there could be a power spike in Castle Age, and I know I experimented with this when the patch just came out, going fast castle into elephants, and oh my God, Barbecue Ribs just gifted 5 subs for the wonderful Mixed Masters tournament and for Age of RTS. Thank you so much, Barbecue Ribs. I am starving now that I just read that, but for a core, back to what we were talking about, the House of Learning and getting that Mahoots technology, which increases elephant speed, right? And getting a kind of like a fast castle kind of situation. Do you see any play in Delhi for that, or is feudal just better and just don't even worry about it?
I mean, you have a technology to capture sacred sites in feudal age, right? So why should you not rely on that? Why should you skip feudal age if you can basically win the game in feudal age with a win condition? So I still think Delhi feudal is probably the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, it really seems like it, and I know a lot of people with. I'm kind of hammering Delhi a little bit, but to be honest, I do have a lot of questions with it because there's a lot of people with the mill nowadays. They're going for a wheelbarrow, and then they get professional scouts second to try to get some of that food. Have you seen any of that play at all?
I mean, professional scouts is basically like before, right? I think on the pro level, you don't see a big difference, right? It's just easier to utilize, right? You don't have to micro that much, but at the top level, people have more APM. They are better with micro and stuff like that. So I think for the lower leagues, I think pro scouts is way better now. So I think you can go for that as a second upgrade after wheelbarrow. Yeah.
Yeah, me personally, I think I can now. It feels like the game kind of opened up a little bit to me now that professional scouts ends up existing, and I know for pro players, not much has changed at all. But there are some civs that we saw a little bit of in the last series. I remember seeing Baltoon playing Roos for the first game. Your opinion, just because very in tune with the meta and professional play. Your opinion on Roos now with all of the bounty changes, because they had a rather colossal change.
I think Ruse is way worse in the first 5 minutes because you don't get wheelbarrow, right? You don't get your like basically when you played Ruse, you were ahead one villager from the get go, right? Because if your opponent is respecting you, he has to make a second scout. So because you're making your scouts out of the cabin, then you're already ahead one villager, right? So that being changed, I think it is getting better, right, to play against Ruse. But I mean, Ruse is still Ruse, right? They didn't get any nerfs besides the bounty change. So I think Ruse is still like one of the best civs.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it kind of warms my heart to hear, obviously. But
Are you a
for
Ruse player or?
Roos is my favorite civ. Yeah, I love Roos.
Perfect.
Um, so obviously I need better civs to help maintain my immediate for elo. So having something like Roos as a crutch for the duration of my gaming days on Age of Empires 4, it really helps. I've seen a lot of, and I mean, we're talking about BC in the second series. I remember him experimenting with Fast Castle and Golden Gate, bringing me all the way back to season 0, season 1, when you had horse archers coming at your face at 7 minutes, trying to get the relics with Abbey of the Trinity. I think we've seen a little bit of a revival of that, especially in, the lower stages of the meta that I've played, which has been a lot of fun. But we're not going to see
Yeah.
Roos in this game number 1. For Beastie and Deepshine, we're going to see HRE in English, with Anatan and Bella going with French and Delhi on Cliffside. So you nailed the French and Delhi pairing. I think with, what I would expect in a 2v2 situation is the French obviously going Royal Knights, but with the Delhi, you could still go Tower of Victory. You could still get archers, which pack a punch.
I think the play is to go Knight Archer, right? Your Delhi Archers, they have more attack speed. And I don't see a real synergy going on for HRE and English. Like, of course you can make horsemen, right? But I feel like in 2v2 you kind of want to have a Sith that can make knights, right? Like last series we saw every game we saw knights in Field Age.
Yeah, I mean, whether it be French, Jeanne d'Arc, Roos, or any of that, it's very interesting to see how important knights are in 2v2 as opposed to 1v1. Because, yesterday we had King of Dry Arabia on Age of RTS, right? We had all of the 1v1s on Arabia, and in the very last series, the finals, neither French nor Jeanne d'Arc was picked. So it's interesting in 2v2 where it's like, yeah, if you don't bring one of those civs, you feel already at a disadvantage,
Yeah, on one. I mean, French is not played that much, so is JD. Roos is played, obviously, but do you really go for a lot of feudal age knights, right? You'd rather go 2TC into Fast Castle, you go Fast Castle straight into Horse Archers right now. So you don't really play a lot of feudal knights, I would say, on one right now, at least at the high level.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of noticed that too. Usually, when you get to that in feudal age, there's especially a rock paper scissors kind of way, whether you have, oh my god, whether you, guys, I didn't click that button. Okay, I didn't. I don't know. I don't know who's doing that. I think that's Tommy in the background. I swear to you, there's not a hawk to a button for me.
Can you give me the hack?
Do you want to take turns? You want to go through it?
No. It's your turn.
But no. But you go after me. It's not the way. Hawk to.
All right, I think we should be getting into the game rather soon.
What a time to be alive. Yeah, I just hit the observe game. I kind of delayed it a little bit because I wanted to hear your Hawk Tua, so thank you for that one.
You're welcome.
We are loading the game right now. Game number 1. Antan Bella, Beastie, Deep Shine, hitting you guys right in the mouth. I'm revealing it all. Beastie playing in the color yellow as the English spawning in the northeastern side of the map. On the northwestern side, we have Deep Shine playing as the Holy Roman Empire. And Core, who do we have them playing against in this series?
We have Bella on the French and Anotand on the Delhi. And Anotand is actually playing a lot of Dome of Faith lately. So I'm actually surprised what he's going for here, because he really likes his fast capturing sacred sites. So maybe there is potential, but I would still say you always go Tower Victory here in 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, getting those sacred sites, it's really nice on Cliffside, right? Because you kind of know where these sacred sites are. Delhi, I feel like, is a good map because it's such an easily wallable area. You can see where my cursor is hovering over, just around where you can get some of those small walls just to make sure your opponent can't get a quick decap. So for Delhi, it ends up being very beneficial, at least, in a 1v1 situation too. I mean, it's a little bit easier because your opponent is going to be spawning on the other side of the cliff. But for the HRE, I kind of like, honestly, I feel like all 4 of these civs are good civs for this map because you can see what BC's going with his sheep playing as the English, but the HRE on the same side. Oh. That's an issue. Getting a little bit more sheep is really going to help you out, and I think BC, I think for BC, just because he has a decent amount of sheep and being English, you could also sling, right? You can give a couple sheep to your HRE opponent or your HRE teammate. Excuse me.
I'm wondering what the play here is going to be, right? Like French Delhi is obviously going mass feudal age, going to capture the sacred sites. But what is English and HRE going to do? Is HRE going fast castle? Like, what do you make? English is obviously going to make longbow, right? I would be surprised if we see the king, right? Just because the longbows are so good. But what is HRE doing then? Are you going for men-at-arms? But men-at-arms are also getting killed by the knights, so maybe you just go Burgrave here, fast castle. But then again, you need sheep, right?
Yeah, I mean, she's gonna need a little bit more than she has. She just hacked that sheep to death with a lot of her shepherds, and it looks like there's about, I want to say, 4 area. It's gonna be difficult to highlight just because it highlights the villagers first, but it looks like about 4 sheep that haven't been touched yet. Oh my God, Court, don't look now. We have a little bit of Abbey of Kings. We're gonna see a king hurling towards the opposite base.
I mean, I can see the point, right? But I still think you make longbows, right? But again, you kind of have to have one guy playing the cavalry, right? But do you really want the HRE player to make the archers when you have an English player that could make longbows, Tim?
No. No, I don't.
Exactly.
That's a very easy question for somebody of lower elo like myself. I'm gonna say no.
And we actually see Dome of Faith, so again, I was talking about it. Anatan really likes his dome, and I think he gets like a close to 6-minute sacred set capture. So that's obviously really good timing. On top of that, you can also wall with your units, right? So
yeah, I've seen a
you
lot
don't
of
even have to
this.
send the villager forward to wall the sides.
I've seen a lot of this from Anatan. I don't know if you guys do watch Anatan's streams, but I would highly recommend them. He is a fantastic player. He's quite the entertaining gentleman as well, and has a very good head of hair. So him,
and he has the looks. He has the looks.
He does. He does. Every time I'm in his stream, I hit on him.
And you give some subs, right?
Well, yeah, because
I think you're kind of falling in love with Anatan.
I want the sexy man to notice me. But the Dome of the Faith will be coming up, and I know, when he does play 1v1s on his stream, this is something he does. I absolutely agree. We'll be able to get some of these sacred sites very quickly. And honestly, even though the Tower Victory is going to really help, and that Archers, maybe that Dome of the Faith helps push the initiative for Deep Shine and BC at a time where they necessarily kind of don't. Deep Shine does hit up Feudal Age with the Aachen Chapel at a pretty good time. We'll have an outpost around this gold. I'm not seeing too much in the way of wood. She only has about 2 villagers on wood right now, a lot on food. I think we are seeing kind of a castle, because I would expect a lot of villagers on food or on wood to get production buildings.
Yeah, but BC is also going for 2TC, right? So I'm not sure what the game plan here is, because English is going for 2TC, right? So if HRE goes Castle Age, do you not just die to like mass units? Because having a Burgrave is cool, right? But to supply the Burgrave, you need a lot of food, So if French and Delhi are going to be aggressive, how do you get that food, right?
Yeah, I think it's just, when these sheep go out, you're exactly right. She might have the amount of food to actually hit the Castle Age button, but in terms of making it worthwhile is going to be quite the challenge.
The spawn is great, right? You have double deer behind your base. So it could be way worse. It could be, this is the best case you can actually get as HRE. Berries, double deer behind your base. So yeah, I think we are going to see a Burgrave, right? Because English is going for 2TC, right? So English will not have a lot of units in the first 10 minutes. So if you go Regnets, how do you get any relics, right? You're not going to have map control because French Delhi are going to be super aggressive. So I think it has to be a Burgrave.
Yeah, that's kind of what I think so too, because it's kind of like when you fast castle like this as Deep Shine, you're giving up and sacrificing that map control because you're going to get it back, right? I think with the Burgrave, it's going to prove to be quite challenging to do so, especially because when you're up against the Knight Civ, you're thinking, well, Castle Age Men-at-Arms, a lot of people go for that Burgrave cheese because there's some civilizations that can't deal with Men-at-Arms as well, but French is not one of those civilizations, right? You see a Royal Knight trying to get some hits on a villager in BC. Does take a charge from one of his villagers, but I would say, if I had to pick, probably the most annoying unit in the history of this game is this King, my personal opinion. Yeah. Just because I see a lot of players in my elo, they're going to be trying to get some charges with the King. Maybe they don't micro it that very well, but it's so forgiving just because of how much it heals. Heals by 2 every 1 second, so essentially double what Chivalry is, and he gets that and that King, that first King, absolutely free.
Yeah, but again, it's like playing against JD, right? If you play against a diamond guy, he might lose JD every 3 minutes, right? But if you play against a top player and the King is not dying once, then you really get frustrated.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's nice because you could use it rather aggressively too. Kind of like how Bella is doing with these knights. Beastie with a good pull, obviously one of the best players in the world. He will keep his villagers safe at all times and at all costs. But with the King, you could dive into those town centers. You could take a lot of damage. All you got to do is back up, right? And then it comes back like it never happened.
And I'm surprised to see Regnants actually. But yeah, they're doing a good job to delay Beastie, right? Because HRE, okay, your Castle Age, cool, you can start pick up 1 relic behind your base. Besides that, you should not get a single relic. So right now they're just trying to delay Beastie, right? The sacred sites are getting captured, so the win condition is starting soon. And now the food ran out, right? So now you're getting out of the chapel area. So now you're going on the berries. So what do you make here as HRE, right? He is going for 1 knight. She has a stable. But on the other side, you're already prepping Spearman, right? Are you? No, you're not. Deep Shine is prepping Spearman. But even though you have Castle Age Knights, right, and the French player has 6 Feudal Age Knights, you're not going to win that fight, right? So I think going for Knights is not great, I would say. Because the Anatan should also start walling, right? So if you have Knights, you want to be active on the map, you want to start raiding, you want to find damage. But now they're just trying to focus on Beastie. So yeah, let's see how it goes.
Yeah, and it might mean just because of the focus and staying aggressive, when you're getting these sacred sites, a lot of the times what I do say when casting is sometimes the best defense is a good offense. And that's exactly what Anatan and Bella are doing. There's a decent amount of knights here, some of these nice purple. knights, it looks like about 6, and a scout along with some Ghazi Raiders and some archers. And you're not really thinking about decapping. There's only one spearman from Beastie. Might be able to decap it unless this archer has something to say about it. But, you know, a lot of the times because they're so focused, and Beastie and Deepshine are so focused on the bases of each other, maybe they're not worried too much about some of these sacred sites, and a lot of them stay capped by Anatan for a long time.
Yeah. I think what's going to happen is, in the next 3 minutes, they're just diving HRE base and they're just killing everything besides the 15 villagers that can garrison the town center. Because, like, what can they do against it, right? Like, Beastie, okay, he is making spearmen now. He is only making spearmen, right? But Anatan on the other side, he's making pure archers. So how do you counter the archers? Okay, HRE is getting knights himself, right? But you're already outnumbered on the knight department, so yeah. I think I mean, he's not making a ram, right? They're going for Beastie's town center. I think they can attack any target at this point. They just have so many more units. And even though Beastie's on the second town center, they are only up 5 villagers, right? That's not an advantage at the 10-minute mark, right? And 8 of these villagers are also idled out, so are you really ahead at this point?
And they've been idled for a considerable amount of time. I mean, Bella and Anatan kind of been trading in terms of raids from the Ghazi Raiders and from the Royal Knights. But I think this is the situation just because of all of the archers that are here. It looks like Beastie, he wants to do something about this town center on the northern side. It looks like Dishan's trying to help, but it's not going to happen. This thing's going down.
You're gonna send 16 spearmen into 10 archers. That's not gonna go great.
Yeah.
And the TC should all end up going down here, right? So.
Oh.
Yeah, the TT is down, the attack speed is also gone now, right? You're not scaling more, you're 3 villagers ahead at this point, but you're not going to get ahead of it, right? You're playing against French, so you should end up losing this advantage as well. And now you can see the problem, right? We have Castle Age Knights, but they are so hardcore outnumbered, so there's no way they can do anything.
Yeah, it felt
and
like...
one knight ends up going down as well, so...
It felt like Deepshine was going more of a quality over quantity kind of situation. We got a decent amount of knights here. It looks like they're about 4 or 5, but again, a lot of these Royal Knights, and plus, if they do get a charge, a lot of these knights, remember, they do get +3. You're going to see that hit. That 19 +1 comes from Bloomery. Another +3 comes from that charge. Stays around for about 3 seconds and then goes back down. So their damage is relatively good. You know, it looks like Anatan on the middle. He does have this middle sacred site, this right one giving him a little problems just because Beastie just incrementally adding 1 unit. But you're exactly right. Based on the economic count, you know, that town center from Beastie was able to give him maybe a couple more villagers. He's got about 48. Deepshine, not sitting on very many. Bella almost equaled what Beastie has.
How many relics are we on? I think we should be on 2 right now.
That's the second one going in the Regnitz Cathedral, but there's a third one in that outpost. So
okay, so not too bad, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy because we talk about Deepshine and Beastie's map control or lack thereof, but I think she was able to sneak away. There were some relics on the western side. There's another one on the western corner. I'm not sure if they scouted it or not, but it could be a good potential of an area. It looks like Deepshine trying to clean up some of these archers. Anatan starting to get into spearmen a little bit. I really like this change because if you're seeing those Castle Age Knights, some of these spearmen, if they're not getting targeted, could be some real good DPS for you, and we don't see any longbowmen from Beastie's side.
Yeah. What I'm kind of surprised of is that they are not trying to focus on the sacred sites, right? We have 1 sacred site captured. I'm surprised we don't have any walls and not a capture, right? The timer could be on 6 or 7 minutes remaining. And then the pressure just increases, right?
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. I mean, this one got decapped by a random spearman. It looks like this one never got captured at all, but there's a scholar making its trek and marathon-esque run all the way over there to try to get that sacred site. But it's good. I mean, honestly, it's good presence of mind, and this is something that Delhi, it just makes you create that urgency in feudal age that no other civilization can do, just because of the fact that sanctity exists and the amount of gold that you get in comparison to how many villagers are actually on the field. It ends up being a monumental percentage of gold.
Yeah, and it's cliffside, right? It's super easy to wall off the sites, especially with Delhi. You can just send 1 archer here, 1 archer there. You just wall off the sacred sites. And then you just increase the pressure, right? Every minute that passes. Like, when the sites get captured, you think like, oh, I still have 10 minutes. I will deal with it later, right? But then, oh, there's 6 minutes left. And then you're like, oh, I have to start doing something about it. But you know what I mean, right? Everyone has this. You play against Delhi. You're like, okay, I will deal with the sites later. And then, boom, the timer is at 3 minutes. The Delhi player is pulling the villagers. He has a keep left and right, and then you're just cooked.
Yeah, and you're just like, oh, there is no later. you
Yeah.
know, it's 3 minutes or I'm dead. You know, and
There's the next game then, yeah.
right, right. And I think if Anatan does cap the sacred site, which is right next to him, it becomes a little bit easier. Maybe he has the potential to do that. I want to really quickly look at Anatan. He does have most, or if not all, I should say, of the mill upgrades, and he's starting to go out on a lot of these berries. And this is something that Delhi does really well too. Is now that Beastie has all of these longbowmen, we see just 20-some pop out. How many archery ranges that he has? He's got 4 all the way in the back. Longbowmen are going to be able to, with the network of castles, kind of deter where these Royal Knights and where Anatan's Delhi foot soldiers end up going. But he's going to be going out for a lot of this food. Anatan is. You can see this berry patch over here. Bella's going for this deer. She's got some berries over here too that some Buddy Infantry's got something to say about. But the fact that Delhi is able to get map control like this, get the sacred sites, take the battle into your opponent's base all the time, it just means they can extrapolate the resources that are around. Some of these berry bushes. They got more berries all the way over here on this back corner that I almost forgot about. If you see that, and Delhi's just going to have that constant food supply for probably the next 10 minutes, it delays their farm transition to the point where if you continue to be aggressive, you might not have to make farms at all.
Yeah, and now they're diving bases, right? But if they had the sacred sites since 4, 5, 6 minutes, they can force the fight coming to them, right? Because the opponents have to do something about the sites. But now they're just diving PCs left and right. You don't want to dive under English Town Center as well when there's like 30 longbows before it. You're just getting hammered down. So I think it's a big mistake to not play for the sites here.
Yeah, I think, you know, anytime you're in a position like this, especially if you're Bella and Anatan, you're thinking about, how do I not lose games? You know, giving them time, not putting that pressure on him is one of those potentials to lose games. But look at all of these villagers from Deep Shine that end up going down. Bella has a metric shit ton of knights. We've got 16 Royal Knights coming out here. Deep Shine's Castle Age Knights end up going down rather quickly. It looks like they are getting healed just from the king that are trying to help out. But a lot of these Royal Knights, they do have their own chivalry, ladies and gentlemen. It could prove to be an issue. Buddy Infantry continuing to be an issue throughout this game. Beastie providing a little bit of support, but what's Anatan do? He realizes Beastie's army is over helping Deep Shine. So Beastie doesn't have a lot in his own base. He's trying to get a little offensive on the yellow side.
Yeah, you can see the army count is kind of similar, right? But Deep Shine lost hell of a lot of villagers there, right? And she's about to lose a lot more villagers here. So the economy difference is like huge right now. Like Bella's rating is really good here in this game. And now we just have a 30 villager difference, right?
Well, I mean, look at how many villagers Deep Shine has. You're sitting on 23.
You don't have any villagers to be honest at this point, right? I mean, you have a lot of gold, you have some relics, you're getting some passive gold, so you can end up buying some food. But Anatan aging up now with the Castle Age, and since he has Dome of Faith, he has 9 scholars. These archers are getting upgraded in like a blink of an eye. So I think you just delay the fight right now. As soon as your upgrades hit, you just go and you finish the game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You know, what's really nice for Delhi is a lot of times you see this with Delhi players is when Castle Age units become available, you don't have to wait for that upgrade, right? So you could do things like get veteran archers, but you could also add things if you wanted to add men at arms, you can. If you want to add crossbowmen, and had your own knights, you could have the potential to do that as well. So it's a really good power spike for Delhi coming in Castle Age. It looks like Deep Shine does have this sacred site over here on the left side that you can see. Beastie continuing to get raided by Bella. This is just a purple death ball.
Yeah, but she's walled in, right? Like, there's no exit for these knights, I think. So you should probably just do as much damage as you can, I guess. I mean, Deep Shine has a few knights, right? I mean, 12 knights. Not a few. She has 12 knights, right? But she cannot just reproduce them, right? She lost so many villagers. Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah, I mean, Deep Shine sitting on 27 villagers. Beastie, because he made that second TC, tried to get some kind of a villager lead, but he's down to 55 because of all the raids that Bella did, but at what cost? I mean, Bella's now sitting on about 21 knights. She is macroing to castle and doing so relatively well. She's got about 1,200, 600. I think she might be able to hit that Royal Institute button at some point because I think for Anatan and Bella, they did a really good job at getting rid of some eco of the team of BC and Deep Shine, but now it's time for that exclamation point to really nail it in the coffin.
Yeah, I mean, Anatoly is castle age. Belash is aging up now with the Royal Institute, right? So as soon as the Royal Bloodlines is kicking in, you should expect him to just dive super hard, right? So now, what is BC going to do, right? He has a big army, right? He has a lot of spearmen, he has a lot of longbowmen. But he should probably try to get castle age himself here, right?
And I think, just based on the fact that he doesn't really have any villagers on gold. He just started to add a couple onto gold, but he was really concerned with trying to pump out as many units as possible. And he did a really good job of that. I mean, you could see military count of 80 to 54. Anatan stopped producing some units just to get up to Castle Age, and it looks like House of Learning will start to get some of those technologies. It looks like Beastie trying to raid, adding some longbowmen here, some longbowmen there, trying to cut down the middle of both of these players. Anatan's gold mine is rather forward. It will end up, a couple villagers end up going down. So you're right, Beastie, you can see the macro. He stopped making unit production. You're exactly right. He is going to be going up to Castle Age. And now with all of these units, the units that he has, he can get those upgraded to Castle, splitting both of these players. Bella and Anatan might be in for it. They got to take down that Beastie mass if they're looking to win this game.
What you do as Anatan and BC, right? Anatan and Bella right now, you just buy time, right? You just aged up. You want to get your knight upgrade. You want, like, she has 23 knights. You want to get the royal bloodlines. That is like the most important upgrade right now to get, right? So you just buy some time. You get all your upgrades, and then you just go.
And I think, with a lot of the army that they have right now, and Beastie now starting to make units now, they hit the King's Palace button. He's just doing some villager killing. I mean, Deep Shine sitting at 34 villagers. A lot of villagers got killed by her, but BC's trying to even the score here. Some of these longbowmen, a lot of these Delhi villagers are ending up going down. Delhi villager losses are very consequential because of the fact that he's only on one town center. He doesn't have any stone for a keep, doesn't have village fortresses, so he can't get that endless supply of Delhi villagers that we've all seen. Now Beastie hitting Castle Age. You can see, if we take a look at what he is doing, the first thing that he does is get that veteran longbowman upgrade, and when you have all of these longbowmen, that's very helpful. Veteran Royal Knights from Bella trying to get a raid over here on this King's Palace. Looks like Canton Saddles is being researched by her, and Wedge Rivets, but I don't see Royal Bloodlines yet. Bella just having that little bit of gold. She needs 490 to get that Royal Bloodlines upgrade, and if you're making Royal Institute, you're going to need that upgrade to make that landmark worth it.
Yeah, and keep in mind, BC has the Abbey, right? So he has no console wall. That means the upgrade does take 1 minute instead of the 30 seconds, right? So these longbows will take a while until the upgrade finishes.
Yeah, it looks like he's got another 15 seconds. Arguably the longest 15 seconds of his life, along with balanced projectiles, making those longbowmen hit Eddie harder now. And Castle Age, if I remember correctly, they do have a base damage of 8. Complemented with the balanced projectiles, they're going to be able to hit for 10 on a lot of these lancers that you're going to be dealing 5 damage a pop. He's going to be able to try to kite, trying to get down some of these Royal Knights. Royal Knights do have that pseudo Imperial upgrade, so with these spearmen, they will be taking a decent amount of hits from BC spearmen, but might end up going down just because of that counter. Castle Age spearmen still waiting for Beastie. We got about another 15 seconds, but a lot of his spearmen end up going down. Bella with an excellent flank around the northern side. Going to be able to surround some of these longbowmen. We have some pathing issues around gold mines. It's very difficult in this game when you have solid structures. The pathing just becomes absolutely abhorrent. But Bella going to be able to delay that, get around, and going to be able to take down a lot of these longbowmen with a good charge on the north side. This was excellent.
I mean, this is just an absolutely cleanup, right? Like, they're just losing everything right here. And I don't see how this game is not over in the next 3 minutes, to be honest. Because they just lost everything, right? And Deep Shine is... her eco is not that great, right? Even though she has that many relics. And Bella and Anatan managed to not lose that much. They had a lot of idle time, right? But they didn't end up losing the villagers, right? So it's always better to have idle time instead of losing them, right? Because you're not going to get resources either way in the actual time. But as soon as you defended the raid, you can send your villagers back to work. So there's still a 20 economy difference. There's a big army difference. There's a big upgrade difference. So right now is the time where Anatan and Bella should just push and finish the game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, military count is about double for Bella and Anatan. It's 89 to 46, and you got to remember Bella has a lot of those very population efficient units with 29 veteran Royal Knights, and they prove to be a problem. for Beastie.
Yeah.
I know Beastie does not have a keep yet, so he still just has network castles, doesn't have network citadels yet. So that 20%, I don't know if it's going to be enough against a lot of these Royal Knights. Some archers going to be able to round out the back for Anatan, targeting the Spearmen as well as they could. Spearmen, again, Town Center providing pathing issues, have to work all the way around back. Some of these Longbowmen are going to end up getting in duress by some of these veteran Royal Knights, and the archers just being able to clean up these veteran spearmen so well. Knights, just because of how much health they have, just take so many spearmen braces, so many crossbowmen bolts, where those archers are relatively untouched out of the back. Military count continuing to be in favor of Bella and Anatan. Anatan continuing to make units, a lot of them being spearmen. Bella continuing on the Knights, the farm fields for English that provide so much food for them and efficiency for them had to be vacated for just a little bit. BC and Deepshine did end up repelling, with Deepshine's forces, his Knights coming back to try to help out a little bit as reinforcements. But what do you think? I mean, do you think the damage was done by them, or do you think BC and Deepshine were able to keep themselves in the game?
I mean, they didn't lose basically anything, right? Before the dive, they were down 20 eco. Now they're down 16 eco. I'm super surprised that this fight was not a cleanup, right? Like, there were 30 Knights with 310 HP each. On top of that, there were a lot of army by Anotant as well. And still, right? The Sacred Site is not captured. There's no win condition going on right now. So now, you have an HRE player with 3+ relics. On top of that, you have an English player being on 2 town centers again now. So the eco difference, counting the relics in, is not there anymore, and it will grow, right? And now you have French with Royal Bloodlines, right? But, like, if you go for Royal Bloodlines, for Royal Institute overall, you want to win the game, right? You want to win the game right now. You want to have one big fight, you clean up, and the game is over, right? But now, because that was not the case, there's no scalability, right? There's no guild hall behind it, scaling up the resources. So yeah, I think Beastie is in a good spot for now.
Yeah, I think that hold really helped. You know, I mean, a lot of the times it was Bella and Anatan. They took that good fight, Bella with that good charge around those Longbowmen, and we were like, hey, you got to go now. But going in front of where the English Town Center is, maybe not the best of situations. I mean, Deepshine is already crippled in the economic sense. King goes down, and like I say a lot, what's a king without a crown, and not going to be able to get a lot of those healing areas. Some crossbowmen going to be able to help against those Iron Chad men-at-arms, which have so much armor. I'm surprised they can move around at all. Anatan trying to get a keep around this sacred site on the eastern side, not going to be able to do it. Loses a lot of villagers. It looks like they're just scattered corpses all the way around. Longbowmen continuing to kite where these Delhi archers are, and I think this is a situation when you're up against the English Longbowmen, you might be thinking, hey, I would love a good tower of victory right about now. What do you think?
Yeah, and it's the first time in the game actually that Beastie and Deepshine has the army lead, right? So back to the dive, I think attacking Beastie here was probably the wrong target, right? Like, the HRE eco is like on one spot, right? You have the farms around the chapel. Yeah, I think attacking the HRE would have been probably the better play. Like, how many relics are we on now? I see 5, 3 in the Ragnets, 2 in the towers. So yeah, the eco is just straight up better for them right now.
And I mean, it begs the question for Deepshine too. Now that Beastie has created a little bit of room to breathe for Deepshine, she is doing a decent job at extending out a little bit with the keep, getting boiling oil, trying to establish some of these gold mines. Even though she does have relics, it is going to take a decent amount of gold. I'm expecting a Deep Age Imperial, or Deepshine Imperial Age at some point, because you're at 46 villagers. I'm telling you, you get that Swabia, you're going to see that villager lead go up, or that villager count go up to 100 pretty quick.
Yeah, also another important part to mention is we have farms from Beastie, we have farms from Deepshine. I don't think we have any farms from Anotant, and I don't think we have a lot of farms from Bella either. So we have a few here and there, right? But compared to the other team, the farm transition is really painful as Delhi and as French, right? Well, it's way better for the HRE and English, obviously.
Oh, yeah. I mean, English, you get those farms at 37 wood each. You know, I mean, all you have to do is chop down a tree or two, and all of a sudden you have infinite food for days,
Yeah.
and you don't have to leave your base. For Anatan and Bella, they have a lot of these food-heavy units. You know, these crossbowmen, 80 food. You know, these spearmen, 60 food. Bella adding knights, which if she does have the keep around her stables, they end up being 105 food, but they're still or 112, excuse me, but they still end up being a decent amount. And don't look now, Beastie
Berkshire is coming up.
adding a Berkshire that has 14 and a half tiles of range. It can hit you from the next town over.
Yeah. And I think as soon as Beast is Imperial, they have all their upgrades, right? Deepshine should also get to Imperial relative soon, right? Because Beastie, what is he making? He's making Spearman, Crossbow, Men-at-Arm, right? He's making mainly infantry, and as the English, you always end up floating a lot of food, right? So you can also just send some food over to Deepshine. She can also get a fast H4, scaling that economy herself. And I think Anotant and Bella are kind of dead. Because, I mean, they had a big window, right? Like, they were dictating the game for the first 3 minutes. I think the biggest mistake was not to go for the sacred sites, right? They took down the town center. They're even economically. They have map control. They have knights. Just go for the sacred site. Use your win conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if they were able to do that, make sure they walled, make sure they had all of that sacred site composure, we could see a sacred site timer that maybe should have ended 12 minutes ago, right? So you can see that a lot of this part of the game, a lot of this late part of the game, wouldn't have had the potential to happen in the first place. The great thing about Berkshire, it does continue to act as a keep, so you're going to be able to pump out any unit of your choosing while you're going to be able to shoot. Look at this tile of rain. I'm scanning over here. I can't see the end of it just by having that Berkshire in the middle. It's just absolutely absurd. I don't know how long the bows are that Berkshire. They gotta be a story long, by the way. They're shoot that far. But Beastie gonna be able to have some of these spearmen, some of these men-at-arms that make Bella's economy a little bit idle. Both have been sitting on one town center. I know we talked about Deepshine getting crippled. She was at about 20-some villagers a long time ago, about 22 villagers. Deepshine has about the same villagers as Anatan because he's been constantly put under pressure.
Yeah, and now on top of that, she can go Imperial Age, right? And then, yeah, the game is over, right? Like, their win condition was in the first 15 to 20 minutes. Like, that one big push where Bella had like 30 knights with the Royal Bloodlines, that's where you have to end the game. That's your win condition, right? You get the landmark for these strong knights, that's where you should close out the game. And again, I think going for Beastie was a really big mistake, right? They should have just completely destroyed the HRE base, and then it's 1v2, right? So what is Beastie going to do?
Yeah, I think that, and especially, I mean, take a look at this. When they did go at Deepshine, they decimated her.
Yeah, and when they went for Beastie, he barely lost a single villager, right?
His ability, Beastie's ability to hold, whether as the English or civilization, separates some of the really top tier professional players from people like, I mean, their ability to defend, make sure their economy stays alive, make amount of military that they need to hold while still having it's a line that you need a professional trapeze artist. But luckily for that, BC has balanced on a couple lines.
Yeah, and again, I'm super surprised that BC ended up winning this game, right? Like, he lost the town center in the first 10 minutes, right? They were up 3 villagers only, being on a 2 town center for a little while. And then they did so much damage to Deepshine, right? And I'm asking myself, where did it go wrong, right? And I think the biggest problem, again, is not taking the sacred sites, because you have the win condition, you have the map control, just wall off the sites, play sacred site win condition.
Yeah, I mean, and we could have been knee deep in the game too, right about now, if that ended up being the case. But for game number 1 ends up being, that little bit longer. We saw a Berkshire performance, absolutely stellar play by Beastie and Deepshine. We're going to be heading into game number 2, which is on Himiyama. We've seen Himiyama once in our last series, and for someone, we took a look at before the civs from Deepshine and at Beastie, and we were like, wow, HRE and English, I'm not really sure what you're going to do. It takes a little bit of stalling to end up hitting that power spike and Castle Age and all that kind of stuff. What kind of civilizations do you expect of Beastie and Deepshine to go? Do you think they're still going to want to go with that quote-unquote defensive playstyle? Because
no,
I know Bella. She's a Knight Civ player. She loves getting Knights. She loves getting in your face, and she's good at it. We saw that. She was able to get a good flank on Longbowman. So BC and Deepshine, they got to be expecting a little bit of aggression here.
Okay, Tim, we're gonna do a little learning right now, right?
I'd love to learn.
We saw Himeyama earlier. So, what did you learn from the previous game from the other series on Himeyama? What is important?
Map control.
Exactly. So, what should you pick here?
I'm gonna go with aggression.
So, you either get French or JD or Ruse, at least in my opinion, right? So, BC played English. They cannot play English anymore. So I think what Anatan. Okay, we already see the civs, right? So that's not what I was expecting. I mean, we have one. I mean, we saw the game earlier, right? And we saw the problems Marilot and Wehrman had. So, I mean, we have one Knight Civ. That's great. On top of that, we also have Mali. Ottoman Byzantines on the other side. I mean, they will be aggressive as well, right? You have the Sipahi. And again, the woodlines are really small. The map is hard to wall, right? You want to be aggressive. That's what I was trying to point out.
Right. And I like how you went step by step with me, and you were like, okay, I mean, let's just strip it down to the bare essentials, and
we're here to get you to conquer at one point, right?
Hey man, I'm good at other stuff. Okay. But I mean, with Roos and Mali, you still have an aggressive potential, right? I mean, Roos is your Knight Civ. Mali can make a copious amount of other garbage. You can see all of the elite units that they have. They still have archers. They can make them. They have javelin throwers. They can make stuff like that. I wasn't expecting to see Ottomans being played today. I know. I think it's Bella, if I remember correctly. Joy's the Ottoman. She's a good Ottoman player. Are you expecting Sipahi?
Anatan is playing a lot of Ottoman himself, right? Mm-hmm. But since Bella's map Civ pool is probably a bit thinner spread, I'm pretty sure Bella is going to play Ottomans, and Anatan is going to be on the Byzantines. But I think it's just going to be straight up aggression, right? You don't want Malian to get that co-boom going. I expect I expect Dark Age Military School be annoying on the gold, like from the get-go. Then I will expect a lot of Sipahi, followed by either javelin throwers from Byzantine or longbows, right? But because Malian can also make javelin throwers, I don't think you want to mirror that when you basically can only make a limited amount. So I think it's going to be longbows for Byzantine and a lot of Sipahi by Bella.
And when you're facing a civilization, though, that has to have, with Rus, that has to have knights, Sipahi and longbowmen. I mean, you got to with those Byzantine longbowmen. I'm expecting you're going to see some Limitanei in there, right?
Yeah, for sure, right? Like you can only make a limited amount anyway from the longbowmen, right? So you have resources to spend otherwise. So you can make a Limitanei, you can make horsemen yourself. But I think the main goal here for Anatan and Bella is going to be as aggressive as possible, right? Because you want to punish that cow boom. You want to be aggressive, right? You don't want them to get wood. They need wood for the production, for the cattle ranches. Then Malian just need time, right? And I think if Mali gets to that point where the cow boom is online, then you start having a problem. But I think that the early game should be dictated by Anatan and Bella.
Yeah, I think, with how Bella and Anatan played that first game, and especially on a map like Himeyama, maybe they try to do some of the second one. Game 2 is ready to go. We're ready to dive right in. Oh my god, the game's paused. It stalled it just for me. Just kidding. I hit the pause button myself because I'm the production beastie. Spawning in as the color yellow, playing as the Rus, Deepshine being the Malian, spawning in the southwestern part of the map as the color orange. Now with Bella on these Ottomans, you're exactly right. Dark Age. Here are these villagers, purple Ottoman villagers, going to be able to make that military school right off the bat. And, I don't know about you, but I don't see a lot of Ottomans in general in a 1v1 situation. And why do you think that is? Are they one of the weaker civs in 1v1s now?
I don't think Ottoman is too bad at all. I think people just kind of sleeping on them. Like, I think from the top players, Arnotant is like one of the most who plays them. SAS is also playing a lot of Ottomans, but I think people are just not playing them too much right now. I don't think they're necessarily bad. Um, yeah, I don't know what's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, they did get in one of the most recent patches. The military schools got a little bit better, right? As you can see, instead of or military production speed, instead of 4.75 times, I'm pretty sure it's 4.5 now. So it's a little bit better. The spearmen in Dark Age come out a little bit quicker, which can help you out. I remember everybody was playing Ottomans, and this was back like season 6, early season 7 kind of material. And then they got nerfed a little bit, and everyone just kind of threw them away. Right? So
Yeah.
I think we're still in that kind of throwaway stage where it's like, not, it might not be that bad, but I think everyone's just used to seeing Ottomans a lot, or they're just wanting to play something else, something new. Bella is one of the Ottoman players who, legitimately, I have seen her play in Whammons Cup. I've seen her play in Whammons League. Her Ottomans is something to be feared.
Do you know why that is?
Why is that, Core? Tell me.
Because she's getting coached by SAS. And his Ottomans is also good, right? So the circle is closing. But if
Wow.
you look at the map spawn, first of all, it's good that Deep Shine's gold is in between their bases and not right side of a base. And on top of that, there's 2 deer close to the gold from the Malians, right? So I'm kind of thinking maybe Beastie is going to put the Kremlin there to protect the pit mine to get some safe food. But then on the other side, I'm not sure again.
Yeah, it might prove to be a little bit challenging. We do have, for the Malians, like you said, this gold mine over here on the western side. Beastie's gold mine, a little bit protected. Does have the Kremlin here. This is going to add a little bit of added protection. We talked about Kremlin versus Golden Gate in 2v2, and a lot of people seem to be going with the Kremlin, which is adding that little bit of defense. You can use militia in a lot of these 2v2 situations. Mansa Quarry going to be coming in for Deep Shine, going to be adding a little bit of gold per minute. Grand Winery going to be adding in for Anatand, obviously very correctly having it 2 tiles away, so you're going to be able to get a decent amount of farms around that area. And Bella just clicked with the twin minaret Madrase, and I know for the Ottomans, when you are making this landmark, you want to make sure it's not too close to this, or rather just a small micro difference, but having it too close to these berry bushes, because those villagers will start to wander.
Yeah. Regarding the landmarks, I think the twin minaret is like the biggest surprise. The other 3 are kind of obvious, right? But I think the trade landmark, what is it called from the Ottomans? I think that's
Sultani Trade Network, I
yeah,
believe.
something like that. Yeah. I think that's rising in popularity as well. So yeah. I think that's even better, right? Because you're going to be aggressive anyway, right? So you will end up having the map control. So why do you need safe food at home if you have the map control, right? And if you get the Sultani trade network thing, you also have passive gold that you can get more upgrades for free, right? It's all about being like super aggressive, right? So if you don't have to mine gold for upgrades, you will have more units, right?
No, you're exactly right. I mean, you're going to be able to produce a decent amount of units, and I've seen people with that trade network as well. You're able to stall traders in there, and I've seen, in 1v1s, maybe there's a fast castle aspect to it, but it's very difficult for Okay. Everybody should be able to refresh. I'm sorry for that little bit of a hiccup. Hold on just a second. I'm going to tell everybody to refresh and hit that F5 key. I am terribly sorry for that one. It looks like my OBS tried to stop working. But Core, I'm about to hit the play button. You ready to get going? We're about 5 minutes into this one. All right. So with everybody hitting feudal age here, Bella doing a little bit of walling out of the Ottoman Empire first. You're going to try to protect that wood line because we know for the Ottoman Empire, although these buildings are a little bit less wood, instead of 150, they're 100, you do need a decent amount of them to get that Ottoman payoff.
I'm surprised she's going for walls, right? Because they are going to be the aggressor. So why are you walling? You want to invest all your resources right now into being as aggressive as possible. Because you don't want the Malian to get their cows going. You don't want the Malian to be on 2 pit mines. You don't want them to be able to mine gold at all, right? So instead of having this wall, because we don't see any units out of BC or Deepshine, right? So instead of having these walls, you could have a production building already going. These walls could be an archer as well, right? You just want to be as efficient as possible.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, for all these walls that come in, and it's a little bit. It might be like 50 wood plus 25 for the gate, so 75 some worth of wood. But you're exactly right. I mean, that's an archery range. That's whatever to get your ground up and running. Where BC and Deepshine obviously going for the more economic approach. BC does have professional scouts as the roost, and it's really important with those bounty changes. Yeah, you get 350 food, right? But for the gold, you get 1 gold for every 10 food now for the roost bounty. So every deer, it's 350 food, but it's 35 gold instead of 10 for just killing a deer in Dark Age. So professional scouts becomes that much better for them.
Yeah, that's correct. And we can also see the Byzantine are prepping the longbows. And that's the thing, right? Like Deepshine right now, she's mining gold with 8 or 9 guys, right? But Bella already has spearmen on the field. What are we waiting for, right? Your spearmen are supposed to be on the gold. There's no reason for them to be allowed to mine gold at all.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, just where this Malian player is, and I'm pretty sure, just in terms of, she does have an archery range as a production building. She has 1 or 2 javelin throwers, but that's kind of it.
Look at that. There's 4 ranches already. 1 is already full. That's illegal, right? To be like, she's so greedy. That's 400 wood in ranches. That's 500 wood right now. 5th ranch being built, and that's also 4 cows. That's so many resources. Yeah, I think Bella should have been way more aggressive with the spearman.
Yeah, and the spearman now, we're at about 7.5 minutes into this game, and the spearman now starting to move around the other side, trying to get to where this pit mine is. Deepshine does have a lot of gold. She's got 10 villagers on gold. She's got a couple pit mines that are helping her out over there on the western side as well. Spearman trying to get down and dirty with it. Javelin throwers with enough base damage going to help. Looks like Beastie going to be adding knights into his repertoire, into his arsenal, just to try to make sure these longbowmen get casted away. And look at that from Anatan. 8 minutes into the game, Core. Only a few longbowmen, only a couple limits in A, but there's a Kurosifan getting built.
Yeah, but what are you going to push?
Yeah.
Like what are you trying to push right now? There's no second PC in front of your face. Like, you can try to take down 1 production building, but I think the Ram is a horrible play, right? But the way how greedy Deepshine is playing, that should not be allowed. She's mining so much gold. How many cows does she have?
Looks like, let's take a look. He's got.
Yeah, we have 10 cows already. Like, that is super illegal, Tim. We're at the 8-minute mark.
That's somebody called the cops. That's just that's so illegal.
Call 911.
Yeah, I mean, and she's going to be able to fill up these cows. She's got enough for that corral too as well. I mean, even with how much gold that she has, all right, she's sitting on about 600 gold. So even though she got forced off, right, and a lot of these villagers are going to go to the town center and drop off, garrison up, get all the gold that she has. All of these cows that are in the queue, look at them all. We got another 4 in the queue.
And also this ranch placement. Like, why do you not build it behind your base? Why do you build it to the side, right? Like, that's maximum greed. But yeah, I mean, it seems to work out, so props to her, I guess.
Yeah, well, that's the thing too. I mean, part of the beauty of this game is how greedy can you get without getting punished for it, right? Because the economy ends up becoming the defining factor in what you end up winning. So she was able to do this. She was able to do it just essentially because she was allowed to, So we're going to see that powerful Malian power spike as Beastie and Anatan are kind of dipping their toes in each other's water trying to get a villager down, and that's one down for Anatan. He's trying to kill some scouts over here that are getting professional, but my god, poor. Look at all of these deer carcasses. He's making deer become an endangered species because of how much he's able to pick them up.
Yeah, and I mean, now he has great food income under his town center, right? Now he's just going to be able to make a lot of knights. On top of the Deep Shine, her food income is also like good, right? She has a solid amount of cost already, so she can also make units right now. And the army difference is not that huge, right? Like now, Anatan is trying to make the ram towards the Malian base, trying to take down the pitman. But like, there's a decent amount of knights already on the field. We have 7 knights on the field. We have 4 more coming, right? And Malian has the best counter, right, with the javelin throws to the range units. So these longbows should get heavily prioritized, target here by Deep Shine.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, obviously they will be successfully taken down. I think we're seeing how powerful professional scouts just because of that. All of these deer packs that are able to get taken, you know, by Roos, and just because there's enough safe ones. There's not only 2 safe ones, you know, like there is in a 1v1 situation. There's multiple, and you can see BC's bounty. He's up. He's got over 500 gold out of the duration of this game, and he's gotten it for free. That's 5 nights worth of gold.
Yeah. Can you quickly check Bella's base? How many military schools are we on?
Take a look. Bella.
Okay, we have 1 school, correct? Yes.
Yeah, it looks like just that
So-
one school. She hasn't really gotten any stone.
Their delay, their attack field's already delayed, and being on 1 school right now makes it even worse, in my opinion, right? Because setting up the schools, like, they're expensive, right? So there are 2 approaches of the game. You can just be like super aggressive and skip military schools, or you just want to get both of them, right? But going for 1, yeah. Are you lagging out again?
No, I don't think so. I mean, for a lot of these military schools, you're exactly right. Just getting one, it's just getting one or the other, right? I mean, either go no military school or try to get as many as you possibly can. A lot of these archers from Deep China are going to help against those limited tenades. Javelin throwers are a little bit slower, so those archers are going to be providing from some bonus damage, which is going to help. But military lead in favor of Bella and Antan, 64-40. We talked about Deep Shine and how greedy she was getting.
Yeah, and look at the placement. Like, now you see what I was talking about, right? These cows are getting grilled.
And that's,
And
I mean,
where's Beastie's army? Like, it's a 1v2 right now.
yeah, I kind of hope Deep Shine likes her steak well done, because that's what a lot of these cattle carcasses are going to end up doing. Beastie does have a lot of knights up around the north side, and it looks like he's trying to provide some attack on reinforcements. But I think, you know, it's not necessarily about adding more units
he's
here.
just way too late, right? Like,
Right.
Deep Shine is losing everything. She's losing eco, she's losing the cows, she's losing her army, and Beastie is just completely out of position.
Yeah,
So great
exactly.
attack here by Anatan and Della. Completely caught Deep Shine here in being super greedy, making all these cows forward. And yeah, no, I mean, she lost a lot of eco, right? She also lost the cows. She has to eat them again to place the ranches again there. So great damage dealt here. And Beast is also kind of losing a lot of his knights, right?
Yeah, the Sapahi actually doing a decent job of holding their own, you know, against these knights in the limit today from Anatan. Obviously, helping out. It looks like there's a decent amount of them kind of scurrying around the town center trying to find some knights to take down. So Beastie just can't straight up A-move and take a fight, right? Bella is down to 26 villagers and not a lot of cattle left.
You mean Deep Shine, right? Not Bella.
I'm sorry, Deep Shine. Excuse me.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, that's what you get for being as greedy as she was, right? I spoke about it a few times. The approach was just so greedy, and you have to expect the Byzantine and the Ottomans to be super aggressive, right? There will be a lot of units. You cannot just go for like 6 ranges at the first 5 minutes and you can already start filling them up. You have to make units. You have to make a lot of production buildings. You have to respect, right? Because the goal is not to get the cattle as fast as possible. The goal is to not die while getting 1 cattle here, 1 cattle there, right?
Mm-hmm. No, you're exactly right. I mean, and now, now she's stuck cleaning up the mess, right? All of these carcasses have to get collected at some point. Beastie, maybe a little bit of a saving grace for Deep Shine, is going to be going up and going up with the high trade house. I can't imagine too much in the way of a gold per minute, but it's really nice because of the high bounty that is there. Having 950 some, 960 bounty, 70 keeping going up means those hunting cabins are going to operate very well, generating 40% gold and ticking just a little bit quicker. So hopefully with Beastie sitting at 50 villagers and professional scouts with a high food income, Beastie's going to have to carry this game for a little bit while Deep Shine licks her wounds.
Yeah, and he has 20 knights, right? These knights are about to get upgraded. I hope he's also getting the Boreas 42 upgrade out of the blacksmith that provides like 20 additional hit points to your knights, right? Like he has a lot of knights right now. And Anatan's army is like kind of out of position. He's also starting to take some damage. He's getting forced some idle time here.
Yeah, and I think some of these limits today, I mean, there were some that were popping out of barracks, but that's pretty much it. Main town center doesn't have any room for any more villagers. Anatan trying to get a wall up. Another villager going down. Bella going to be trying to help Anatan out with a lot of Sapahi. They do have the speed and will end up chasing Beastie in the opposite direction. But now those knights, just like you said, those knights are now of the Castle Age variety. And we have Boyar's Fortitude increasing that health by another 25. It's not necessarily...
Oh, it's actually 25.
Yeah, it used to be 20 if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily royal bloodlines, but that extra 25 health it's a big deal.
Of course, right? 25, it's like a small royal bloodlines, basically, right?
And a little bit cheaper.
Yeah.
So just having the ability to have a little extra health, and you got to remember this works on every horseback unit. So if BC wants to transition away from knights, maybe going to horsemen, it adds also to the warrior monks that we should probably be seeing. We could see him with multiple scout packs trying to come in. I see a monastery where he's trying to pick up relics as well, trying to get a raid over here, but Bella's doing a good job of walling. That south walling finally end up paying off, and just because of the raids that Beastie had, look at this economic count right now, Core. It's not that far away.
Yeah. I like what Bella is doing though. She's straight up going for Janissaries, right? Like Beastie has the scary army for now, right? Like Deep Shine is still licking her wounds. So yeah, going for the Janissaries is probably a great call here. I would like to see some more military schools getting added for her, right? You can, like, it's just a free unit here and there, right?
Yeah, and over time, you know, with 17 minutes into the game, you know, those military schools, a lot of these units are studying for a long time. They end up being, I don't know, 6 or 7 extra units that you wouldn't have had before. So absolutely, I agree. With these Janissaries, the one thing about them, I mean, obviously, they're very powerful against a lot of these knights. I mean, they have 16 damage, 16 bonus to cavalry, but they just got to catch up to them. We'll see if Bella's going to be able to use that, or force Beastie and Deep Shine to take a fight where Beastie can't continuously run away. Because that's really the power of these knights, and that's why we see a lot of knights in a 2v2 setting. It's because of that mobility. If you're forcing them to take a fight, to stand and take a fight, those Janissaries will provide their special version of hell.
Yeah, and look at Beastie's food. That's crazy.
Yeah.
He could almost go Imperial Age if he had the gold.
And with the, he's continuing to take deer. Look at his bounty right now. He's at about 15. He got 1,500 gold for free.
I wonder if he's just going to go Imperial here, because he's not making anything right now, right?
I mean, if you're this Roost player, you know, and you were making knights, and now your opponent is making a lot of Janissaries, I could think of a gunner. Right, I could think of a gunner boy that works a little bit better and is a little bit cheaper.
But like he is going Imperial, right? Like he's not making anything. But like Deep, can we check the Malian base again? Are we back on cow menu? Okay, we're not. she's still eating. She's trying to age up, but the kettles are blocking. And Paskaya Tower is actually coming in. So there is some defensive tool coming up for Beastie here.
Wow, look at that! I wasn't expecting to see a Spassky today, but taking a look at it. Obviously, it's your Imperial landmark. It already has all the weapon emplacements with it, and obviously, it's a very tanky building. 10,000 health out of this Spassky Tower. But the most important thing, or maybe not, is that these villagers will now be able to build stone walls when that Spassky Tower is getting created. So if something were to happen where gold becomes difficult for them, they need extra gold, they need to trade, some stone walls might be beneficial.
Yeah, and I think Anatan is building a second TC in the north. Kind of hidden outside of his base. Yeah, he just finished that. So there will be some economic scaling because again, Deep Shine is on the cows, right? Providing a lot of passive food income. So I like with the approach here from Western to go into a second TC himself.
Yeah, and especially, I mean, in this hidden area, it's probably going to be unpunished too, right? I mean, unless you're actively scouting it and trying to find it, you're probably not going to be able to see it. BC does have the safe gold mine. Anatan and Bella just saw that Beastie hit Imperial Age, and they're probably like, what the hell just happened? Like, how is he able to do that? Making so many knights, I mean, he's got 15, and then we're probably going to see a production queue, maybe a little bit of a change, or if he wants to go Imperial Knights, he obviously has the ability to. He has 6 relics, plus everything that came out of professional scouts. He is going to be able to hit that Imperial Knight upgrade and just make a copious amount of them if he so chooses. And it could take down, even though these Janissaries are very good against cavalry, you might need a mobile unit like a cavalry unit to try to take down some of that free siege that Bella has.
I think we've been here before. Like the cattles are just going to die again. Like that's why you don't want to build your cow landmark left from your base, either right from your base. You want to build it behind your base to have some protection, right? But this is going to be a scary push here. We have one mangonel out on the field, and Deep Shine is kind of alone again. She's getting kind of targeted here, and BC is again waiting. He's obviously waiting to finish his upgrades, right? You don't want to just invest for 3,600 resources and then another 1.5k to get your Imperial upgrades and then fight without them, right? So he's just trying to buy time, and as soon as his upgrades are kicking in, we will see a big fight here.
And that's exactly what happens at 295 health. These Elite Knights, I haven't seen Biology come in for him. So these are just a base Imperial Knights. He did get the pole arm upgrade, and you can see some of those axes. You can see the difference at 36 damage with that pole axe. But the thing of it is, these Janissaries are cutting through them like a knife through hot butter. And a lot of these knights are going to end up get taken down. The Beasties, Knights, the Deep Shines, Archers. You can see this military count on the top part of your screen continuing to dwindle. And these Janissaries essentially haven't been touched.
Yeah, in this case, you should have definitely focused the mech terror, right? Providing that much attack speed. You either want to focus it with the Javelin Throwers or with your Town Center, right? Because having that mech terror alive is like a huge difference, actually, for the Janissaries, right? So... But, I mean, what are they going to do now, right? They have 17 army against almost 100, so I think they're just grilled.
Yeah, I think so, too.
I mean, she's trying to... yeah, like, what do you do here?
Well, Deep Shine has 34 villagers. I'm just highlighting 32 of them. So that's pretty much all she's got in terms of economy. That doesn't come from a building. I know Malians are one of those civilizations that, yeah, you might be okay on less villagers, but having 30 while everybody else has 70 to 80 might prove to be rather challenging. And this just proves to see, is Beastie going to be able to, in Imperial Age, is he going to be able to deal with this? And I think with just Knights, Bella and Anatan have the civs that are going to be able to deter Knights no matter what age or what improvements they have.
Nah, if BC is winning this game, there's no way. There's no way they win this. Like, Deep Shine is on 9 workers. They are on 30 army combined. Not even a miracle can happen here.
Yeah, 9's not that many. I can count that high. So
9.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's too much. You know, Deep Shine's gonna end up going down. All these buildings that are providing her any kind of income whatsoever gonna end up going down. A lot of what's in her town center isn't even villagers. They're actually just units. So they will go down. There's a nice little cattle carcass farm. You don't really get farms from the carcasses. You just get them from the normal cattle, and there's about 5 cows that are alive. Beastie, though, relatively untouched. You know, you love to see it. He's at about 88 villagers.
No, stop, Tim. There's no way he's going to win this to 1v2.
Can you listen? This is the job of a caster. You got to make sure people are entertained for the duration of the game. You know, you want to be like, hey, maybe there's this, maybe there's that.
No, Tim,
but
stop. There's no maybe. Like,
okay.
He's not playing against gold players, right? He's playing against Bella and Anatan.
This is Deep Shine's last villager.
Yeah. And there's no town center. She will not have a single villager this game, right? I played 1 2v2 in the past with Beastie, where he just let me die and won the game alone against 2 golds, right? But these are not 2 golds, let's be honest.
No, they are not.
There's no way he's gonna do it. No way. No way. No, wait, Tim. Don't start.
But maybe, I mean, if
No,
I'm
no,
kidding.
maybe.
I'm
No.
kidding. I'm kidding.
No, maybe.
No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I mean, this is gonna be tough. You know,
What I want to see right now from Anatan is going over with 20 villagers and eat all these cows.
yeah, just a little bit. Hey, I mean, I don't know if the Byzantine Empire ever has a chance to eat red meat or have any kind of beef products, but now could be your opportunity. I mean, Anatan's just throwing units into any particular area where the Rus base is. These militia are of military or of imperial stature, excuse me, having 155 health and 17 attack. That's actually pretty good. You're kind of surprised how good they're able to be, and I think that's kind of the strength of the Kremlin as we're waiting for this game to wind down. The strength of these Kremlin militia is they do scale, so the Kremlin ends up being an advantageous landmark throughout every age, and I think that makes some of the best feudal landmarks out there.
Yeah, correct. Kremlin is just never a wrong choice.
No. I mean,
It's
especially
funny that these cows are still providing food, being next to that landmark. I mean, it's not dead yet, right? It's burning down, but...
yeah, +4. Hell yeah.
I mean, if she has a market, she could provide some food to BC, right?
And,
She has 900.
I would say, you know, having a market might help, but she doesn't have a villager that can build it. She doesn't have a villager that can
exactly.
repair her landmark.
So technically, BC has to repair her TC now, so she's able... no, she has a market. She just sent everything to BC.
Oh, yeah. There's the Deep Shine marker right there, and he's like, you know what? Have at it. See what you can do. Deep Shine will head off maybe and try to get into game number 3. A lot of these keeps the Spassky providing a little bit of relief. They did decap the Sacred Site, and Tan and Bella did because the Sacred Site timer was actually ticking. BC did have both of them. Bella just making sure that Deep Shine is fully dead.
Oh, she's sending the cows. The herd is coming over.
Look at them go.
Let's get over.
You can hear those cowbells too. What's honestly Age of Empires 4? One thing that it really needed was more cowbell, and I'm very glad that it ended up getting it. Manticore will be now. This is passive income, you know, from Deep China. We'll be able to send a little bit of gold, but this Manticore will be going down from all the gunpowder, you know, and Sapahi. And I think for both Anatan and Bella, they have a military count of 131 to 37. I think it's just a matter of time. Basically, both of them get pop capped. They get to their total amount and then just drive into BC's base and see what happens.
Yeah.
I think BC's trying to do a last ditch effort with some of this bombard. He has some elite knights, some Streltsy trying to help him out. There's just too many spearmen here. What are you gonna do, man?
Again, I repeat, there is no way.
Yeah,
Like Bella's army is not even there, right? Like this is just Anatan's part, and yeah. I mean, he might end up taking an okay fight here, right? But the reinforcements, like all these knights are like 1 HP. Look at them. They're basically like all one shot. And what does he have? Like the game should be over now. 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 Like, yeah. I mean, it's beastly, right? He does his thing, but let's be honest.
I mean,
I don't see it happening.
I'm telling you right now. I know that there's no way, Core. Okay, but
Yes.
if BC did pull this off, I'm shutting the stream down. We're good. I'm not casting the rest of this. I'd be like, well, I just saw the best game I'm ever gonna see, so what's the point?
Yeah, let's move on. Let's just give him the prize pool and let's go next tournament.
Right. And, you know, I mean, like, he's trying to get into Anatan's base over here. You know, a lot of this outpost doesn't have the Mangonel upgrade. You got to remember, Anatan is still in Castle Age, so these Longbowmen, these Limitine, are still of the Castle Age variety. These Elite Knights have 354 health, so not exactly as much as the French Royal Knights. They have 394, if I remember correctly, just because of the fact that Royal Bloodlines is as good as it does. But this poleaxe, providing a decent amount of damage, these Knights are going to be able to come in here. Bella's forces on the south side, making sure that Deep Shine is very dead and very buried. She does have that pit mine, adding just that little bit of gold per minute to sling to BC.
I'm surprised Bella's army is like completely out of position since like 5 minutes. She makes it closer than it should ever be.
Yeah,
Because Anatan is actually starting to lose eco, right? He has like no army, and Bella is just like, okay, you have a Like, Malian has 0 villagers, right? What is she supposed to do?
Right.
And now Beastie is going for, like... There's no way, Tim. This can't happen. Like, why is Bella grieving? Where is she?
I mean, all she has to do is just A move into the base, right? Or at least I would think so. Anyway.
Yeah, like, but why do you clean the Malian base for 5 minutes? Vacuum cleaning the entire floor there. Like, just go next.
He's just hoovering, trying to get rid of
Yeah.
all these houses and stuff. I think she's kind of expecting Deepshine to do a rebuild, and this is one of the interesting differences as Beastie does get a keep up here. So these olive groves become null and void. The starting town center from Anatan ends up getting destroyed. The Golden Gate Tower, or the Golden Horn Tower, excuse me, might end up becoming next, along with wherever that Grand Winery is. That Grand Winery is right there. That might end up going down as well. So, you know, a lot of this for the time, because you can't see the score in AoE 4, there's a big discrepancy from AoE 2. Because you can't see the score, you don't know if Deepshine is rebooming somewhere. So that's probably what Bella's, you know, MO is. It's like, well, I mean, I don't know if there's villagers left. Beastie could have slung her to try to reboom and all that kind of stuff. So I think Bella's just making sure that she's good and buried. If you were playing AoE 2, for instance, you would see Deepshine's score not going up, and you'd be like, okay, she's dead. And then you wouldn't have to worry about it.
Yeah. I mean, right now, you just have to defend an Undertone's base, and you win. But Bella is just straight up griefing since 10 plus minutes. Like, I don't get it. Like, this game is getting so close. I said it's impossible for Beastie to win this. I'm starting to think I might be wrong once again. Like, what is happening?
I mean, these Janissaries, they aren't just regular Janissaries. They're not elite. Town Center is going to be able to do some extra damage to Janissaries. They're not necessarily a raiding unit. Deepshine's cows hanging out. And the Janissaries are going to come out. What?
Yeah.
What?
What?
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
This is... Okay, you're shutting down the stream, Tim. That's what you said, right? I mean...
What?
I mean, that's just griefing. Like, I have to say it, but Bella completely lost this game alone. Like, her army was in Deepshine's base for like 10 minutes, right? Like, just go home, defend, and then you just go together. Easy.
I mean, Bella did such a good job of taking care of Deepshine. She's flatlined. Look at her. On the bottom. She's flatlined.
This is such a...
Look at this.
How do you call it? This just happened with me and Beastie on the ladder like 5-6 months ago.
Really? It's deja vu.
I was dead. I had nothing, and he won the game alone. And I said earlier, this is not possible to happen. But yeah, it happened.
Like, what the hell are we doing on this channel? What? We're going back to the screen here.
Yep.
I don't know what the hell's going on. Place is all over the place. Ridiculous. Hey, listen. All right. I see Beastie in chat. Listen. I said, you know, maybe there's a chance, there's a whatever. I'm trying to be a good... I'm breaking the fourth wall now for a second as we're waiting because we're going to be where I be after this one. But I'm sitting here, maybe there's a chance, maybe there's this, maybe there's that, trying to keep people entertained and in the game. You know, all of a sudden, when Beastie starts coming back, hey, listen, everybody in the audience better sit down and buckle up, okay? Because he did. He did take this game in a 2-0, and I'm pretty sure that's the series, if I remember correctly. Is that right? Thomas, put it back up, 2-0. There you go. What fresh hell? This is unbelievable. Core,
so
thank you so much
are you
for being
shutting
here.
down the stream? Are you shutting down the stream now?
I've had quite enough.
So this was the best game ever happened, right? That's what you said.
Wild. I mean, I don't know what the hell's going on in this game anymore. Well, like I did in the first place. Listen to me. But Core, thank you so much for being here. Honestly, man. Being with you these two series, I think this is one of the first times, if not the first time, you and me have casted together, and it was a treat. You know, all of the game knowledge that you have that helps not only everybody in the audience become better players in a team game situation, but helping me be a better player. Hopefully, I retain a little bit of the knowledge and the wisdom that you happen to have spread into this series. So thank you so much for.
Yeah, thanks for being with me, and I wish you a good rest of the day.
Absolutely. To you as well, Core. Rest up. Have a very good rest of your day, guys. Chat, we're not done. Okay, surprisingly, even though against all odds, we are not done. We're gonna go ahead and BRB for just a little bit. I need to not only mentally but I guess physically decompress and figure out, and then basically for 3 or 4 minutes have an existential crisis, and then we are gonna come back and we're gonna talk about long COVID just a little bit. This series, all of this, what we're doing today is to spread awareness for long COVID. So I hope all of you join me for just maybe about a 3 to 5 minute talk on a long COVID. Every donation and everything that goes towards this stream, the primary donor is going to be matching as well. So everything that you guys do ends up getting doubled. So thank you guys very much for being here, but we are not done. I'm going to bring in a second caster for Series 3 and Series 4. So guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back in just a couple minutes. and welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining in on the Mixed Masters, the Empire Duels, as you can see that logo on the top, with professional players, with qualifiers from Women's League, Women's Cup. Obviously, I'm 10-4-10 on the left side of your screen. I've been talking over the past, 3-4 hours, however long it is, and I got my buddy, my baby boo. It's Sassy over here on the other side. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great, Tim. I'm so happy to be here with you. And I'm really excited. I think we're gonna have a lot of fun together.
Oh, I think so. It's funny. He said that off camera in the same tone of voice. Like it was like borderline seductive, and I'm kind of here for it. For series number 3, here we have Sacre Bleu, which is Lyra and Marine Lord, both French, both probably speaking in French to one another. The team chemistry there is out of this world. And on the other side is Rabbit Sweet and Louis MT. Louis is quite the player. Sass, I know you're one who frequents BC stream so often, and we know that BC and Louis play a lot together, not only on ladder, but as practice partners, all that kind of stuff. His rise has been meteoric.
Oh yeah, I think he's been there at the top for quite some time now. And by the way, they also have the language advantage with them right now, right? They're both Chinese players.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
So this is basically France against China, right?
Oh man, I thought the Olympics ended, but here we are.
Uh,
Coming in with a couple of these guys trying to secure themselves the gold medal. But before we go into this one, Sass, as much as I like to introduce you, I am going to tell you to depart for probably about 2 or 3 minutes because I wanted to take time. Now that we're halfway through, Wayman had asked me to prepare something for long COVID. As you guys do know, I am a physician, so let me hit you with the transition. Everyone say goodbye to Sass. We'll be back with Sass in just 2 minutes. As he departs, he's gone forever, but at least for the next couple minutes. So this is a rather difficult topic to talk about. COVID is something that was just started. Obviously, we all know the history of it in 2019, 2020, and I happened to be in medical school at the time, so I was taking care of a lot of patients that were in with COVID, in the hospital with COVID, in the ICU with COVID, and all that kind of stuff. And a lot of people worry about the disease itself, being in the ICU, dealing with it, making sure that not only I was preventing getting it, but making sure the community was preventing to get it. I helped do vaccine clinics. I personally vaccinated thousands of people from COVID-19, and I continue to do so. But not a lot of people talk about the effects of COVID-19 afterward. When you're dealing with COVID-19 at the time, you think once it's over, you get out of the hospital, okay, I go back to a normal life. And that's not necessarily the case. As you can see on the top left part, 80% of people who do have COVID or end up being hospitalized from COVID-19 end up with one of these symptoms. And I know this is a very busy picture. I wanted to condense it just in, a few sentences and what people who have long COVID deal with. And the most common one is fatigue. Over half, you can see, of people. And you hear a lot of people being run down afterward. It's kind of like, COVID. It gives you flu-like symptoms, and then afterward, that fatigue still kind of hangs around. A lot of what's interesting about COVID-19 is actually the mental side of it, which is quite interesting. 44% with a headache, obviously, but 27%, this is a rather large percent, 27% with an attention disorder. Some people get adult onset ADHD after long-term effects of COVID. So, and these symptoms, this attention disorder, this headache, this fatigue, it could be months. It could be months. It could be a year. You can see for some of them, 21% is anosmia, or the inability to smell, losing your smell. Ageusia, which you see here, 23% is the loss of taste. But with those, they come back, and it takes probably about 6 months to a year. So people are still sidelined for a long time. And you can see 13 and 12%, something that's passionate for me is mental health. Psychiatric illnesses. 13% anxiety, 12% depression, effectively. So these people, they want to get back to their normal lives, and they feel like after they get out of the hospital or after they deal with COVID, normal life isn't normal anymore. And it probably isn't going to be. for the foreseeable future. There's not a lot of, and while I was scanning primary literature as I did so throughout residency, that kind of stuff when COVID-19 is going on, a lot of it is just supportive care. A lot of the long-term effects of COVID-19, we're not really sure, one, why they happen as opposed to other illnesses, two, what we can do about it. So a lot of the awareness and the long COVID research that's going on, and you can see the coffee money that we've raised on the bottom part of your screen is going towards some of that research. So people that deal with these symptoms, we want to get them back on their feet, and we want to get them back to doing the things that they want to do and improve their quality of life after that illness is over. So obviously, doing things like vaccinating yourself and making sure you're up to date helpful, but also to I just got hawked to it in the middle of my. We're talking about COVID here. Anybody in production who's doing that? Oh my god, I'm trying to.
That's the donations that's coming in.
Oh, well, I got told in my ear that that's for donations, guys. Thank you so much for the donations, but don't interrupt me. The COVID. Now, when you're dealing with long COVID over a period of time, these are patients that I've personally seen, and this is something that hits hard for me because of me being a family physician. I see patients after they get out of the hospital. They're called transition of care appointments or TOCs. I see a lot of TOC appointments, and I did a lot as a resident. Oh, I got hospitalized with COVID. I was intubated. I was this. I was that. I was ventilated. And I've had cases of people, they deal with lung issues like that 5% having pulmonary fibrosis. That's one that I've actually encountered personally. There's one that I had who had ongoing bronchiectasis, which is mucus plugging of some of your small lung cells, which are called alveoli. And he had that for probably about a year's worth of time after COVID. He was ventilated. He had a rather severe case of COVID, and he was in the ICU at the time. So these things, they're not just that's something that I wanted to really hit for a lot of the audience is you see this picture, but these percentages, people that experience them, they're real. I've seen them. I've helped take care of them. I felt helpless while taking care of them because I know that there's no definitive treatment to help take this away. So a lot of the research and a lot of the money that we're going to be raising today is going for research, and I am thrilled that I can be a caster in an event like that way and set up an event like this to help deal with something that I actually deal with in my day job, in my everyday life. So hopefully you guys donate. Also, consider subbing to Age of RTS. This is not the last tournament that's ever going to be here. And hopefully, if you've had someone that's been affected by COVID or long COVID syndrome, I hope that they start feeling better as soon as possible. So now, that the COVID, I'm not taking questions, by the way. Now that the COVID side of it is over, we're going to head into our series with game number 3. And I'm going to pull Sassy in. And I know I said I wasn't taking any questions, but Sass, do you have any questions?
Regarding the COVID?
Yeah, or, the game. I don't care.
The game. How can you be so handsome every day?
All right, that's not about that game. We're going to
yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. Sorry. Thank you for the introduction and information about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really appreciate it. Yeah. I also had people, a lot of people around me having COVID and still feeling their effects in long term. And it's kind of hopeless and helpless, but hopefully we're gonna get more treatments in the future.
Yeah, I think for me, it's that feeling of helplessness that I want to go away. Thank you for the Hawk Tua and the donation. It's more so because it's such a weird paradigm because you spend years in school learning, and I did so many years of college and med school and residency, that kind of stuff, and you think that you go into a patient room and whatever they have and whatever they deal with, know what to do. And there's some things just in terms of medicine where we are in modern Western medicine where there's some things you just can't do anything about. And it makes you think, well, what the hell did I do this? Because you do it to help people. You want to, make people have their highest quality of life. So a lot of these a lot of these fundraisers and a lot of these things for awareness are really important to me because personally, and I guess albeit selfishly, it helps me eliminate that feeling when I have patienting. So I hope that people get the help they need, and I'm glad that I can spend a day casting this wonderful game with the cutest co-caster. Let's dive into game number 1, shall we? Sacre Bleu versus Rabbit MT. I'm ready. Sass is ready. Let's get it going. Marine Lord spawning in the color red. Let's actually show this map, shall we? Showing in the color red, playing as the Byzantine Empire, spawning southeastern part of this map that we call Cliffside. Teammate Lyra, also French, playing as Jeanne d'Arc. Very fitting. My ex-wife, going to be able to get to that gold mine, building the house, building that mining camp. Sass, who do we got on the other side?
On the other side, we got Rabbit Sweet playing as the French with color blue. Okay, yeah, thank you. That
Sorry.
helped me a lot. Yeah, you realize, right? And on the other side, we with the color teal, we got Louis MT playing with HRE. And what do you think is gonna happen here? French and Jeanne d'Arc and HRE and Byzantines, it's kind of very similar picks, aren't they?
Yeah, you know, we saw it a lot in the first couple series. It feels like in team games, or especially in 2v2s because of how aggressive they are, you need some kind of mobile civ. Mobile units, Knight civ, something like that in Feudal Age. I feel like if you don't have Knights, you're already at a disadvantage. And, you know, Rabbit Sweet going with French, Lyra going with Jeanne d'Arc. It's quite interesting, the pick in a team game situation. I don't know how experienced you are as a team game player. For me, not so much. But when breaking it down, would you prefer, if you had a teammate that was a Knight Civ, would you prefer a French or would you prefer a Jeanne d'Arc just because of the abilities that she has?
If it's 2v2s, I think I would prefer Jeanne d'Arc over French just a bit. But if it's like 3v3s and 4v4s, I would prefer to have French over Jeanne d'Arc. Just because the 2v2s are naturally a bit more aggressive than 3v3s, right? The map is smaller. There's like less things to focus on. Like you can just focus on one player. But in 3v3s, like you can't really do that, and you need some sort of like, economic advantage that French gives you with the faster town centers. Okay, we got Louis attacking. I like this. Like I like this because whenever you have like Mongols in your team and they have a Knight Civ, like in Dark Age, you can just disrupt their economy a lot. Okay.
Ooh.
Never mind.
now Sass is like, dude, I hate this. I don't know what he's doing. No, but Marine Lord actually
Yeah.
gonna be adding a barracks with himself. Gonna be adding some Limit in Dark Age, which is quite interesting because this is not something you see the Byzantines usually do. They want to get to Feudal Age as quickly as possible, get their winery, get their mercantile units, but or mercenary units, I should say, excuse me, but you know that because Lyra is under duress and as a French/Jeanne d'Arc player, they just want to get to Feudal Age and they want to get their gold secure. Because in Dark Age, you know this too, even just from playing 1v1 French and Jeanne d'Arc, any kind of French or French variant that you're playing, the French in Dark Age, you just want to get the hell out of there.
Oh yeah, you want to get the hell out of there, and you want your gold to be just safe and sound. Now Louis realized that the gold from Jeanne d'Arc is under the TC, and he can't do much about it. Now just being annoying to Marine Lord, knowing that he's making Limiteni, so he's gonna be spending longer time in Dark Age. And it actually kind of works. And I love this from HRE because their Dark Age economy is one of the best, right? Like along with the Mongols, I would say. And it doesn't really hurt Louis' age up timing as it hurts Marine Lord's age up timing. Like look at that. Louis already clicking up with, I think, more spears. He made more spears. Yeah, he has like, he lost one and he made like 4 other spears. And Marine Lord is still not there, right? Like we can see the Marine Lord has actually laid a lot more than Louis here. So I really like the plan and the opening from Rabbit MT right now.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, Marine Lord, with this trying to get up to 400 food, it means that winery probably gets up in like a minute or so. It's very interesting to see just because Marine Lord, he made as many Limited as he did, right? He made 4. Louis made the same amount of Spearmen. Those Limited, in terms of total resources, a little bit more expensive. And this is when the Limited cost actually hurts you a little bit in Dark Age because they're 80 food, 10 wood. You know, Louis MT, he's still doing the normal 60-20, so he can still save a little bit of food to try to get up to Feudal Age. Marine Lord really doesn't have that option. I mean, you're seeing 4 Limited here. That's 320 food that he's got paraded around the map.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And not only that, they cost more food, so you're taking out more. Okay, hello. Okay, he's back. He's back. That guy just had a disconnection for a second there. Okay, so like you're eating more of your sheep, and all right, like your Byzantines want to eat the berries and get the sweet oil anyway, but as I said, like the HRE has 40%. Okay, Lorelia is being the first with the knight, just harassing, but I don't think she got any kills there, right? So this turned out to be not so good for her, for that sweet knight, already on half HP.
Yeah, and I think this
Okay, yeah, there is another knight getting chased.
And I think this is interesting for Lyra because she was the first one to go up to the School of Cavalry, and usually I think that's a very great thing because it means you could take battles where Rabbit Sweet's base is instead of your own, right? But by the fact that the French is the French, they have a little bit of extra villagers. You can see that difference. Lyra does lose a villager because Jeanne d'Arc does go to level 2, and we'll take a look and see what she chose. She did choose the Archer, and we've been seeing that. In the last 2 series, the people that do go Jeanne d'Arc have been going with the Hunter variety. What's your opinion on that? Because Core was thinking champions might have been, or women at arms might have been a little better with the champion, but a lot of people have been going with Hunter. What's your take?
Normally in 1v1s, if it's like knights against knights, you want the archer because it's much more useful in feudal age. But 90% of the time, I prefer the woman at arms in team games. Just because of that sweet aerial damage that you can do later on. Because you want to plan for the longer term, right? Like, realistically, you don't win games in feudal age. Like, in 1v1s or in 2v2s, you don't really, like, win the games if the opponent is equal for you, right? So, like, you get an advantage on that. Like, knight against knight, you deal 40 damage and like you snipe the low HP ones. Yes, that's great. But once you hit the castle age and once you hit the level 3 with Jean, yeah, like this doesn't hurt. Like this arrow just doesn't hurt the knights from Rabbit Sweet right now because she will get chivalry and she will heal those knights.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's really when you're in a 1v1, I definitely get it, right? Because you're thinking about pulling knights out. You know, you're trying to preserve your low health ones, so they get chivalry, so they heal up, and it's like getting a free knight, essentially. But, I mean, from the teammate, I know you're going to be dealing with Rabbit Sweet Knights, and we're seeing this little knight on Knight Mirror, but you're going to face Spearmen eventually. You know, it's not like you're never going to see a Spearman. And Louis MT, he made Spearmen in Dark Age, right? You know they're coming. So having something like a Woman at Arms might be beneficial. It looks like Marine Lord on the flip side has gone with a decent amount of limits today as Knights finally get a charge off, and it looks like Rabbit Sweets got that charge, was able to do that quick turnaround, get that +3 for 3 seconds as Royal Knights like to do. But it looks like Marine Lord going more so for limit today and then went for javelin throwers instead of something like longbowmen. Now, what's your take on javelin throwers versus longbowmen? Because you're only getting 4 of these guys.
Yeah, you get 4 of these guys, but arguably you can do a bit more with the javelins, and later on you get the camels. Right now, one of your opponents have a knight civ. They have the French knights, so maybe in Castle Age, maybe he's thinking about that. Like the camels are going to be very useful, like reducing the damage done. Oh, there's a villager. Goodbye. Maybe for that it's better because the thing is this is a team game and the map is larger, right? And longbows, their movement speed is lower than the javelin throwers, so maybe that's another point where Bernard considers the javelin throwers to be slightly better than the longbows in this scenario, because look at him, like he's between himself and his teammate, and he needs to just like go back and forth. Maybe like for that, javelin's feeling a bit better right now, and we see pure aggression from Louis MT and Rabbit Sweet right now. They're diving under the tower, taking a couple of losses, but idling that gold is very, very important as you want to have more knights in your pocket than your opponent.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like just based on the knight counts of either side, Lyra hitting at about 8 and has 2 in queue. Rabbit Sweet out on the map has about 13. And, you know, I've kind of noticed this a lot with French against Jeanne d'Arc just because of the fact that they can make villagers a little bit quicker. You got to remember, they still have that villager production speed buff. So instead of 20 seconds like a normal villager, it's going to take 17 in feudal age. More villagers equal more resources equal more knights. So it feels like over time, Jeanne d'Arc usually doesn't come up with a similar knight count and has to rely on Jeanne herself to deal with an increase in knight count, but it just ends up being too much. I mean, look at all these.
Yeah. The thing is why I would prefer Jeanne d'Arc, like I said this before, right? I would prefer Jeanne d'Arc because I feel like, I can't really confirm this, but I feel like you can spam knights for a longer time in feudal age just because of that discount you get on the food. Like right now, I don't think Aurelia finished all the food she has, but Rabbit Sweet must be on like more food sources. So like the longer the game goes, longer the feudal age goes, the French villagers, yes, there are more French villagers, but they will be more exposed. That's what I feel like, and you can try to exploit that, but not when you're behind in night counts, right? So that those early, like first 3 nights that took damage, that didn't help Aurelia at all, because you had to fall back, even though you aged up like before them. You had to fall back, and now you don't have like the knight numbers. Like even if you kill 1 or 2 villagers, I would prefer to have my knights, like more knights and healthier knights, than killing villagers actually.
Yeah, I mean, especially because even in this particular situation, right, she did not get a villager kill. She charged 1,
Yeah.
but her Royal Knight went from 190 health to 13. And then all it really takes are one of these knights, if they start being able to charge, they'll be able to do it. And it looks like this knight's able to do it. When you're charging, you're at 1.94. All of a sudden, that Royal Knight's going to caught up, and now it's fertilizer for the grass. And that's the situation where, especially with Jeanne d'Arc and with French in general, when you're playing with knights, when you're playing with these really expensive units, a lot of people say that French is a 1-star civilization, or at least that's what AoE would like you to believe. But microing these units and losing one of these heavy units, it's devastating.
It is. They're very expensive, right? Like they have the same cost of a hand cannoneer, which you can only get in Imperial Age. So the micro is more rewarding when you do it right with the knights, but like more punishment if you do it bad, and that's a really bad positioning from Marine Lord. Although they managed to get the Limitani on top of the knights, and now they're split because of that cliff in between them, and they realize it and they want to get back and regroup again. Now the military count is slightly in favor of Louis MT and Rabbit Sweet right now, and they're falling back to that tower, and they want to be a bit more defensive as Louis MT is almost aged up. You can look at his resources, and they don't want to take a fight before that. They want to probably get the upgrades for the units and then fight, or maybe mix in some men-at-arms with heavy maces, because that would devastate the Aurelia and Marine Lord's composition right now. And Marine Lord is not even close to aging up, and he's floating a lot of gold right now.
And you know, this is the amazing thing about the Holy Roman Empire. You know, they're able to make a lot of units in feudal age. You saw how many spearmen he was making. You saw how many archers he was making. Wow, getting this farm transition, right? You can delete some of these lumber camps and then get some more, and going up. You know, I still remember this from Core in series prior. I was like, usually farm transition, like you advise against it because it kills your tempo, right? For HRE, especially with the Aachen Chapel, it's just beneficial, you know. So you can incrementally do that while go up to Castle Age, while have all of these units. You're exactly right. Look how many units there are. Sass, I think I'm going to highlight 48 units, 30 archers, 18 spearmen, and then he goes to Castle Age at the same time. Like, what the hell are you going to do against that?
I'm for a very long time I'm in favor of just nerfing the Aachen Chapel. Just because like the farms have the same gather rate as the sheep, they just do a bit more walking, just like gather that sweet wheat from the farms. But like in the end, like 40% really does feel a bit too much. Like look at them, like economy is the same, the military is almost the same, and on top of that, like the Byzantines are getting oil units, right? Like the half the Byzantine army almost is just like basically for free, just because you're getting the oil. And still, like Mariner is only able to age up now, and now they will have to fall back until he gets his upgrades. Oh, Aurelia lost a few knights there. That's yeah, lost
Yeah.
2 knights there, and slightly behind in knight numbers, as it looks like.
And you know,
And they-
I think
they-
the biggest problem too is we just saw Marine Lord did go up with the Golden Horn Tower, which is great. Rabbit Sweet did go up with the Royal Institute and will be able to get those veteran knights. Jeanne d'Arc, I'm pretty sure, just went
Wait.
down, so she's going to be able to get
Wait.
the veteran knights. Takes it before this fight. She does have a little bit of time before that thing comes in. We got about 3 seconds before that comes in. We're going to see those hit veteran status very shortly, and we do. We have another minute until Royal Bloodlines, Castle Age units coming out from Louis, fighting against feudal units from Lyra, who is nowhere near going up to Castle Age. She spent a lot of time trying to get a lot of these knights. The Spearmen from the HRE, because they're of the Castle Age variety, if you want to take a look at some of these, as one just dies, let me click on one that's a little bit healthier, plus 23 damage to cavalry. And that's exactly what happened. Made quick work of those knights, 12 knights on the side of Lyra. Remember, still being feudal age, she constantly feels, and she probably feels at this particular juncture, that she's stuck in feudal age. She's got to keep making units in order to not die. But on the flip side, you got knights that are just bigger, better, stronger than yours, and they're going to be barreling down your base very soon. This is tough.
Oh, this is very tough. This looks very bad for Marine Lord and Aurelia. I don't know if there is a way for them to get out of this. Like, it has to be a huge throw, because there are a lot of French Royal Knights with Royal Bloodlines in about a second in your base, and like your base is like completely open. How do you stop this? Like, you can't stop this.
With your, especially with
Yeah.
your feudal age Royal Knights, they're charging these veteran Royal Knights, and they're like, damn, I wish I was one of those. They look pretty
Oh,
cool.
yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
sitting on 310 health. We call them pseudo imperial for a reason, because of the fact that they have those imperial age technologies. And now Louis MT is basically isolating Marine Lord himself, acting against the Byzantines. Byzantines adding some Varangian Guard, but you can see some crossbowmen in the mix for Louis MT. If I take a highlight around here, he's got about 6 crossbowmen. The Varangian Guard actually don't do as well against archers as you might have thought. They do have 4 armor, but if they do go berserk, they basically shed all of that armor and just go apeshit on you. So if they do have the opportunity to berserk, all of that armor kind of goes away. Lyra still idling with some of those villagers. She's at 46 villagers right now. And French is just going to keep getting more and more knights that she can't deal with.
Yeah, this is the beauty of having that mobility that we talked earlier. Now the Rabbit Suite has the better knights and more knights, and they just decide like what to do, like whatever they want. Like Louis MT is pushing Marine Lord. Rabbits, we wanted to just collapse on Marine Lord's economy, but now the knights are there. Okay, now I'm going to Aurelia's base then, because like you just can't fight me. Like you guys can't fight us ever. We're just gonna make you run around, and until you're dead, we're just gonna keep raiding you and win this game right now. And that's what they're doing. They played this from the start to the end. Oh, Jean's there alone in the wood line. Uh-oh. Tim, look away.
Oh, no.
Okay, I think she's gonna be safe.
Huh, For
Okay.
now. I don't think that town center's long for this world. Let me be honest with you. She's got a lot of idle villagers. She's on 38 idols. For Louis MT actually doing a good job trying to clean up Marine Lords. The Marine Lord can't help her. You know, this is very devastating. On the flip side, Rabbit Sweet, she's starting to get some market. She's like, hey, I'm ready to trade. No traders are going to come out of that market because we are not going to be in this game any further. Marine Lord and Lyra tap out. That's game number 1. Going to Louis and Rabbit Sweet with rather impressive HRE play. That was astounding.
That was beautifully played from Rabbit Sweet and Louis MT. I think they had the advantage with the HRE. rather than like French over Jeanne d'Arc, I feel like this was a bit more about the HRE being able to disrupt the economy from Jeanne d'Arc, from the Dark Age, and forcing Mariner to make Limitané. And they were always just one step ahead all game, and that was just enough for them to win this game. That just snowballed into Castle Age, into more knights, and eventually just winning the game, winning a huge fight.
Yeah, and I mean, take a look at this military count, right? I mean, it's kind of crazy because we talk about the Byzantine cisterns and the fact that they give you that little bit of gathering speed as we go back into our lobby screen. But you could make a cistern, which costs a little bit of stone, and then you got to make more, which costs more stone, and then you got to connect them with the aqueducts, and then you end up, if you have 5 cisterns, which takes probably around, I don't know, 700 stone or something like that, you're up to 26% gathering speed. The Akhid Chapel, you age up and you get 40 in a 6-tile range. So it's like, what are you going to do against that? There's a reason why Louis has more than a Marine Lord. I think it was just a economic issue more than anything else. So you're exactly right. I mean, we talked about French and JD a little bit, but it ended up not really mattering too much. But heading it to game number 2, Sass, we're seeing a lot of civs that we have not seen on stream yet. There's a little bit of Japanese. There's a little bit of Mongols.
I love that. I have to side with the Mongol and the Japanese. I'm sorry, Sacre Bleu. I'm sorry, but I love seeing Mongols and Japanese here together, and I feel like that's a better pick. Like the HRE is a great save, right? It's just bonkers. It's just broken, like outright, just broken save in my opinion. Um, with the Akon Chapel, but in team games, it's more about just being able to spam the units and expand your economy at the same time with the farms rather than the relics. Because in team games, you can always trade. You can always just switch to trade. If you have the advantage, you can just start trading. And then if you're trading, you don't care how many relics the HRE got. You only care because you're gonna get more gold income. And your Mongols, you're gonna get wood, you're gonna get food. Eventually, you will get stone even from the trade. And this is very, very open map. And now they have 2 potentially mobile civs. I'm very excited, Tim. I don't know about you, but I really want to see some Mangodai in this game. I think it's gonna be great.
I was really waiting for somebody to pick Mongols because I wanted to talk to a player much better than me or a professional player and talk about the Mongolian changes and because they are a civ that plays a lot, I mean, somewhat similarly, but the landmark choices are a little bit different. Some of the units are new, all of that kind of stuff, and I'm curious to see how it all plays out even in a team game situation. We're going to be diving into game number 2 because they, I think, are either almost done or just about done with this game. So we will be heading somewhat live to you guys as Marine Lord playing as the color red, as the HRE teammate Lyra playing as Jeanne d'Arc, yet again spawning in the eastern side of the map in the color yellow. Sass, who are you? 1, who are you rooting for? 2, who are we playing against? Same question, same answer.
Okay, I'm rooting for the Mongol and Japanese side, Lu MT and Rabbit Sweet. That's Team Rabbit MT, playing with the color blue and teal here. And I have to point this out, we have a beautiful opening from Louis. I love this opening from Japanese, even in 1v1s right now, as I feel like it's slightly better in Fuel Age. Right now, he's going for that early Bannerman, and I feel like it's going to be a cavalry bannerman, very strong and very tanky for feudal age. And on the western side, we have Rabbit Sweet playing as the Mongolians, and she's opening with a pasture, early pasture here. And I like this opening too. I like this opening, but just hate that her goal is so far away. Look at that. That's so far away from the base. That's a problem with playing Mongols on Prairie. She's got back gold, yeah, but like still,
Oh my god. This is
yeah,
terrible. Look,
yeah, it's terrible.
look at this spawn. Holy shit! I think this is one of the worst Mongolian. Well, how come my opponents can't play like this, with a spawn like this? But wow, that's. I mean, you see this pasture opening in players that aren't trying the tower rush, right? In a 1v1 situation, your map is smaller, so you're going to be able to tower rush. I don't necessarily know if it's good in a 2v2 situation, but it's really nice when you're up against the HRE, or the HRE is on the other side for you because your economy is very good, right? You're able to get your barracks, you're able to get your spearmen. Your spearmen run faster than the Mongolian spearmen. So actually, Marine Lord is going to take the battle in Dark Age. He's going to be using a spearman. He's moving south. It looks like he's aiming more towards the Japanese base. And to be honest, this is not, with this build, obviously it's relatively new, you know, because it's post-patch. But usually, for SAS, you end up just having a couple on stone because it incrementally gives you that gold for 200. But then you only have one villager on gold for you to get there. And then when you hit Feudal Age, you know, you get that Daimyo for 225, right? For Feudal Age, you only need 110 gold, right? Because that's what the Umar Bannerman costs.
Yeah, 110. Yeah, it's 110. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, you will get that gold enough for the Bannerman and even for your Tawara, if I'm not mistaken, upgrade. For the berries, it's like beautiful berries in the back of the base. Yeah, I feel like I'm really curious what Mongols is gonna do in this game right now, rather than like I don't care about all the other players, I only care about the Mongols. Okay, it's actually some spearmen opening. And they're going in the direction of HRE base, the Mariner base. Or just defensive, I feel. Okay. Okay, it's just defensive spears for now. I think they saw the spearman from the Marine Lord, and they want to be sure that she can age up, getting that 200 gold.
This is like
Yeah.
this is rough. You know, the fact that you have to make an outpost like this, you have to spend 100 wood like this at a time when you probably don't want to. Number one, number two, you're not looking to tower rush and be offensive as the Mongolians love being offensive, and you have to make a barracks and 4, 5 spearmen. Maybe 5 is a little bit overkill, but you have to make this many spearmen just to make sure that you can age up. That's crazy. HRE is the player that's doing tower rush. You can see a Dark Age outpost coming up right here. Lots of villagers coming up for Louis MT. Looks like he's trying to do his own tower defense, but the spearmen from Marine Lord are going to have something to say about it. Town Center going to be able to take some hits. You can see some arrows firing, appearing in your screen from the southwest direction. Lots of these villagers are going to end up taking a lot of health. This is idle time. Idle time, idle time. Scout ends up going down as well. I'd say for Marine Lord, this is a pretty big bonus. I take this.
Oh, yeah, that's. Oh, and you just switch the tower position to the right side. I would take this any day as the Marine Lord, but now we got the Mongol spearmen coming to help. I don't think that tower is gonna go up.
No, I think
And
with just
the
one
hound is
villager.
coming, and there's a French knight coming. Like the French knight, what's it gonna do? There are 5 Mongol spearmen there. Maybe you can pick off a villager, but oh, the knight is going in. Okay, no, just never mind. It's just going back.
I mean, this is pretty convincing Dark Age play. It's kind of astounding because it's really nice how Rabbit Sweet was able to. She was thinking about using this defensively, right, with these spearmen, but they actually found a way to repel off a knight from Lyra. Because you think about it, if these spearmen weren't here, I think Louis toast. With
Yeah.
that one night, like there was nothing he was going to be able to do about it. And now, one of the reasons why it's difficult to defend a tower rush with another tower, exactly what Marine Lord did. He just started building a tower in the opposite direction. So Louis has to build 2 towers. That's 200, wood that he spent on outposts that he would rather not do. So I think Marine Lord did a very good job in using his 4 spearmen and getting the most delay that he possibly could out of them.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'm not sure if Louis' plan was to just like go Castle Age, like fast Castle Age, but certainly looks like that now. Okay, he's dropping his stables. He's gonna get that Bannerman. Like he didn't grab all that stone for no reason. Now he's like very heavy on gold and food, but I think he will just get the Bannerman and the Castle Age just to disrupt the night production from Relia maybe. Like just the fact that it has the Bannerman ready is forcing the Jean d'Arc player to drop a tower on the gold, and you don't want that, right? If you're playing a knight civ, you want to get as many stables as you can. Like that tower could be a stables, and you could get more knights.
Oh yeah, because especially when you're a knight civ and you have that mobility, you're the one who's supposed to be on offense, right? So making those defensive structures, you would just rather not do it. Now Jeanne d'Arc again going for that hunter variety, going with the archer. Maybe you might be able to pick off some of these low-hanging fruit, some of these villagers that are at 22, 29. You might be able to pick off the bannerman if you're lucky. And remember, this is kind of a relatively new Japanese build, as we're going to go back to that bannerman. 230 health, kind of acts as a knight. It does have the armor on it, as you can see, the deflective armor, so it can block a melee attack if it chooses. So if it runs up to a knight, that charge that the knight usually has is null and void, so that really helps. And the fact that you have Daimyo Palace, it just means you get that extra villager for free. It spawns that villager. You get an extra arrow slit, so it ends up becoming defensive a little bit too. Have you felt like it helps Japan kind of work a little bit better and try to get to Castle Age, although maybe one bannerman isn't going to solve this problem?
Oh yeah, one bannerman is not going to solve this problem, but I certainly feel that Japan in Feudal Age is a lot better and a lot smoother to play now. Like Japan on paper, it's not too bad if it's like very, very long feudal, just because you get like potentially 12 farms from Crew Storehouse, and if you get like 3 bannermans, that's gonna be like you can play triple composition even and just have all your units just buffed and juiced up. But now, Marine Lords and the Relia team, the Sacre Bleu, was about to make a ram push, but now the fortified outposts are coming in, and I don't know how this push is gonna go against 2 fortified outposts and only 1 ram. And more and more spears. Like that's, oh my god, that's like 3 barracks from the Mongol base, and just pumping spears into the Japanese base to just help, because all you need is just melee units, right? You get rid of the tower and the push is dead, and like 1 ram is not gonna be enough. And Louis is aging up right now, and he's looking to get better knights, Castle Age knights, as they're about to drop the 2nd ram. This is just buying himself more and more time.
Yeah, I mean, these outposts are insane, you know, but once they get fortified like this, instead of just a normal 750 health outpost, not only does it add more than 100% of its own health, but it also gives you that burn armor too, so you can't just, you have to make ramps, right? You can't just run in there and start torching it, because the torches don't really do that much anyway. He ends up canceling that 3rd town center. A couple rams are trying to come in here. They must sense that Louis MT has got to be close to that floating gate. He's trying to suspend that apparatus to try to get some Castle Age units, and you can see where this fight is going. There's a couple 3-4 archers from Marine Lord definitely helping out, and these Royal Knights from Lyra, they can't really get into the battle too much just because of how many spearmen there are, but the archers are doing a good job picking them off. Lyra trying to make sure she preserves some of these knights, but I don't think she's going to end up doing it for just 1 or 2 of them. Jeanne d'Arc was targeted by the outpost a little bit later than expected, so she got all of the XP for this. And taking a look at how many XP she has as she hits the turn and ends up going down, she got about 300 XP out of this, but these outposts are remaining okay.
Yeah, the outposts are okay, but Louis, just despite aging up, he just doesn't have the gold, right? So this is what you want to do when someone just aged up to Castle Age. You want to deny them from the gold, and they kind of managed that. I would love this push if Jeanne didn't go down, and she didn't buy her back yet. I don't think she has the gold yet, because like you want to pump more knights anyway. Because that would be like with the outpost, that would be even more XP. Like you want her to be there watching that outpost go down and be like, this is XP for me.
Right.
But yeah, as we see more and more now, archers are being added from the Mongol player, along with the spears, and Louis is just struggling to get gold. Like, where can Louis get gold? He has to go on the west side of his base to get some gold, and he's struggling to get the amount of samurai numbers up. But the outpost is doing work there. As it's going down, they're gonna try to save the villagers. Yep, they just saved the villagers, but now they have to pull back because there are archers from Mongols targeting the spears 1 by 1. Wow, 2 amount of samurai just went down. There's a lot of micro involved from both players. The archers are trying to shoot the spears, and knights are just trying to measure their lance sizes, but there are more from the Relia side. Like this is the Jean d'Arc's beauty there. Like there are still 8 more knights in the battlefield right now, and there's more coming out. 2 stables, and they just keep the pressure on. But outposts are gone, but Louis is back on gold. So they either have to push more, or they have to just fall back and get their own castle age timing. So it's kind of weird situation right now. The archer numbers are not looking very good from Marine Lord's side. I want to see Marine Lord's resource count, and he's not aging up anytime soon. So they're very, very much buried into this right now, Tim.
Yeah, and I mean, taking a look at Marine Lord and the resources that he has, the villagers that he's allocating on all of these resources, he has a decent amount on food, decent amount on wood. He was able to get a little bit of farms, which is going to help him out in the food department if he wants to get some more spearmen, and he definitely needs to if there's mounted samurai coming out. But you're absolutely right on this gold. I mean, another outpost was made by Louis MT. That is his 3rd outpost that's going to be up there, and hopefully if Marine Lord does make rams, he might be able to take it down. Looks like Lyra trying to cut off some of these Mongolian reinforcements. Mounted samurai just don't have the numbers yet, Sass. I mean, there's one mounted samurai, it's on 30 health. There's another one that's charging with the Uma Bannerman, which might prove to be okay, but Lyra is fighting a quantity versus quality situation, and right now the quantity is looking pretty good.
Yeah, the quantity is looking pretty good, but soon that might just backfire. Like this is prairie, right? Look at Marine Lord's economy. It's just like all over the place. There is no large wood lines, and he has to get wood like long distance chopping and jump from the small wood line to another small wood line. And the Archon Chapel is just buffing only a few farms right now, and they're looking to push again because they know if they lose the quantity, like if Louis is able to get some knights out, they will be raided to death. Like Relia is also on the food sources at the back, so I'm kind of surprised that they are still insisting on attacking the Japanese gold. Like after the first push and after the first push on the outposts, I think Mongol was super vulnerable, and like all the spears were in the Japanese base, so maybe they could just switch to Mongol and like deal some damage there. And then like just switch back and forth between the players, or maybe push between the players themselves and like cut off reinforcements. Now this is looking pretty rough for Marine Lord and Aurelia, as there are some mounted samurai just raiding, and Louis is just very, very cheeky. Look at him, he's just grabbing a relic. And on the main fight there, now they're switching the sides. You see that? Like now they're like, okay, we can't push this anymore. We have to go between them. We have to cut reinforcements. Oh, Hunter just went down.
Yep, that's
Wrong place, wrong time.
that's -1. I wish we had the time, just based on the livelihood of it, to talk about the Hunter, but we're not going to be able to. Archers or Marine Lords starting to fire on these spearmen. There are a lot of nice Jeanne d'Arc going down. No XP for her, and as you can see, she was sitting on 400 and some, so this could have given her that level 3 that she really, really wanted. Not really going to happen this time around. Lyrelia trying to get a charge on those mounted samurai, making sure she's not getting hit by a lot of the spears, just basically do-si-doing some of those units. And as long as the archers stay alive for Marine Lord trying to take down these spearmen, they might be in a good space. There's a lot of micro that's coming out for Marine Lord and doing one hell of a job making sure all the spearmen are gone. And all the spearmen just about are. There's 2 spearmen on the battlefield, but they are not in the battle. The archers are going to get surrounded by Lyra. A lot of these archers are going to end up going down. The quantity of those mounted samurai, they just weren't there. And you can see there's about 3 or 4 of them that are trying to find these archers, trying to find spearmen and the like, but it ends up just being just a little too much. I thought this battle was going to go a little bit better for the Mongol and Japanese player, but it kind of looks like a resounding defeat right now.
Oh yeah, the quantity certainly just gave them the win there. It was a great fight, like between the players, like between Louis MT and Rabbit Sweet, because they had to respond to it, right? Like why go attack where there are sprinkled towers, like fortified outposts? Like why go attack there? So that helped, but the fact that Sean just getting sniped in the beginning of the fight just hurt them a lot, because she would definitely be level 3 right now, and that would just start causing a lot of trouble. yes, we talked about melee Jeanne d'Arc, like woman at arms, being able to very very useful in large fights. But the archer one, when she hits level 3, you can raid a lot with her because the arrow is dealing a lot of damage and like you can cause havoc in the opponent's base. Now Jeanne, like one more samurai, amount of samurai dead, and like she will be almost level 3. And in that fight, there was a lot of mounted samurai dying. That was that hurts as Jeanne d'Arc player. Kind of.
Oh, yeah,
I'm kind of
because
sad about that.
It was probably it was probably like 4 or 5 different mounted samurai go down, and it's 24, 25 XP per mounted samurai, so that proves to be an issue. Louis trying to get out on the map and just creating any kind of raiding potential. You know, I mean, Marine Lord has that HRE feudal age economy. Lyra going to be able to be a little bit safe with a lot of the food that she was getting. She had a boar, she had some berries. She's starting to get an outpost to be a little bit defensive, but Louis MT might have something to say about it. It looks like Lyra trying to get a little raid over here around where these outposts are. Villagers pulling out their shivs, getting pissed off. They will not stand for this anymore. Lyra and Marine Lord looking to make a push around the soft side. And you know what this looks like? This looks like a little soft eco underbelly that's ripe for some villager kills.
Oh yeah, speaking of the underbelly, there was a mounted samurai on the Aurelius boar that we just talked about, and they're charging into the boar villagers from Louis now, taking 2 villagers down right now. But I don't like where they are heading with their positioning there. It's very very scary, as now we have a lot of mounted samurais on the field right now, and they just got caught, feels like, because the Mongols are on their way helping, but maybe not even that is needed, because those mounted samurais are just eating the royal knights from feudal age, and they just can't stay here, and they're slowly getting walled in. I think this was a mistake going behind the Japanese base, Tim.
Yeah, I think this is a time when, you know, Lyra and Marilo, they thought they were in the driver's seat, but the problem is Louis MT finally got the quantity. Right? He was throwing, you know, 3-4 mounted samurai in the majority of these battles. Now there's 14 and a bannerman. So now they're thinking, well, you know, we probably have to figure something else out. We probably got to do something else. And Marine Lord does change. He goes for the Regnus Cathedral. That's right next to this relic. It's not necessarily near his base, but that's okay. He's going to be able to get some of these prelates, get some relics, and even bolster his economy even further. I don't think this is a fight you might want to take, though. Look at all of those Mongolian units. What is happening? 40 archers, 26 spearmen. I don't care if Jeanne d'Arc is level 1, 2, 3, or 7. You're not going to be able to take this one. And I think with Marine Lord hitting Castle Age, Louis and Rabbit Sweet are like, we have to go, and we have to go now. This could be a game-ending push for them if they're able to take down a lot of units, because Marine Lord, he's waiting for upgrades. If he's forced to take a fight in the next minute or so, he can get evaporated.
Oh yeah, I feel like with the amount of Mongol units and the amount of samurai on the field, I'm not even sure if the upgrades are gonna save Marine Lord now, because he just doesn't have the numbers, and the amount of samurai, they have +2 armor on them. Like, they don't care at this point if your units are upgraded or not. Like, they're getting pushed back, and right now Louis and Rabbit Sweet, they just can't do anything they want. They can push into Marine Lord's base or the Aurelius base. This is looking very scary for Sacre Bleu right now, as we have like 28 villagers on the wood line, and Louis just knows where they are. Oh, just running into the spears. That's not something that you want to do, but these are mounted samurai. As we just talked, they don't care. They're able to take hits from the spearmen. And now this doesn't look like a great position to be in for Marine Lord's army. Jean heals the units, and this is just a lot of so many Mongol units.
Yeah,
And as they're looking to push more and more, the spear numbers for Marine Lord are not there, and now the French Knights have to commit, but they're trying to get a good positioning. It's great micro from both sides, but the Mongol archers even are doing a lot of damage on the Royal Knights right now, and you just see, like, in like 10 seconds, half the Royal Knights are dead, all the mounted samurai are alive, and I don't know if there is any way coming back from this for Sacre Bleu. And Jean, look away, Tim. Went down, and
And Marine Lord ended up surrendering from this one. Lyra pretty soon to follow. Great call by Sass on that last fight as those Mounted Samurai continued to remain that ultra strong, powerful unit coming in Castle Age. They were the only Castle Age unit. Marine Lord got his upgrades maybe a little bit later than intended. Had a decent amount of villagers here, and again, they're HRE villagers, but had to wait to get to Castle Age. They tried so hard to push through, and you can see this military tried so hard to push through that Japanese gold vein, where those fortified outposts were and all that kind of stuff. The Mongols were relatively untouched throughout this game. There was one or two, Lyra Knights that went in, a couple villagers, but they weren't hit as hard as Louis was, obviously. So look at how this Mongolian player, Rabbit Sweet, was able to get. At that last battle, there was about 80 Mongolian units on the field. And honestly, it just blows my mind how the Mongols are able to pull this off in Feudal and get so many units. And I think Rabbit Sweet ended up being the MVP of this one.
Yeah, definitely. It was. I feel like their plan for both games were just slightly better, and I think that was just enough for them to just win both games. Like it looked shaky just a bit at the start in both games, but they just pulled off because they just didn't give too much opportunity for Sacred Blue to do damage, to do economic damage to them, and in the end, they just had better fights. They just had better positioning with their armies, and it felt like they were better coordinated, if I can say that, at least to me from my point of view. And yeah, they just pulled 2-0 victory in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was
Yeah.
with Louis MT and Rabbit. It's kind of crazy because we looking at these players and looking at these teams from a mindset. I was like, oh my god, it's Marine Lord and Lyra. Like they play team games together like without a tournament. Like there's this like this is the team to be feared. But Louis MT every time you count out Louis MT, he just shows his grit, doesn't he? I mean,
Yeah,
it's just wild.
and I think Louis plays a lot more team games than Marine Lord, right? Like Louis plays a lot of team games, I think.
Yeah.
And he just like he just I think he's a bit more experienced in the team games. Like Marine Lord, yes, of course, like are probably like a better player than Louis MT, but still, there's a lot of coordination and like planning involved. It's slightly different than the 1v1s, and if your plan is better, you just win, right? It doesn't matter who is the better player there. If the plan is wrong, it's just not gonna work.
No, I mean it absolutely isn't. I mean, it's kind of interesting that while you're going through the choreography,
Yeah.
when talking about team games, we talked about this in the first series. Me and Core did. It's your ability. It almost when watching a team game and casting a team game, whether it be twos or threes or fours, it feels like synchronized swimming to me. Because
Definitely.
everybody has their own task, everybody has their own rule, and it comes together to make this orchestra, to make this masterpiece. So that's something that I really felt like Louis and Rabbit did. Louis was under pressure because he was Japanese. Rabbit Sweet came over, tried to bail him out. It was just like everybody kind of knew their assigned task and assigned role, and they executed and they followed through. So big, congratulations to those guys for winning this series. Guys, we have one more series left for you ladies, gentlemen, and it's, oh my god, it's Whammon again. It's Whammon again.
It's Whammon and
Whammon,
who's
and
their teammate?
it's Louis again.
Oh my God, Whammon and Louis.
And it looks like, oh my, it's Rabbit again. All right, I'm done. It's Rabbit Sweet. And then gonna be playing with Puppy Paw. This is gonna be a lot of fun. These are players that we've seen in different series throughout, the extent of the games that we've casted so far. Now, all of them are coming together. This team between Whammon and Louis, oh my god, look out.
Yeah, the Puppy Paw and Rabbit Sweet. So now both teams have that disadvantage, if we could say that, with the communication, right? When I played with Louis, though, I'm gonna say that I had the best 2v2 game with Louis. Zero, like, no voice call or anything, just pinging, just saying, okay, I'm pushing, get back, all that stuff, like writing and all that stuff. It was just so chill, you know? Like, I was like super comfortable when I was playing with Louis because we were just like pinging stuff and like we just synchronized. We just like knew what to do. And to be honest, I had a better game with Louis than like the other players that I played together with. Uh, Sometimes like too much communication, it actually hurts. Like because sometimes you get frustrated in the game, right? You're like, oh no, like I just lost a villager while I was walling. I'm so dumb. Like you get that like feeling, and then if you're not doing too hard, you may just give that feeling to your teammate too, and like distract them actually. But like while playing with Louis, I was totally comfortable. I'm looking at his base. He's just doing fine. I see units coming in his way. I'm like pinging him, and then he just instantly sees that. It was just everything was just like so perfect. It was just like was dancing. We were dancing together with Louis. So yeah, I don't know how this is going to be.
Everyone's out here playing Age of Empires. You're over here waltzing, over here in feudal age, trying to figure out what's going on. But sometimes, I mean, you're exactly right. I have situations where sometimes I'm playing team games and I do this. I remember a specific situation. This wasn't a team game, but when you have somebody else in your right, I was playing AoE2, and my girlfriend was backseating me, and I was sitting here playing. I was sitting there playing AoE2, and she's telling me do this, do that, do this, do that, and I'm sitting here like with my own trajectory, and I'm like, okay, this is what I'm thinking about doing. This is what I'm thinking about doing. And then when you have somebody telling you what to do, or somebody asking you to do something or whatever, it just boom. Like anything I was thinking about, my train of thought, it goes so off rail. Don't get me wrong, I love her to pieces, but we're never doing that. We're never doing it.
But when I was playing with Mista in team games, he was like in general, Mista was like, don't tell me what they're doing unless it's very, very important. Like just I don't care. I'm going to play my game. Just tell me, like if it's important. If it's important for you, it's okay. But if it's not important for me, just don't tell me. Just do what you're going to do. It was like he would be like just chilling, you know how he is, and then he would be like just don't talk too much, like I'm just chilling. And playing team games that way is like I feel like it's a lot more relaxing and just like a lot easier because if you're like every minute, okay, Louis is doing this, like what are we gonna do or what are we gonna do next, and stuff. It just creates too much, information and just sometimes confusion. So we'll see. We'll have to ask the players after the games. But now, am I hearing the game?
No, I
Yes.
actually opened the wrong
Oh,
one.
yep.
That
Oh,
was
did you? Okay,
that was
actually, you did.
honestly, you had a fantastic transition there. I screwed the pooch that one. So
So-
we're we're gonna be waiting. I do see because Puppy Paw is in lobby. I actually accidentally clicked on Beastie's game. So let me get you back in a let me get
yeah.
you back in a group just so we have each other together. You can hold my hand as we descend into Age of
Yeah.
Empires 4 yet again. Game number 1. This looks like Prairie, if I'm seeing it correctly. Wayman and Louis going with HRE and Mong. Rabbit Sweet and Puppy Paw going with Japan and John Dark. Honestly, one of the things that I really love casting, I love casting team games just because of how many knights are on the. It seems like
Oh
every
yeah.
single game, there's at least one civ. It's not most of the time too that you have knights running around on the map. And don't get me wrong, it's a very difficult thing to observe and track the progress of because there's so many raids going on in so many different avenues. But having this just makes for constant action for team games, and I hope you guys in the audience are enjoying it as well. Sass is my co-caster. I hope you're enjoying it.
I'm enjoying it. I'm loving this.
I'm, I'm glad.
I'm loving. They told me, oh, it's gonna be Tim. I'm like, yeah, please. I can't wait for it.
You're like, hell yeah, dude.
Hell yeah, I've been waiting for this my whole life.
This is.
Yeah.
Oh God, please! I'm not that special, believe me. We haven't.
For me, you are.
This is, dude. This is the first time that we actually sat and casted together. I usually see you in my chat or I'm in yours when you stream, and do we kind of chirp back at each other back and forth. So it's nice to actually talk to one another and cast some games, enjoy some good Age of Empires 4 with one. What do you think?
Oh yeah, I'm loving it, and I also, by the way, agree with how many knights we see in team games, and I wish 1v1s were like that, and especially Prairie, right? I see Prairie and I see 2v2s, and I'm like, I'm happy, and I have Tim holding my hand, watching these games. This is so good. Like, there will be a lot of knights. There will be a lot of dead villagers, right? There will be a lot of dead eco. There won't be that many walls as we see in like 1v1s or I don't know, like Lipany or something. So this is great. I'm really looking forward to it, and I love to see Japan and Mongols again, but this time they're on different teams, like the Japanese and the Mongols.
Yeah, I mean, both. I mean, we see HRE and Mongols together. When you're playing against someone who plays as the Japanese, you're hearing some of the game sounds. I did load the correct game. How about it? The when you're up against the Japanese and a civilization that's still, to me, is still characterized as slow. I mean, I get the daimyo's a little bit easier to get. You get the bannerman, all that kind of stuff, but there's still a good window, like Louis' Japanese was, where they were targeted pretty hard, and I thought it was gonna work. Maybe we'll see something very similar, as Whammon is going to be playing the role of HRE and Louis MT is going to be the Mongols. We're diving in, ladies and gentlemen. The game number 1. Let's go. Puppy Paw playing as, oh my god, it sped up. Puppy Paw playing as the Japanese in the color red, spawning in the northwest side of the map. On the northeast, the teammate Rabbit Sweet playing as Jeanne d'Arc yet again. There she is. I ain't saying she a gold digger, but she ain't messing with anybody broke. And who do we have Sass playing against Puppy Paw and Rabbit today?
We got Louis MT playing with the color blue, and as Mongols, and on the southeastern side and on the southwestern side, we got the Whammon playing with the HRE and color teal. And does she have 2 scouts? Oh no, it's a predator. Sorry. I'm just I just got too excited there.
Well,
I'm sorry.
you see the 2 in military, and
Yeah. I was like, oh, it's 2 scouts. Yes, let's go.
And honestly, I mean, we're talking about it, but wouldn't be the worst idea in the world. When you're HRE and you're on Prairie, a lot of those sheep are going to be super important, because as soon as you leave, you have this gold vein that's over here, which is nicely tucked away in the back for Whammon, but you get a decent amount of sheep. You have the food, you have the gold. You have to extend out to get a little bit of wood, but other than that, what the hell are you going out there for? I remember Prairie in seasons of old, when it was in the ranked ladder, had the ability to fast castle, get up with Regnant's Cathedral at like 7 minutes, 7:15, and there wasn't a damn thing you could do about it.
Oh, yeah, I didn't like the game too much at that time, because there was also like millions on Prairie just with like the Firimba and broken Musafati, where you just like spam 5 units at a time and just like, send them everywhere. By the way, look at Puppy Paw's base. Isn't it beautiful? Like, if you click that forge and that town center, you can see that he even thought about that. That's just like right under the TC. Like, it's a bit asymmetrical to the gold mine, but that's okay, because the TC is just covering it against like any aggression. And there's a tower which will look to get some arrow slits, and that protects that tower. Like 90% of that gold mine is like protected against any tower rushes. I feel like there's a really sweet spot on top of that gold mine for a tower rush, but that's just like behind your base, right? That's gonna be easier to defend and get rid of if there's any tower. And as we're seeing, Louis just tower rushing, obviously the knight player, and what are they gonna do about it? Oh, Louis.
And what's really frustrating, as you see some of these villagers come up, is what's really frustrating is if this scout wasn't here, I just showed the vision of these players. If that scout wasn't there, you probably couldn't see that tower go up at all. You know,
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
and that's what's so frustrating when you're dealing with a tower rush. You think everything's fine, you think everything's good. You see a barracks over here, and you're like, okay, they're gonna get spearmen eventually, and then they'll probably get a tower.
the
And then
villager
before you know it, the tower's up and it's already halfway done. The villagers getting a little pissed off about it, throwing their torches. Rabbit Sweet doing a good job of bringing back those villagers that are low health. It looks like this one might go down at 1 health. It's okay. That tower ends up getting deleted. Villagers backing up. I think she saved herself.
Yeah, I think that was a great move, and like Louis, yes, that was a good tower, but it didn't have to be that close to that gold mine, right? I think he wanted to also like deny the berries there, but that was a bit too ambitious, and that's a great call from Rabbit Sweet, and just like burning that tower without losing a single villager. There's a villager 1 HP.
Yeah.
There.
Honestly, the micro that she had per villager, let's see if I can pick. Oh, there it is. That one villager basically bleeding out on the sheep that she's collecting, but having these villager being saved in this 1 HP. 1 HP makes the difference between how many resources per minute throughout the duration of this game. And I know you think about, well, it lost a villager, in your Dark Age, no big deal. I don't care what elo you're at. You lose a villager, it's not a big deal. It's actually huge. And this part of the game, when you have your first, 15 to 20 villagers, losing one could be devastating. That's a couple more knights you could have in a battle later.
Yeah, like that villager, like even if there was a Han there while tower rushing, that villager would be dead, and that would mean like approximately 40 resources less per minute for the rest of the game, and that would be like huge. And now Louis has to cancel the tower again, and just have to build it on the other side. Jean just leveled up though, and is gonna just deny that tower. I think this is looking great for Rabbit Sweet from the beginning. Taking down that spear, getting the cancel on the tower. I think she got an XP for that too, right? I don't think they changed that. I didn't see that, but I'm not sure. But it's looking great for Rabbit Sweet. I'm sure of it.
Oh yeah, I mean, I didn't see it necessarily pop up, but she's gonna be able to do a heal. She could take 4 spearmen on at once. Her being at 1 minute arms and she carries that big sword. Remember, it's not about how big the sword is; it's about how you use it. But the fact that she is able to deter basically an entire tower rush by herself, and now Louis MT goes up into feudal age with the silver tree at about 5 minutes 45 seconds. When you were supposed to have a tower. You were supposed to delay this Jean d'Arc player, and it felt like you didn't really do any of it.
Yeah, it didn't do any of it. Like that first tower, right? Like that's where everything started to go wrong. Like if that first tower was a bit more like 2 or 3 tiles further away. Now there's a knight charging at his gold. Oops. Okay, just hit the spear. Like if that tower went up, this would be a totally different game, because now you cannot put down the silver tree. There's a knight and a scout. You have to defend that. You have to drop your tower on your gold now. Like everything is so different, and while you're busy with all of that, Han, dead. GG.
Oh man, that's a G.
That's a GG. So like this is such a butterfly effect or like snowball effect. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. But like if that was going good, if that was going according to the plan, the Han would be alive. You wouldn't drop a tower on your gold. You wouldn't have to just like protect the silver tree. Like now you don't know where the knights are, where they're going. I don't know too. Oh, they're behind the base of the Mongol player. And now the knights that weren't supposed to be on the field are attacking the HRE player, right? So this is just like everything just starting to go wrong.
Yeah, and I think, with a lot of the times I've seen a lot of Mongol and HRE play together, and when there's a tower rush like that in Dark Age, it feels like the HRE player is just kind of up to their own devices. Like Wayman, she has a lot of sheep, so she's going to be able to collect under her Akka Chapel. She's got a couple outposts that's going to help. She has some spearmen that can defend against the Uma Bannerman. But these two players, I mean, Rabbit was so obsessed with trying to get rid of that tower, and she did successfully, which is fantastic. But at the same time, Wayman's just chilling. She's got 11 on food, 11 on gold. She hasn't really been harassed besides that Bannerman for 1 second, but she has 2 outposts, so she doesn't really care. Can go up to Castle Age rather quickly. Whereas Rabbit is just sitting here with a couple knights. Maybe she should have preferred to have a little bit more. But you could also argue the same on the Japanese side for Puppy Paw, because he got the Daimyo Palace, he got the Umar Bannerman, and he already clicked the floating gate button. There it is.
Yeah, there it is. Like, there will be just knights. Oh no, he's going for all the mushas. I think I like that a bit more, because you already have some knights. There'll be a lot of horses though, that's for sure. And yeah, this is looking great, because like this just forced Vaman to drop 3 towers in her base. Like 2 of them will be unnecessary longer the game goes, because that wood line is just like almost done. And now there's only 2 traders from Louis, no tower up. Rabbit Sweet is free to just take that boar that he just killed anytime she wants. And now they have total map control, and this is going to be very rough for Louis and Vaman, because what do they have? They do have 18 spears in total. That's like more than half their army, but this is prairie. This is very, very open. So good luck catching all those knights, and I think on the Mushas, he could even go for Yumi Ashigaru at this point. Okay, he just killed like 6 on the Mushas. Okay, well, good luck catching them and defending your base. Meanwhile, one of the players in your team is not able to wall and just trading all the map. That's a nice board location for Mongols, though.
Yeah, I think, they're going to be able to. This board is relatively safe, and Louis is going to be adding a tower as well, just to make sure that his board is okay, and has 5 villagers allocated, which is really helpful. This outpost might end up going down, however, with 5 villagers in it, so Louis might see a very comfortable -5 out of the villager count, whereas Puppy Paw, he's starting to get Onimusha as fast as he humanly can. He's got about 4 that are on the battlefield right now, and I think just about whenever he does get those Onimusha, it's going to be huge, because there's Keshiks here that he can just kind of kite. There's Spearmen that he could just kind of kite because of how, not the best Holy Wrath coming out of there. Doesn't really get that big of a hit, but lots of healing going to be coming up. Some Divine Restoration and a Jeanne d'Arc healing those knights by 30%. All of a sudden, Louis doesn't necessarily have everything. A little bit of a conversion from Puppy Paw just to make sure that Shinto Priest is safe. Onimusha continuing to kite these Keshiks, and look at how devastating they are against those heavy units. Those Onimusha with 10 attack plus 9 to heavy. They almost double their damage output when you have a heavy unit around. I think for Louis and Whammon, they are going to struggle.
Oh yeah, they are going to struggle, and they started to struggle. I don't think Whammon got 1 relic. That's good. That was on the left side of her base, I think, and getting a Springle Tower in a nice location, but that's not gonna cover all their economy, right? Because now the Onimushas are definitely looking to pick some villagers here and there, or traders, and just like how do you stop this? Because there will be a lot of knights from Rabbit Sweet sporting them, and they just sniped the prelate, and now the spears, like they're HRE spears, we know it, but they're not catching horses, right? They shouldn't be catching horses. And now we have 2 knights in the trade line, and you just can't go on the map. You can't do anything, and basically you're just giving up on all the relics. All you have is the trade, and there are some knights in it. This is looking very rough for them right now.
Yeah, and I mean, especially with when Whammon made a landmark that was about relics, right? The reason the writing is so powerful is once you get relics, they act like multiple, right? So if you're only getting, maybe 1, maybe 2 out of a Springled Outpost, you might be able to fit 1 in the cathedral or something like that. But taking a look around Whammon, there's no relics, that are somewhat quote-unquote safe for her. A lot of the relics that are around, this Puppy Paw is gathering pretty much every relic he could possibly find. I'm not sure where his actual Shinto temple is, but once he is able to mark it down, the best way to get rid of relics and prohibiting HRE from getting relics is just take them yourself.
Oh yeah, and the beautiful thing about getting those relics with Japan is that we can put all the Yorishus in the production buildings, right? You can just because you're getting the gold from relics anyway, so like you don't need to be like too greedy about that. And this fight is not looking great for Louis and Whammon right now. They have to commit because they're in the trade line and they're on the board. And now Jean, I hear the level up. Now Jean just leveled up, and this is like, this is devastating. This is not looking great for Batman and Louis. I think this is just like, it all just comes down to not being able to tower rush the Jean d'Arc player, right? This is, at least this is what I feel, Tim. I don't know about you, but like this has been just so smooth for Puppy Paw and Rabbit Sweet. And there goes.
Yeah, because I mean,
Wow.
Rabbit Sweet had about 14 knights out there, right? If you're getting tower rushed, even if that villager goes down, you know, say worst case scenario, a couple villagers go down, tower goes up, you have to vacate your gold, all that kind of stuff. Those 14 might end up being, I don't know, 7. And then it becomes a little bit more manageable, right? So definitely not the case. I think Rabbit Sweet did a very good job. I think this is something that's very underrated for French and Jeanne d'Arc players, because you're thinking about microing those knights and you're thinking about raiding a lot of units. But if you can consistently get your villagers to gather food, to gather gold, everything kind of falls into place. You know, you're making villagers, you're keeping them alive, you're making units, and then all of a sudden your game snowballs into a victory. And you can take a look at villager count, or Rabbit Sweet specifically, if we eliminate all of these, she had maybe just a slight little bit of idle time, but I don't think any villagers went down. And you can take a look at military count on here. You can see how many knights that she had. And Puppy Paw, I mean, those Onimusha aren't cheap either. You know, I mean, they're not as much as a Mounted Samurai, of course, but they're certainly not cheap. And his ability to produce as many as he was able to just kind of steamrolled into a game one. That was rather convincing. I'm kind of starting to sweat for Whammon a little bit.
Yeah, because it was quite a short game, but it's just not because their plan was bad. I think like that, just because the first step just went wrong, and every other step after that just went wrong. Because if the tower goes up, as you said, you have to go to the other goal. You have to, like, maybe you lose a villager or two, and now the Mongol like has a tower in front of you. A Mongol can be on the map, just denying the Japan from getting the relics, like giving more room to the HRA and all that, and like you can trade better. Like I liked the plan, but just the tower was just too ambitious, was just too close to the town center, and just went down from there. But I wouldn't count out Ramen and Louis yet. I'm really curious. What's the next map is going to be Cliffside?
Yeah, and I mean, after what we saw in the second series, Sass, watching Beastie essentially 1v2, I don't really count anybody out of anything ever now. I'm just gonna kind of, you know,
Yeah.
I'm gonna stay without any kind of, you know, prediction or whatever. I mean, yeah, you might think it's over, blah blah blah. All of a sudden, somebody comes back, and that's something in Age of Empires 4, and I think the Age of Empires series in general, that you really don't see in others. You know, I was never a big, you know, StarCraft player or anything like that, but just the fact that I feel like the comeback mechanic might not be there. You know, in AoE, you have a little bit more time when you're behind. You know, I mean, yeah, you'd rather not be behind if you had a choice, but it's not that bad, right? You're able to
Yeah.
claw your way back, and you're able to get there. So I think for even just not only in a game but in a series, just like how Whammon and Louis are right now in game number 2. Let's see if they have any fight left in them. Game number 2 just ended up starting. We don't have the civs yet, but what I will tell you that Puppy Paw playing as English, Rabbit Sweet playing as French, Louis gonna go for his own Jeanne d'Arc, and Byzantines for Whammon, which is really interesting. Byzantines isn't something, I know she does play it, and she started to learn it when I think it was back in like season 7, you know, end of season 6, something like that. And you're hearing the game sounds. I think there is a potential for some Byzantines to show up. And let's see if we get Whammon and Louis to show up in game number 2. Sass, I'm ready. Let's get it going.
Let's go.
Hit him with the intro. You do the intro, my friend.
Okay, on the east side, we have Puppy Poe opening with 2 farms on the opposite side of the TC, playing as the English, and his teammate Rabbit Sweet playing as the French, and she's going for early wheelbarrow opening, which is very very sweet. After the discount adjustments to the French and Jeanne d'Arc economies, she already clicks up the wheelbarrow, and in the northern side we got Louis MT playing as Jean d'Arc, and we don't see the wheelbarrow from him just yet. And his teammate Vamen also starting with 1 farm, 1 olive grow actually, and playing as the Byzantines. And looking at the spawns, I think I would prefer it to be in the blue team, just because of that 2 deer packs towards the back, and like the gold is safe. Do you have like one really safe wood line that you can use? Um, but for the French player, for the Rabbit Suite, there is a deer pack on the back of her base. That's really sweet. You're always very happy to see a deer pack behind you when you're playing as a Night Civ. And what do you think? Who's going to be more aggressive here, Tim? Like,
I
what do
mean,
you think we're gonna see?
I mean, that's a really good question. You know, with Puppy Paw playing as the English, with Rabbit Sweet being in the French, that's like the age-old drag your face across the keyboard and throw units at your opponent. You know, I mean, this has been going on since, you know, it didn't take Einstein to figure out Royal Knights and Longbows are a good combination. You know, I think Age of Empires 4 and the community of Age of Empires 4 kind of figured this out day one of 2v2s. You know, having Royal Knights and Longbows together is one of the best combinations. On the flip side, with Wayman being the Byzantines and Louis being Jeanne d'Arc, I think we run into that age-old thing with Jeanne d'Arc and French and the amount of knights. I mean, there's a little bit of raidability more for Rabbit Sweet, just like you said, with some of those more villagers. And we'll see if Wayman has the ability to, as she gets a nice olive grove right where that brand winery is 2 tiles away, making sure you get that sweet, sweet olive oil, liquid gold, as Wayman likes to call it. And might be able to get some of her own counter units against Puppy Paw. And if you're the Byzantines in this situation, you're probably not thinking longbows because your opponent has Council Hall and can just make more than you. So you're probably thinking more javelin throwers, I would think, no?
I think so. Yeah, I think you would prefer javelin throwers here. If you're Byzantines, I feel like Vamen is gonna go for longbows because I think I saw her playing with like Limitini and longbows a lot of times while playing Byzantines. Let's see if she will just divert from that a bit. But the javelins, just like the longbows, they don't do too bad against the knights, right? Because they have extra damage, base damage from them. Even if the knights are not ranged units, they still do quite some damage to them. And we see Puppy Paw having a beautiful mill just next to his TC. Some gold players or like plat players, just please look away. Don't try this at home. He knows what he's doing. Okay, I feel like okay. Jokes aside, I think he's just doing that to have the farms a bit closer to the town center. Like the other extra ones are gonna be closer to the town center anyway. Just like some countermeasure for some potential knights just picking off your villagers on the farms because they're just like walking around, you know, just enjoying the farming life. But then suddenly a knight can just kill them. It's a dangerous life, so you want them to be closer to the town center, I think.
Yeah, I mean, as an English farmer, you got to cover a decent amount of ground. You know, it's one of those civilizations that wheelbarrow becomes very important because of how much the villagers actually move to get some of the farming equipment and being able to gather and hold 15 instead of hold 10 while you're moving around. But a lot of the things about this mill that you might not realize just by looking at it, but these farms are under the influence. You know, as long as you have one tile of this farm having influence, the whole farm has influence. So now with that council hall just having these 4 farms and now feudal age having a little bit of increase in farming speed as we take a look, plus 20% farm harvest rate in feudal age, and you can see them getting highlighted here. So you can they're in really, really important. And if you just have some of these villagers on food, as he has maybe about 7 or 8, it just means you can continuously pump out longbowmen, and the fact that he has 12 wood. So if you're somebody who's just trying to learn the game and you're learning English as one of the first civilizations, something that you might want to emulate in terms of your macro, in terms of your villager split. But a little bit more intricate are these knight civilizations and how you're able to micro your first couple knights. And I know that Louis MT is playing as Jean d'Arc, goes for the hunter, so that woman at arms, that was only a one-time thing. I don't think we're going to see it again.
Yeah, we see the hunter. It makes a bit more sense as there are like longbows now, and you don't want your Jeanne d'Arc to be too close to the enemy units, because there are longbows. They do quite a lot of damage to the woman at arms Jeanne d'Arc, and also being able to just take extra damage out of the knights. And we see Puppy Paw just walking in there, trying to get some shots in. But now the second knight from Louis just coming in, just charging and helping. And looks like the Puppy Paw and Rabbit Sweet is looking to be a bit more aggressive. I think they just saw what Vaman is doing. She's rushing the tower up. I think the tower needed there yesterday because of the forward berry bushes, and she also opted to go for the forward wood line. So if you go that much forward against a longbow civ and a knight civ, you definitely needed the tower like a minute ago. And now Louis has to just bail her out of this. There are two villagers potentially getting picked off by longbows. Okay, they're safe. They safe for now.
I mean, this is a rather, difficult spawn for Wayman because your berries were front, right? That's the number one thing that you really wanted, because she's starting to get this Merc House. We can take a check just to see how much olive oil she has. She has 698, which is good. You're able to get one group of units. You most likely will go for the Silk Road Mercenary contract, and she does, to try to get some of those javelin throwers. But the issue is that there's still a lot of berries here, Sass. She can't get that second group. So you might be able to flood her with longbowmen, and you get to a point where those javelin throwers just might not be enough.
Oh yeah, and the thing is, she's out of sheep too, and she has, okay, great. She has the deer at the back, but that's not ideal as the Byzantine player. I don't know if she gave some of her sheep to Louis before, but now it's really problematic, and she's trying to get an outpost with one villager on that wood line. I don't think that's gonna go up, and she's gonna suffer more from the idle time. And Louis is just like out of position for now. Just like all those villagers just have to run away, and one villager is getting sniped. Potentially two villagers just went down. It's not looking great for Vaman. This spawn kind of hurts, but if there was a tower, that would be like just enough time for Louis to just get more knights and just safer. And now we see beautiful Puppy Paw just dropping down those palings with the longbows. And another was just going down to him. I don't think this is looking great for Vaman and Louis MT right now.
No, this really isn't. I mean, what I thought was a masterclass by Puppy is he had the critical mass with these longbowmen to one-tap limit to nay. And it looks like Jeanne d'Arc might... Oh, my goodness.
My god, that was 1 HP there. I literally saw 1 HP and then the heal.
I mean,
Louis just on point. And now the tables have turned.
As far as Jean goes, that's divine intervention more than anything. just being at 1 health, making sure that you're staying alive. And this is something with Louis. How many knights that he has? He has 9 knights right now. He's been relatively untouched because Whammon has been the one who's been under duress for the duration of this game. Rabbit Sweet only sitting on 7. So Louis just having those couple more knights is going to make all the difference, and they end up getting repelled. This is something that, although Puppy Paw got a decent amount of villager kills, and that's all well and good, this offensive and this kind of what we thought was going to be a game-breaking offensive ends up getting defended.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's just thanks to Louis being able to sit on 3 stables, and just went there in time. And the Jean just farming all that XP from that fight is also huge. Yes, they're ahead in economy slightly. Now Puppy wants to bring back those longbow numbers up, and they're going for the round 2. But now Whammon is just getting an outpost. Again, if she gets that outpost up, and if she gets back on the berries, again, if she's able to get some more javelins in, they can hold this. But now the longbows are sniping the Limitani 1 by 1. But if you don't have knight numbers, you just can't just push in. I think Louis is just a bit rushing too much on jumping on those longbows because your teammate is not on the berries yet, right? Just better to just replicate what you just did a minute ago.
Yeah, and you
I
know,
feel like,
I
yeah.
think one of the biggest issues too is Wayman just has these 4 javelin throwers, which are good. I mean, obviously, you know, they're good against longbowmen, but I think with Puppy Paw, he's able to use his longbowman to kind of pepper some of these knights, you know, and these knights have chivalry, which really helps, but the quote-unquote counter that Wayman is making is limited today, and they just keep getting picked off. They're essentially futile units. You see another one gets picked off. There's number 2. We'll see ya.
One.
You know, like, it's just, and while these knights, they're getting hit with a little bit of damage, right? So they need chivalry to heal up, and then by the time you can look at Louis' knight mass right now, look how healthy it is. There's 9 knights over here, and it looks like Louis just got hit with a little bit. John Dark had to use her heal just to make sure a couple of these villagers might end up going down just because of the range of the longbowman. That's another one. And that's so, if you're playing against English, this is so annoying to deal with. You think you're safe until you're not.
Yeah, and it's different than in 1v1s, right? Like in 1v1s, you just can't do this. Just going pure longbows and just like crossing the map and shooting shooting the enemy villagers. You just can't do that. But in 2v2s, just because you have French knights next to you, you're just able to just pump longbows non-stop, and they want to finish this game. They know they're in a good spot. They know there won't be more javelins coming from the Byzantine player there, and like just olive groves are at the back, and they're not getting buffed by the Grand Winery, so the oil income is not that high. And as long as you can match the knight numbers from Louis, you'll be fine, because those longbows are looking to just snipe Jean there. Oh my god, that's very cheeky. That was very close for Jean. And with these numbers, like, you don't care about the TC fire. Like, they're nice just tanking for you, and you have, that's what, 25 longbows and more coming from the base, like 7 more just coming from the base. And Louis just he's not able to just use his mobility, and this is a beautiful move from Puppy Paw and Rabbit Sweet, just going between 2 players and just cutting them off.
Yeah, I mean, look at where look at where Louis' Knights is. You're talking about not using his mobility. They're just standing there. You know, he knows that this is the area where he really has to defend, so, you know, he's just got to kind of sit here and see what happens. Puppy Paw going to be able to make a second ram. He's got 25 villagers on wood right now to be able to continuously produce longbowmen and make rams, which is rather difficult to do. Those Royal Knights are going to be coming in on a charge, trying to get some of these rams. It looks like that ram might go down, but Jean d'Arc goes down in the process, not getting that XP for the ram. It looks like Louis MT tried to get a little bit of a flank over there on the northeastern side of this battlefield. Not going to happen. Limited 8, way too slow. I know that shield wall might have been upgraded or might have been used, but when you have 30 longbowmen right here, I see 23 highlighted. There's a group of other longbowmen that are starting to move their way west. You have this many longbowmen, you could have a shield wall that's made of steel. It's not going to matter. Like, your limited 8 are going down.
Oh yeah, the 38 longbows is a lot of longbows. They're gonna hurt nice. They're gonna hurt everything that is in feudal age. 38 longbows. They're just such a good unit, such an annoying unit. But it's just like, if you ever played with longbows and if you ever managed to get this many longbows, oh, the Louis Knights are just out of position. Look at those longbows, just taking. Like, they're almost one-shotting those knights. They're two-shotting those knights. That's just like a lot of longbows. If you ever manage to get that number, you know, this just feels great. You just snipe the units one by one. You don't care if it's a knight, you don't care if it's a villager, you don't care if it's a limitani with a metal shield wall. You just don't care. And actually, Rabbit Sweet is going Castle Age then.
Yeah, she's making the Royal Institute. You can see it's about 30% of the way built, 40% of the way built. These knights trying to, like, counter-raid. Louis MT trying to counter-raid back into the game. Wayman trying to shell up her defenses. And, you know, she's been constantly harassed, so you can understand why she makes all these outposts, right? She feels like wherever she goes, she's not going to be safe. Especially against these longbowmen, you're definitely not going to feel safe, right? I mean, you get to a longbowman mass like you described. You get to a longbowman mass like this. I'll highlight over just to see. There's 39 just standing here. Anything that you make in feudal age is not going to do anything. You know, I mean, you need mangonels at that point, and that's just something you don't have access to. You can make all the javelin throwers in the world, you're still gonna get one tap. You know, these knights are almost getting one tap just because of the base damage of the longbowman. Having that one extra, then getting steeled arrow, that one extra compared to, you know, melee of the Royal Knights going from 19 to 20, not that big of a deal. That's like about a 5% kind of difference. But going from 5 to 6, that's an increase in 20%. That's huge.
Yeah, that's huge. And now she aged up and upgraded all those knights. Also, Puppy Paw just went to Castle Age. That's just like, uh, those knights are out of position though. Like if they manage to trap those knights or kill half of them, actually I see two of them just going down and two of them are being trapped, and Jean is just farming the XP out of them. I think this was a mistake because I think there will be more knights just going down. Like, up to that point, Rabbit Sweet just didn't raid, didn't throw away knights, didn't try to pick off villagers, right? Because they were ahead. And now we see like more and more another one going down, and probably potentially another one will go down. Poppypo is just looking to do something for his team right now because they see both the armies are on the eastern side, and Poppypo can just like pick off villagers, pick off units, because that was a lot of knights just went down. Like that was a mistake. Like up to that point, they didn't need to raid, and they just wanted to make a little raid as they were aging up. I understand, but I think she just went too deep there. Now, luckily, they're healing, the ones that didn't get picked off there in the back of the base. And now they have a really beautiful timing as Louis is just looking to upgrade his Royal Knights. And Louis has 27 against 20 with the Royal Bloodlines though. And they just got a minute here or two as Wamin is also aging up with 9 villagers in her base. And they're just diving in. Jean is about to getting sniped again. No.
I mean, you
Oh,
can't.
but that's a great positioning though. Oh my god, those knights are just getting trapped and Limitani are just like following. That looks like a good fight for them, even though Jean is not there to farm all that XP. The knight numbers are great, and Limitani are now helping with these numbers, Tim. I think this is gonna be a cleanup. This is not over yet.
No, I think that upgrade for Louis, getting that veteran Royal Knights, came in at just the opportune time. I mean, obviously they're going to do a little bit more damage, which is going to help against veteran Longbowmen, but the fact that you get 40 more health, right? And then Royal Bloodlines is going to come in with Canted Saddles. They're going to have about 30 seconds before Royal Bloodlines comes in. So I think for Puppy Paw and Rabbit Sweet, that was the push that they thought was going to end the game. Louis and Whammon, not so fast, my friend. They're going to make sure that they can try to hold out just a little bit more. And then especially when you're playing against the Byzantines or you're trying to go into a Byzantine base, now we're at a point, because she's Castle Age, that she can start getting, instead of arrow slits, she can add some mangonels to these towers, and they, against the longbowman mass like this, devastating.
Yeah, it's devastating. Devastating even for the knights, right? Like, and she has some pretty walls made on the left side, so they can just start focusing in the central area of the map, and we see Louis just having more knights may be a way out for them in this game, and Louis just got away with all those deers on the eastern side, and maybe, just maybe, there's a way for them to come back in this game, but Puppy Paw, look at that.
As soon as you say that, the blueprint of the Wingard Palace goes down, and this is, I mean, like when you're talking about English and you're playing against English, they have all these longbow, and you're like, oh my god, they have all these units. Like, what am I supposed to do? But a lot of them didn't really cost food. All of these longbowmen didn't. You see a decent amount of javelin throwers. They are a veteran variety, but there's just too many longbowmen for it to matter. Jean comes back, just about to hit level 3. You can see she'll hit level 3 just about in the blink of an eye, and she'll hopefully be able to stay in a fight. But with this Wingard Palace coming up, and the fact that the English food supply, and the fact that you have this farm transition here, and you didn't spend a lot of food getting your big longbowman mass, it just makes Imperial so much easier. So somehow, Puppy Paw has a military count of 53, and he has a technological advantage over the entire map.
Yeah, definitely. But, Tim, what would you get from the Wingard Palace in this situation?
That's a good question. Well, here are your options. ladies and gentlemen. You have the Wingard army, 2 spearmen, 2 crossbowmen, a treb, raiders, 3 horsemen, 3 knights. Wingard rangers produces an army of 6 rangers, or Wingard footmen. I kind of like the footmen.
Yeah, yeah. Footmen are great. They have insane HP, and like the price you pay for them. Okay, 700 resources at a time feels like a lot, but 45 seconds for 6 units, that's just like nothing. Like he already queued the second set of the footmen, and the beautiful thing about these footmen are that they will deal bonus damage on the cavalry. Now, Whammon is just mixing in some camels there to reduce the knight's damage and make them a bit weaker. There, that's great, but now the footmen, look at them, like look at their stats. They have +5 against cavalry, and they will also get benefits from the ironclad upgrade. Yeah.
Yeah,
Remember
I
the
mean,
name.
for how much health they 280 health? It's wild.
Yeah.
It's absolutely wild. It's very difficult to take those things down, but Puppy Paw does have elite longbowmen. You can see them, 9 base damage, +2. Varengi and Guard shedding their armor. They're like, well, I'm going to die from a longbowman volley anyway. You might as well get at them. And it looks like they're going to have the ability to do that, trying to go behind that gate, just keeping those longbowmen safe. Puppy Paw and Rabbit Sweet actually end up getting split up. Whammon about to age up with the foreign engineering company, maybe getting a little bit of siege. I know she has a decent amount of oil. Let's take a look. She's at about 300 a minute, so maybe she might afford to get a little bit of siege. But I think this was an offensive that Louis and Whammon, they felt like more desperation. You know, they felt like they kind of had to do it at a time when they might not have necessarily had to. They could have went back and, you know, assaulted, you know, but lick their wounds a little bit, get up there in Imperial Age and meet them in Imperial Age. But instead, they just lost a lot of units.
Yeah, and those like elite longbows were just almost 3-shotting Jeanne d'Arc at level 3, by the way, with +2 armor. That was scary. That's horrible. Like I'm gonna have nightmares about that. Yeah, and now this is like a full route, like elite longbows. The tech advantage just doesn't care, right? And now the footman numbers are building up. Oh, he's actually going for the raiders. I like the Raiders too, because right now you know that both teams are going for some trade, because that's the only way to just like jump back into this game, and you know the opponents is like open, and you can just the Mangonel Tower is able to hold this aggression for now, and Rabbit Sweet is just walking in. That outpost with the Mangonel Tower is not fortified yet, so it can go down pretty fast. Now let's see which side they will be attacking on. I think they can pick any side, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, you're thinking, spoiler alert, pick a side, you know? And even and even in the background, too, I mean, you talk about trade a little bit. Louis MT and Whammon are starting to do that, but Rabbit Sweet and Puppy Paw are, too. You know, Rabbit Sweet already has some traders. Puppy Paw's got a market for her. They're trying to help her out. Looks like Louis MT still focused on trying to get some gold for some outside food resources. There's enough longbowmen here to take down all of those villagers, honestly, just by looking at them. And Louis trying to get this great trade going. But the number one thing he needs is Ass's time. And looking at all of these horsemen and knights and longbowmen and wingard footmen and all of that, I don't think time is something that he has at his disposal.
Yeah, they just don't have the time, and the goal, like Louis is struggling for gold. Yes, he's getting the trade up. He's on 17 traders for right now, but there is a elite knight and elite longbows and footman army. This is a huge army, just like between you and looking to just bring down all your infrastructure in your base. They just don't have the numbers. They just don't have the time. Like, they just don't have the numbers to buy themselves enough time. Like, how they approach this army, you just can't.
I mean, and these longbowmen too, like, because they're elite and they have the flaming arrow upgrade, they're doing 13 damage a pop and they're firing every 1.62 seconds. So even though Puppy Paw doesn't have the network of castles here, I really don't think it matters. He uses Paling just to make sure he doesn't get the charge. Louis' town center is gone. Essentially, this game ends up being gone. The school cavalry gonna end up going too, and this is kind of your last disc push. Like, with everything that Whammon has, with everything that Louis has, you might as well give it to him because you're dead regardless, you know? as a
Yeah.
lot of these knights are going to fire into the palings. There's elite knights from Puppy Paw that are really going to help out. Jean d'Arc being in the back, trying to get a decent amount of XP. We can take a look really quickly. Uses Divine Restoration right now, trying to preserve some of those Royal Knights, even though they do have that upgrade. Some of these Camel Riders from Whammon also helping out, creating a little bit of camel unease. Don't look now. Rabbit Sweet starting to retreat a little bit with her own veteran Royal Knights, and it's a lot of it because of these camels. You can see what Puppy Paw is doing with the camels, trying to micro them down, but there are just so many. They are getting one tap. There's just so many of them that even with the health that they have 320 health. They're trying to get Jean out of this battle. Not quite going to happen now. Camel Riders, looks like the majority of them are gone, except for maybe just one that these Royal Knights might be able to clean up by themselves. I think for Louis and Whammon, this was a fight that they needed to have an overwhelming, convincing victory. And the fact that they not only did not get that, but ended up suffering a defeat at this victory, that's your ball game.
Yeah, definitely. It looked for a second, it looked kind of okay with the Divine Restoration, but it's just the numbers, right? The numbers and the technological advantage. There now we see 16 longbows just destroying anything that's coming in their way, and there comes the GG from Whammon, and I think she was really a bit unfortunate at the start. Just a bit slow on that outpost that she needed. Despite that huge fight that they had and saving Jean from 1 HP, looked like maybe they can come back, but Puppy Paw just slapping down that Wingard Palace down and getting some footmen and elite longbows just sealed the deal for them.
Yeah, I think that he definitely as soon as the game started, we took up the spawns, and we saw Whammon's Berry Bush rather in front. He got peppered by those longbowmen, man, and it's such a frustrating thing. You can see it in villager count in terms of the amount of villagers that she had, and just because you would lose one every once in a while, and then you lose two a little bit later, and then you lose one, and then you lose two, and then it just starts adding up. And even though the Byzantines, they could be okay with not as many villagers, they could be okay just because of the fact that they have olive oil, I don't think you can come back from that big of a villager deficit. And then when you take a look at the military, I mean, Louis did what he could in terms of the knights. I felt like kept up in the knight count in terms of rabbit sweep, but the amount of knights that he had wasn't enough to help defend.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean we gotta give it to Puppy Paw, right? It's you're defending against one of the best players in the world, and he's making longbows, and you have 4 berries, so anyone in this game would have trouble defending that. I think like with the French Knights sport, so I think just Puppy Paw being on point, being at the right place at the right time, every time, it was just a great performance by him.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a reason why Puppy Paw is going to be headed to a Red Bull Wololo to face off against Lord in the coveted Red Bull Wololo AoE4 show match. But guys, we've covered about 4 series, and we've been seeing some absolutely fantastic games coming out from everybody. We've seen, all of these female players that have qualified from the Women's League and all of that kind of stuff. They're able to really hold their own against some of these pros. We saw some night civs, like people like Lyra, coming out. She's able to take a professional player and raid their villagers. I mean, you could just you can see how well some of them played. People like Bella and how she was able to take down BC Second Town Center as the English. It was it was really good. I feel like every single one of these players definitely deserves a round of applause for the games that we had today, because these were some, even though we had, I think, 3 2-0s, you play the games tomorrow and they could go differently.
Yeah, definitely. It was just like very close calls, like the tower rush, like Whammon just trying to get up that outpost. If it goes up, it's going to be different. And yeah, the score never tells the whole story anyway. And yeah, we have more games being played right now, and we will have more games tomorrow, right? Tomorrow we will have even more games. I also want to just like point out that you mentioned like Bella was able to rate, Liberty was able to rate a pro player. Like you can't do that. The game runs on math, right? Like it has its limits. So there's a limit of even you play against Murder, you play against Puppy, you play against Beastie. There's a there's a maximum amount of knights or maximum amount of longbows that they can have, and if you just do your part right, you can hold them, you can raid them, like you can hurt them in a team game, or even in 1v1s. Like I think this shows that, and I think this can be inspiring for other players that want to try their luck in tournaments and in like other smaller tournaments or like team games. Like you can do it. uh, I always say if I'm able to like play this game on somewhat high level, I think you can do it too. You just like there are limits to what even pro players can do. And yeah, it's just also that in AoE4 we've seen some teams that were really ahead but was just not managing to win. You still have to keep doing the right thing all the time. Even if you're ahead, you have to just do the right thing and the right decision. Otherwise, like, okay, you go ahead the first 15 minutes, but a mistake at minute 20 is a lot bigger than a mistake in minute 5, depending on like how many villagers you lose. Obviously, like at minute 5 or 10, but like suddenly the things can just look different and never give up.
Oh, I'm so inspired.
Oh,
I'm ready. I'm ready to tackle the ladder and then find an English player and quit. So, which is very typical. If you've watched me play games before, don't forget Sassy with that inspiration that he has. I know you do provide coaching, if I remember correctly. So if
all right.
you want to believe that you can charge through a brick wall, and by God you can, you might want to get some coaching from Sass, because those are some pep talks that'll keep you going. Guys, that is the last series that we have for today. I thank you all so much for watching. I thank you all so much for listening to us cast, especially for me casting for about 6 hours. I appreciate the fact that you guys learned a little bit about long COVID. You know, I hope that you guys contemplated or thought about long COVID, spread awareness of it. We accepted a lot of donations today during the whole presentation, the whole cast, the whole little mini lecture, and honestly, I appreciate that very much, and I hope that helps me in the future as I go on throughout my day to day life. And honestly, thank you so much to Sass as a co-caster. I had a blast. We had a lot of fun looking at these games, and it was a lot of fun for me to pick your brain as somebody who I would like to consider, and I think this is no secret. I would like to consider a much better player than me. So every time I have a player like this that I cast with, I end up learning something. So I appreciate you a lot for coming on. Thanks, man.
I appreciate you having me here, and I'm very happy to hear you and be with you finally together, just you and me here. You know, I've been looking forward to this, and I'm really happy to be with you.
Shut
Uh,
up, dude. I'm so
well, can't wait for the next time.
Absolutely.
Maybe a dinner. Maybe we take a dinner next time.
Oh damn.
Yeah,
We're not talking about AOE anymore. We
yeah.
need to rate somebody. Get me the hell off the camera right now. No. we are gonna end up rating. Oh,
We're
Oh, we
done.
did.
We're done. Yeah. just just cancel the stream, eh? Oh,
Test, test, test. How's the sound? Yeah.
Are we here?
Cool. Hey, Myriad.
Hello, hello.
How are you doing, my friend? You ready for this?
Oh, I'm very excited. Good to be here once again with you.
You know, I always enjoy casting with you. It's always a pleasure to sit down and be able to level with someone, really talk about the game, get into the games, deep analyze sometimes, right? It's really cool to have somebody where, we can really get into it. So I expect that we'll be viewing some games today, talking about strategy, talking about what 2v2 is, and how we can really try to grasp what is going on in these games, because this is really, really interesting. We're playing 2v2s. It's female and male pro players, and we'll see what it ends up being.
Yeah, it's a bit different from the last time we cast together, of course, because this time around we do have the mixture of the girls in the community with the established pro players playing together, of course, in this 2v2. So it should be very exciting to see what sort of strategies are being cooked up.
Absolutely. Looking at the first setup here, we are watching Marinomia and Beastman. Maybe you could introduce our teams here.
I'll let you do the honors this time round, Voldemort.
All right, okay. So the two teams we have is Beastman on the right side. Beastman, of course, being Whammon and Beastie. And on the other side, we've got Marinomia, which is Nostromia and Marine Lord. And these two teams are very high level. Some of the world's best players, including Beastie and Marine Lord, paired up with some of the best female players as well. We are indeed getting into the games now. Beastie and Whammon with French and Byzantines on the left side here. We are on Himayama. Oh, actually, this is Marine Lord and Nostromia on the left side. On the right side, we've got Beastie and Whammon playing as the French and the Byzantines. This is Himayama, Myriad. What do you think about this map?
Himeyama is one of those unusual maps in the sense that although it's quite open, somewhat like Dry Arabia, of course, some distinct features of the map cause it to play out quite differently than something like a normal Arabia. The food spawning quite towards the outer edges of the map and in the open, as you can see the day packs between Beastie and Whammon on their side, as well as on Marine Lords and Nostromia's. The wood lines notably are very, very small, much like Prairie, which some of you might be familiar with already. And as a result, bases can't be as defensive as they normally would be in terms of walling and tight building, because you have to spread out your economy to some extent, especially your wood economy, and that can leave you quite open to raids and being aggressed upon, which, if you're not careful, you could take a lot of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a tough map, right? Because the resources spawn so, what will you say, so vulnerable in the beginning. We don't have that safe wood line. We don't have that safe wood line that we can build our base around, and we can start our farms and whatever. If we are aggressed upon early, the night play are incredibly strong. Night plays are really, really strong here on this map as well, and that is definitely something to take into consideration when we sort of think about what type of civilizations we want on this map. So picking civs like French, picking civs like Mongols make a lot of sense, right? You want that cavalry going for you, and civs like HRE and the Byzantines are also great for the defensive part of that. So yeah, it works great.
Yes, absolutely. And looking forward here, we do seem to have a dock opening up for Nostromia there onto the center small pond. Now, the center small pond, although it is water, it is of course not exactly the type of water that would really determine a game in terms of income. Of course, notably, very few amount of shoreline fish on this small pond, unlike something like, Boulder Bay, of course, where it'll be a huge lake with many, many deep sea fish, which is where the gathering rate and the amount of fish really kicks off to provide you significant income boost. But with 3 fishing ships out so far for Nostromo on the HRE, it'll be a nice little boost to our economy that should help out in the early parts of the game, especially.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice to have that food bonus, especially when you just want to play feudal age, because you might not have the leverage to go and make something like a second town center or something, because it's such a big investment. It can cost you the game if you do it at the wrong time, if you assess the situation wrongly. And so you really want to think about what can you do in terms of getting smaller advantages, and opening up with a dock like this makes a lot of sense. Now, we're looking at a really, really funky pond here, as our observer is highlighting. With two of the ponds, I think there's about 4 or 5 shoreline fish here. Two of them spawning ridiculously far away from the main pond. And that is probably not going to be the most efficient way to gather these fishing boats. Gather these shoreline fish with the fishing boats.
Just a little harassment on the scout there, pushing away Whammon scout initially, but Tower Rush is coming in from Marine Lord on the Mongols here, as you expected. Now taking out the gold and a good chunk of the wood line as well is certainly a very rewarding outpost for Marine Lord here to have. And Beastie, you know, on the French, realistically, French is one of the most gold-hungry civilizations in the game, with the key unit, the Royal Knight, being very gold demanding in terms to produce 100 gold per night. So not having access to gold here is something that definitely hurts the French early on. So you'll be forced to go into horsemen, potentially even spearmen early on to try and deal with this tower and have some kind of map presence.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the dynamic of the Mongol player in a composition like this. You want to try to create this tempo advantage so that you can give your teammate more time. Or you simply just want to put a stop to whatever your opponent might want to be doing, such as creating knights, which are so terribly strong in team games. And so a tower like that for the Mongol player, if that goes up, that's a pretty good tower to have. Should you be in a situation where you're up against somebody like French.
That's true indeed, and we do see a bit of a curious mill being placed here by Nostromo right on top of the wood line. It could be a situation of perhaps the wrong economic building being placed here, but we'll have to see what sort of plan she has in mind with that. Maybe planning very far ahead to when the Aachen farms are spread in layers and they will need to reach that mill there, but we'll have to see about that one. But so far, Beastie, it looks like he did in fact he's moving out with a lot of villages now towards that northern gold instead. So not opting to try to challenge the tower initially, he's just going to pivot and go to a different gold. But of course, this one is more exposed. So now with more spears in queue for Marine Lord, he might look to press this gold as well.
Tower going up in the gold together with the mining camp here. It's going to secure this gold temporarily now. The thing is, like, you can have a tower, you can have, that defense going on early, but it might not be enough, actually, because it's also an investment for your side. It now means that you have a delay, not only from moving on to a second goal, but simply also, from actually trying to secure it. Maybe you don't need to secure it. Maybe this was a part of the plan from the beginning on. We do see, however, a tower on the other side for Marine Lord, so you could also say it's equal. It balances out the resources. We do see here one of the most key aspects of team games, simply just how infantry and cavalry interact, especially here in the early game. Infantry obviously being slower, and mobility is just such a big deal in these games because you want to be able to decide when you want to fight. And so having something like a player who's going full knights is so strong, especially on a map like Himayama with resources spread out like this.
Very true indeed. Knights in team games especially hold even more value than in 1v1 games, as we've seen in the past. And the points you highlighted as to why that is are completely correct. I mean, especially on a map like Himayama, which is so open and difficult to defend, these knights can just run around unchecked across this vast open map and deal damage left, right, and center. So if Marine Lord and Nostromia aren't on their toes, then they might take more damage than they'd like and find themselves quite severely behind as Beastie pokes in, but good reactions from Nostromia. Takes out the scout with the tower, which is a nice little pickup. Thankfully, no villagers go down.
It's a lucky pickup, and it's also really good defense here coming out from Nostromia. Double tower here from Beastie's side as well to signify, maybe a larger amount of knights. But again, Nostromia, she's basically going next age now. She has the resources to go castle, and she's playing HRE as well. So if Beastie and Whammon are looking to stay in feudal for a longer time, they would have to do some significant damage soon, and they have not really done that so far.
They certainly would need to, and it's quite common for French, isn't it, in team games especially, to stay feudal age for a very extended period of time. Of course, knights, even in feudal age, scaled reasonably well into the castle age when an age behind against castle age units, I mean, such as men-at-arms or smaller castle age knights numbers. So I can see Beastie staying in feudal for a while longer, whereas Whammon, she will need to mass up quite several longbows here with the Olivo in order to be able to contest the castle age units that will likely be coming out from Nostromia here. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them stick around in feudal for a while longer, which they kind of have to now, as Nostromia is aging up with the Regnitz Cathedral, so the relics will be on the menu for her.
indeed edging up with the Rightness Cathedral, but losing the dock in the process is a significant food reduction. But again, you could also say this dock here is also taking the blunt of that force that might have hit her once she goes for the Castle Age. For now, dock goes down, and Rightness Cathedral is only halfway up for some reason. Can we go and take a look at that Rightness Cathedral just to take a look at what is happening there? Okay, so it's being built, but it's being built here with 7 villagers only. Barracks are being included here, so looking ahead, knowing that she needs to have units very soon to defend. And now Marine Lord moving on to that top side up there with the double tower gold. That's a really, really good denial here. Potentially a lot of villager kills.
Yes, a huge amount of space here from Marine Lord coming in. Too much for even the double tower to handle here. Thankfully, the villagers do get saved by Beastie. None do go down. None go down, I believe, but this entire position is completely denied. So no more knights for Beastie, at least for the short while, as he has 8 now out. 2 more in queue, so it'll be a total of 10 for him for now. But yes, quite a lot of damage dealt here by Marine Lord, denying that gold. So good spot for him, alleviating some of the pressure that Nostromia is facing now to allow her to transition into those coveted Castle Age men-at-arms from the HRE.
She is really going aggressive here, and on the other side as well, French and the Byzantines pushing onto that HRE player that just went Castle Age. It looks really, really rough here with that Kairos coming in, taking down that tower together with the Limitane. Second tower will go down as well pretty soon. Villagers are going down too, so complete gold denial both for the French player and for the HRE player, so 1 player for each side here. So this is really making the game a lot more messy now, and could be problematic for both teams, honestly.
Yes, I gotta say that's a lot of damage dealt to Nostromia right there. 5 of the villages that were garrisoned inside of the tower, even with emergency repairs, it is not enough to keep it alive against that Kairos Siphon, and all 5 do fall to those knights and longbows combined with the Limitane from the Byzantines. Some men-at-arms out now for Nostromia, but it will be a while before she can actually bulk up these numbers and also afford the upgrades that allows them to actually hold a candle to these Royal Knights from Beastie. So yeah, once again, Beastie's trying to re-establish this position on his northern gold. Towers coming up, but the space from Marine Lord are looming around, so if they do spot it, Beastie could be in trouble once more.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, making double tower here, not really wanting to tech into archers at all. You know, you just want to play knights, but it's also a significant, you know, delay here in the early stages of the game. You're not able to build up knights at all because you don't have gold. And if the towers are going to go down anyways, you won't get gold, and so you're going to be stuck with no units, actually. And a lot of food, so you can see Beastie really floating, 1,200 food almost. Trouble, definitely a troubled position to be in here. Now, again, on the other side, we see Whammon making a tower here, moving on to that wood line. Again, really just a weird position to be in, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely, and we do see this in team games some relatively often, I would say, where one side is pushing another, but then the opponents want to push from the mirrored opposite side of the map, so you end up in the situation where both teams are pushing each other at the same time, and you can't really retreat with your entire forward army to defend, but in some positions, if you don't, then you will also take significant damage as a result. So it's almost this arms race between who can hurt each other the most, and how fast they can do it to try to gain a lead, as both teams taking severe damage. But now the men-at-arms are moving into the position, finding some of their upgrades now in tow as they move on to the mass of Whammon on the Byzantines, Limitane and longbows together, try to hold off. Of course, these are Castle Age men-at-arms from Nostromia's HRE, so they do pack a punch and can also take a punch without a doubt. So they'll push away the mass initially, but the Knights of Beastie look for a big dive now under the TC as villagers are scrambling to try to find some sort of route of escape. Thankfully, Beastie doesn't quite spot out that massive villages there, but reinforcements from Marino do come to stave off those knights, at least initially.
Yeah, again, it's those knights that are really, really strong in the team game environment, because even if you have a Castle Age player and they're running men-at-arms, the knights just scale so well and they're able to take it out, which requires you to make spears as well, and that's when your friend comes in with those longbows or archers and counters the unit that counters the knight. Super smart way to play the team game, and it's probably also the most standard way. Look at those villages being pulled here as well, trying to take down that tower. Marine Lord continuing to try to build towers up against these gold, so just denying gold so very well here. Wololo coming in almost takes the Knights as well. The Knights have to run away from a billion Spearmen here. What do you think about this Spearman production up against both Longbows and Limitane from Whammon?
Yes, an insane amount of spears coming out from Marine Lord here. But really, it does make some sense, as You know, the combination of men-at-arms from Nostromia as well as Space from Marine Lord, the men-at-arms Spay combo can be very, very effective against this kind of composition being put up by Beastie and Whammon with the Knights, Limitana, and Longbows. And now, such an overwhelming number of Space here, too many for the Longbows to handle. Now, as long as those archers stay alive from Marine Lord as well, this could be quite a decisive fight for them as long as those Knights are being screened by the Spays. The Kero Siphons are working steadfast on taking down the Aachen Chapel, which I don't believe there's any more emergency repairs. No, it is on cooldown now, only 300 HP left on the Aachen, as it will in fact fall for Nostromia, which is a big hit towards her economy here. So it does look like it will be a hold for now, but the numbers are dwindling for Marine Lord as well, and notably both Beastie and Wham are now almost clicking up Royal Institute for Beastie as well as the Golden Horn Tower for Wham's Byzantines. And once these knights get Royal Bloodlines, this could get very, very ugly for Marine Lord and Nostromia.
It leaves you to wonder whether or not it was a correct idea to play full archer, full spear. They did, however, defend the Aachen Chapel and took out a lot of units that way because Marine Lord was up 40 to 50 units during that fight. But again, the pressure is not let off. There's still Kairos-Siphons, there's still longbows and spearmen in the bottom side. And it just poses such a big issue for Nostromia because you want to have that safe base where you can build those farms in there because they're so effective. Now being on berries as well just means that you have a minimal amount of man-at-arms to work with. Up against Castle Age Knights, it's just not going to work out, I think. It's a big problem being up against two Castle Age players and your main army is all feudal.
Trouble indeed, and without a doubt an issue for them here as Marine Lord is scrambling to try to give Nostromia some kind of space here. Now, I do believe she's picked up a decent amount of relics so far. If we could have a check on the count, that would be great. We have also, it looks like 2 relics inside the Regnite so far, which is okay, but definitely more are needed to recover from the amount of damage that she took. But it is so tough, right? Nostromia is Castle Age, but Marine Lord is still stuck in Feudal Age, nowhere near Castle at this point, with only 30 food in the bank and 183 gold. It's, once again, you find yourself in this tough position, as happens so often, not just in team games, but in 1v1s as well, where you're stuck an age behind and, you know, your army can't quite match up. So you have to keep making units in order to survive. But as a result, you also can't age up. So eventually, you will be overwhelmed, and it's this terrible situation to try to recover from.
Absolutely. I'm just looking at the numbers here again. We're also looking at a pretty big eco lead as well. So much damage has been done here to the H3 player Nostromia, and it's just remarkable, really, how big of a difference that's going to make here in this game. Not only is the Aachen Chapel down, but the whole relic shenanigans, gathering those relics, has simply not been very efficient either. So the whole strategy hasn't worked out for them. It just goes to show you how effective aggression with Byzantines and French can be here in this situation. So the Mongol Tower Rush, not quite able to do enough delay. Now pushing on top side here up against Marine Lord's base, it's Varangian Gods and those Royal Institute Knights. Can we take a look if those already got the Royal Bloodlines? I'm not actually sure if they do. They do, so tremendous amount of health here. 310 health plus the 26 damage baseline. That's just too much for most units to handle at this alarming number.
It is way too much, without a doubt, and with only 9 spears on the field for Marine Lord here, this is looking to be a massacre as the Royal Knights with their bloodlines charge directly into the archers with no fear at all. There are some spears here for Marine Lord to try to fend off, but the reality is, even if the Knights face tank the spears at this point, they will just decimate them due to the sheer tech advantage and numbers advantages. Now the entirety of the ranged mass of Marine Lord is scrambling backwards in a desperate retreat from the forces of Beastie and Whammon as the Knights just fearlessly charge onward and onward deeper into Marine Lord's base. Now idling out his economy, triple tower set up here will help a little bit on the defense, but the reality is, with so many juicy, beefy Knights here with these Royal Bloodlines, it's such a difficult hold, and Marine Lord knows that there's no recovery from this position.
Marine Lord taps out, and I'm sure Nostromia is going to do the same thing in just a minute here. She's going to have a big amount of hurt coming for her if she doesn't do so soon. So, I mean, we're going to be heading on to the next game very, very soon. Really, really tough first game here for Marine Lord and Nostromia. I'm wondering where they're going to take this next, though, because up against such a strong composition of Byzantines and French, you really got to bring something to the table, and I don't think the combination of Mongols and HRE is really the best synergy here. If you want a fast castle and have the Mongol player maybe cover for you, I'm not quite sure really what the intention was here, because you just know that Byzantines and French, it's just king in these team games.
Yes, absolutely. It's always a difficult strategy to try to implement where one player tries to go castle edge whilst the other one covers for them and provides the support necessary. It can be a very risky strategy to run, and against, a set of opponents that actually decide to be extremely aggressive in turn. You can see the results. If the defense is not optimal, then it's very, very difficult to hold.
Absolutely. Speaking of powerful team game compositions, we now are looking at the next one. We're playing on Cliffside, Marinomia, Marine Lord, and Nostromia. Bringing the Achery and the French, really, really, classic team game composition. Achery being able to occupy that role of being an infantry civ, and of course the classic French knight play. So sort of similar to that English French composition. The Achery offering a little bit more mobility is super, super strong here on a map with so many natural obstructions. What do you think about Malians and Jeanne d'Arc here, though?
Marlins and Jeanne d'Arc are quite interesting. I'm wondering if we're essentially seeing a strategy switch between the two teams here, potentially, as Beastie might look to opt for a knight heavy play again to give some sort of space for Whammon to boom up with the cows, of course, in ranches for the Grand Fulani Corral. But the difficulty with that is that you might end up in the same spot that you put your opponent in the last game, where with the composition from Marine Lord and Ostromia, with French, of course, and HRE, if they played this very aggressively, they could find themselves in the driving seat this game as opposed to last game, of course. Now, there's a chance for Whammon on the Marlins to play feudal here heavy alongside Beastie, which could be a possibility, but what sort of composition would you choose to run at that point? Perhaps javelins could be a good choice, but then you're running cavalry and javelins, which is very good against archers, but against something like very heavy spear play potentially from Nostromia, that might not be as effective. So we'll have to see how it plays out.
It's a good question. I mean, if you're up against knights and HRE infantry, I don't think you want to try to contest that with Malian cavalry. It's simply just not strong enough. Malian cavalry, of course, dying to archers very easily. It's not really the right choice here. I think you might want to opt in for a little bit of a different synergy. Maybe play full spear archer jab together with the Jeanne knights. I'm not sure. It's a tough one, right? But again, if they do decide to play it out full feudal, and I have this feeling that Marine Lord will not allow for a strategy like full feudal play against Jeanne in team games because it's so strong, I think we might be looking at a little bit of a different game than the one that we are theorizing right now. That's not feudal dominant, but perhaps fast castle similarity to the last game.
Very well could be on the cards here for us. Of course, Jeanne d'Arc, with double the units essentially in a 2v2 as opposed to a 1v1, there is ample chance for her to gain a lot of experience from some of these fights that are likely to happen. So it can be very, very scary facing her if you do decide to be aggressive. Of course, on the flip side of that, due to the larger maps, if she does overextend onto the enemy side of the map with the reinforcements trailing far behind her, she could be quite exposed to getting sniped by an overwhelming enemy mass. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword in terms of how she decides to play. So we'll have to see. But so far, everything's pretty standard. School of Cavalry for both Beastie and Marine Lord now coming up. Interestingly, only Jeanne herself building the School of Cavalry for Beastie. So it will be a very, very slow age up here unless he adds another villager or two onto the landmark.
It's a slow age up for sure. Not a lot on wood currently, but a lot on gold could signify perhaps more upgrades or something like that. Maybe just prepping a second stable to produce more knights at that age up instantly. It's a good question, right? I mean, yeah. The Malians, however, I feel like it's a difficult one, right? Going back to the problem of the composition as well. You're also stuck on a map where you're often gonna have gold towards the middle. It's not necessarily gonna be easy when you're gonna be fighting out the feudal age here. What do you think about this map in this context? I think it's tough.
It's very true. I think Malians can often find themselves struggling on this map, particularly because of their gold reliance, as you mentioned yourself. Of course, you do have your initial starting gold, as you do on every map, which should be relatively safe and cozy for you. But not only do you not have large gold veins on this map whatsoever, unlike most other maps in Age of Empires 4, but Uh, Oftentimes, the gold, as you said yourself, many spawns towards the center and can often be eclipsed side to side by cliffs or other resources, as we see even now. And it can be very difficult to build a full ring of houses around a pit mine to get the maximal income there, whilst at the same time being quite exposed, facing towards the center of the map. So that's why Malian players can find themselves struggling here. So we'll see how Whammon and Beastie look to offset that disadvantage coming into this early feudal ages. Donzo's now on the way for Whammon. Marine Lord has aged up, but no knight in queue yet, curiously. Oh, there we go.
There we go. So first knights are in queue for both of the French players, coming in at the same time here, even though the H-ups were a little bit later. Pretty big gold bank for both Whammon and Beastie. Of course, Malians are always going to get that gold, but it just leaves you to wonder, what is the strategy here? Is it just for upgrades, or is there an interest in playing very, very cavalry focused? I'm not quite sure that is the idea here. Now, Dunzo's coming, chasing those scouts away. They take down one house, so it's not the biggest deal, but of course, forcing out those spears. Maybe you were going to make them anyways, but it is a little bit of an annoyance for sure. Few sheep going down here. Really, really smart knight play. Look at that micro. Charging in on the scout, getting the range on the sheep, and then a click one tap to take them out. Great food denial there.
Yes, a very useful trick to employ whenever playing Knight Civilization or even playing regular Horseman Cavalry as well. If you find an opponent scout on your side of the base with some sheep trailing him, can be a good idea to charge in just like Marine Lord is doing here now, and using the extra movement speed you can snipe yourself some of those sheep and deny the opponent food. All these little advantages matter so much in these kind of games, these coordinated team games especially, so any little lead that can be gained should be gained in order to secure the victory.
Absolutely. Taking down 4 sheep like that, it's a large amount of food, and it can sometimes mean the difference for timing. It can be a minute earlier now because your opponent has to move out or something like that. So it is quite clutch to take out 800 food from your opponent just like that with one knight. Sometimes that's bigger damage than you can have hoped for just with the knight in someone's space. Again, it's a good way of really just maximizing the amount of efficiency you have. So knight play coming in here, of course. Donzo, Jean, and the knights are pushing onto Marine Lord's base here in the south. It's always rough, right? You got to make 2 towers to try to play against these 2 players. It leaves me curious as to what Nostromia's part is to play here. She is looking to play archers, as we can see, but I don't know if that's really going to be enough to help out in this situation. What do you think?
I think the archer choice can have some merit here because of these Donzos for Whammon coming out on the Malians to support BC's offensive here. But of course, it's the mass, isn't it? Quite often we talk about this, how this comp fares against the other, notably Archer Knight against Knight Spear in this case, of course. That's a classic comp fight that's been seen time and time again over the years, and oftentimes it comes down to the fact that once you get that critical archer master where you can actually one-shot a spear, or a donzo in this case, that is when you actually want to look for the engagement, and that number will be around 8 to 10 archers depending on the upgrades in play, of course. So as long as they can buy the time a little bit here, up to 9 archers now Nostromia is, maybe getting a few more here in time for the reinforcements to arrive, then they can actually look to mount an effective defense here. But so far, no golds for Marine Lords, so damage is definitely being taken.
See the horsemen now being produced as well, so not as many knights as one might have hoped for. We've got the archers as well. Let's take a look at this fight here. Spears and knights are a little bit outnumbered here, so that, as you said, those archers are going to come in handy now going up against these dons. They decide not to go after them, though, however. A little bit curious, but again, it's only about denying the experience to Jean, I guess. And you do not have the mass to take out as many knights as you might think you do with these horsemen. You don't have that anti-cavalry potential. Marine Lord is going to get back onto the gold now, and that's going to mean more knights. But again, we are already now outnumbered in knights 3-1, 6 for Beastie, and only 2 knights for Marine Lord. It's a tough position to be in.
Without a doubt, a tough position to be in, as on top of that, you factor in the fact that, notably between French and Jeanne d'Arc, the differences here is, of course, in the economy, because although French will have faster villager production resulting in an eco lead, Jeanne, on the other hand, of course, has the consecration ability to herself, which we now see already placed on the TC, providing a food discount to all villagers produced, and later on, if Beastie does opt to place it on the stables as well, those knights are going to be so much cheaper than before. And on top of having more knights, they will be cheaper as well, so even easier to produce for Beastie. So if they keep up this kind of pressure and try to get Jean to level 3 perhaps, then this could be very scary for Marine Lord and Nostromia.
Coming in the middle here, Archers and Horseman Knight coming out from Marine Lord and Nostromo. You're going to be up against Jean alone here. No Danzos here. Now they're coming in on the left side as well. So just a small little skirmish here. No major battles just yet. I would say as well, that army, looking at Beasties and Women's army, is very, very scary. Got both the Musafadi, the Danzos, the Javelins up again with the Jean and her Knights. That's a tough composition to play against. What do you do here? You've got so much anti-cavalry that you can't really play full knights because of the Malian anti-cav is so strong. And then again, if you're going to play archers as well, javelins are coming in, the knights are coming in. Tough one. Now, pushing onto the top side here on the pit mine here, a little bit of pathing issues for Whammon, but she just fixed it, so good little micro control there. Archers now coming in. Danzos are going to be taken down here. Coming onto the Malian base here, which has already got a couple of cows as well. Could prove to be a little bit of an issue. But it looks like they're just looking for a distraction.
Good initiative being taken by Nostromia to pick up those stray javelins and Donzos just popping out of the production buildings. Fresh recruits there being taken out instantaneously upon their arrival on the battlefield. As now the pit mine is being pressured, as we saw. The tower did go down as well as the house. More pressure being placed on the other. But on the other side, Beastie wasting no time and missing no beat as he dives directly towards Marine Lord's gold with his own Knight Maz John, taking heavy damage. Not sure if he's going to go down, but at the same time, Marine Lord with his own Knight retinue going directly onto the food of Beastie. So many exposed villages on that day pack, and now big offensive as Wham's forces also join Beasties on the Jeanne d'Arc. Now house being taken down, the towers are also going to get targeted, and there's just not enough here for Marine Lord to deal with this push as they try to find their own damage on the back of it, trying to deny Beastie's food as they already did, and now the wood line is next.
We talked about initiative, and initiative is such a powerful tool in these types of games because it's team games. It's all about mobility. You don't want to move back and forth all the time when you're being attacked. So sometimes you might find yourself in your opponent's base and you're being attacked yourself. And so the best thing you can actually do is to try to divert the enemy by attacking their base, which is exactly what's happening here on both sides. Both sides, they're both attacking the enemy's base. And so it's a really, really weird game because, cool, yeah, we're both defending and attacking, and we have our reinforcements. They can't really go across the map, so we're never going to take a big fight. We are going to find, however, a lot of eco kills, so it might actually be the best way to play this out. We're looking at here 4 villages going down, plus the tower in full gold denial. Such a tough position to be in. Now, not with that same initiative on the other side. We have bigger problems now for Beastie and Whammon because they have to go back. Talking about that mobility issue again, having to move back again it's a big delay, and it can sometimes be what you need to build up a proper mass and then push the final push.
In these kind of situations, you often find yourself that the players who first decide to go back to try to defend find themselves in a tough position, because as you see now, Marine Lord and Nostromia, in response to seeing Beastie and Whammon's forces move back to defend, they simply disengage after dealing the damage, right? And now in the center, it looks to be a massive fight about to occur here as Knights posturing to charge here, but the infantry masses move in directly. Donzos as well as spears, archers, and javelin throwers. Jeanne d'Arc on the back of it all with knights. There's so many more knights here for Beastie, so this could potentially be the deciding factor, but there's so many spears and Donzos as well. Big, massive engagement going right now as we speak, as the archers tee off repeatedly, as well as the javelins. A very messy fight here. Spears and knights go down either side. Slowly back, retreating back, Marine Lord and Nostromia are just stutter stepping as they do so, realizing that there's just a bit too many knights for Beastie and Whammon here on their side, as covering the retreat of Nostromia, Marine Lord is with the knights, charging in and cycle charging whenever he can, but the knights are getting caught a little bit on the edge of the cliff there as the archers, many of them do fall as they try to wrap around that cliff, pathing, making a big issue there for Nostromia as they push directly all the way back to a base. Knights falling left, right, and center for both sides, but notably Beastie retains his lead here. But now Jeanne d'Arc level 3 has come in, and with those companions summoned now, dealing heavy damage against the spears. Now, defender's advantage is going to play a factor here, so the push will be repelled for now, but don't think that was the kind of engagement that Marine Lord and Nostromia were hoping for.
I'm not sure. Again, it's one of those engagements where you're like, yeah, this is good, We're going back and forth, we're conserving the knights, but ultimately you end up feeding experience to Jeanne, and when you fed her too much experience, she's level 3. If she's got the melee ability, she gets incredibly strong in these kinds of mass feudal fights, but unfortunately, it is the archer shown. That can be a good thing as well, being able to snipe out knights. Now, the knights coming into the base of Marine Lord here, causing some idle time as well. Reikn's Cathedral as well, coming up from Nostrovia. So it's very important timing here for both teams. Trying to do some damage, not quite finding it, and now the tempo play. Coming for the Castle Age and being able to find some tech advantage might be what the team of Marine Lord and Nostrovia are looking for.
Yes, the Regnius coming in here off the back of that fight. Quite a bold move by Nostrovia. Thankfully, she's not rushing it up too quickly, so the timing should be quite tight here. Oftentimes, the issue you find in this kind of a situation when one player is taking up but everyone else is still committing is that if you age up too quickly and your economy is not in a suitable position, you can often find yourself getting dove very aggressively as a result and punished severely because of your unit mass will naturally suffer as a result of it. But I don't think we'll see that case now, as the Knight Mass from Beastie looking very imposing and scary here. But Marine Lord not too far behind with 16 Knights for himself to Beastie's 21. However, the Knights of Beastie are now on Marine Lord's side of the map, so Nostrovia will be safe for now, at least from this dive, which instead of being directed at her, is now directly straight towards Marine Lord's gold economy.
It's coming straight on the gold economy here as well, now being garrisoned, and that means a full gold denial again. You gotta remember these knights, I mean, they are so tough to kill. If you can micro them properly, you've got not only the healing from Chivalry, you've also got Jeanne coming in with her Divine Restoration. So a massive amount of healing utility makes these knight fights so much tougher if you are the French player here. But you gotta remember, the French got that extra eco boost, so it's 41 villagers for Beastie. Marino's got 58 villagers, so big economy difference. And that makes a big difference when you want to try to full produce knights. Now, if you are going to play equal fights here and you're up against level 3 Jeanne, that's never going to go good for you. So you want to back off here for a moment. You just try to stall it out until your teammate can come around and help. Nostrovia is in Castle Age, and so that does provide a nice tech advantage that's able to go and bypass that armor value that the knight have, that very high amount of armor. Coming through with archers that are fully upgraded can just absolutely shred these knights. So we're looking at a super crucial timing where Beastie's not in castle and Nostrovia can come in with that infantry play. That timing is invaluable right now.
Without a doubt, and well said for sure. This upgrade timing for Nostrovia will be incredibly crucial in these next few minutes here, as instead of opting to directly defend Marine Lord, it seems like Marine Lord and Nostrovia do decide to go straight for Whammer instead. They understand and know the importance of that Grand Fulani Corral that is likely on the way, they assume, and it is in fact about to finish any second now. So instead, Nostrovia does decide to back off, which I do think is a bit of a mistake. It would have been her chance to do at least some kind of damage here. Of course, Whammon's mass is there at the ready, so it would be difficult, even an AJ head, to deal too much damage before those upgrades for the Malians, which do come in faster, come in. But instead, playing it safe, she is going to retreat for now and just hold the center position here, whereas in the south, the night dance still continues.
Nostrovia being caught a little bit out of position here with Beastie's Knights coming in. The Spears just take that charge. They just take the damage immediately. All of the front line for Nostrovia goes down. Big, massive mistake here on that mobility front, having moved into a really awkward position here. Looking for the natural obstruction to try to limit the amount of surface area from Beastie and Whammon, but there's so many units here, and Whammon is in Castle Age as well. That's a lot of damage coming out from those infantry units from the Malian player as well. This is a really bad fight. Knights are going down, yellow and orange colors everywhere. What are you gonna do here? I don't know. This is tough. This is one of those game-ending fights. I mean, Jeanne just farming that experience. She might be level 4 very soon. The infantry mass from Nostrovia is gone. The knight mass is pretty much gone as well. Marine Lord surrenders, meaning Nostrovia is also out. And that means that Whammon and Beastie takes this best of 3 in a clean 2-0 sweep. Moving on to the grand finals. What a game. What about that, Myriad? What do you think?
That was very intense there initially for for a little while in the early parts of the game. I do feel bad for Nostromo a little bit. Such a simple slip up to make in these team games when you're running an infantry mass, even with the built-in marching drills of the HRE granting the infantry additional movement speed. You can see that if you get caught out of position even once against such a overwhelming night mass from Beastie, you can often find your army completely surrounded and getting cleaned up as a result, as we saw there. So, what a sad overstep for Nostromi. I do feel for her in that situation. I hope she's not blaming herself too much as a result of it. But these things do happen, even to top players, right? You look away and are distracted for just a minute, and suddenly 30 of Beastie's knights are surrounding your entire ranged mass, and as a result, the game is lost. So tough for them without a doubt, but a very good effort either way.
Very good effort. I do agree. It's so tough for these team games because it's very unlike the 1v1 scenario where you're fighting on your own. You're trying to keep track of one player. Here you got to first off keep track of two players. And not only is it two players, it's also some of the very best players in the world you're up against. Beastie being equipped with knights, he will not let you make a mistake like that. So if you move too far out, it can be the whole game that's decided right there in that move. And so I hope she doesn't blame herself too much. You just got to remember these are high level games, and so those mistakes you cannot make them. They matter too much to be something you can just let slip through. Because you're always looking for it, right? With Shan, you're always looking for it with the Knights. We are going to be heading on to the next set now, which will be up against the team of. Let me just check. I have to be correct about this.
Yes,
So
quick
that
check
would
for us here.
yeah. So that would be Deep Shine and Poppy Paw up against Whammon and Beastie. So this is a really, really high stakes matchup, I would say, because Deep Shine is one of those players that Whammon is so afraid of. She talks about it all the time. Deep Shine, not happy about having to play against her. And then again, Poppy Pod, who secured a seat to Spain, Red Bull, Willalo, of course, El Reinado. So both of these teams here, I mean, they are stacked, but there are also some more mentality things, I think, especially for a player like Whammon having to go up against Deep Shine.
Yes, there's rivalry, of course, not only amongst the top players, but some of the girls here as well, of course,
Yeah.
which is important to note. Of course, it's all friendly rivalry at the end of the day, but it should make for some very exciting games as we go prepare to head into Beastie and Whammon against Puppy Paw and Deep Shine here in this our next 2v2 series of Empire Duels.
So it is important to note that the next series is a best of 5. It's going to be played out on a full best of 5 map pool. So we are maybe going to see the inclusion of more water maps. Of course, the map pool including maps like Archipelago and Golden Heights. And these maps are not easy to play. This is really skill-based maps to play. And in the 2v2 environment, you are so focused on the positioning on these maps. If you're going to play on one side of the pond and the other player that you're up against might be in a more defensive position because of generation or just the way that the players have been positioned, it can be so difficult, especially on a map like Golden Heights. So you might pick the civs, but you might not be able to ensure that you have the correct civ matchup or generation or whatever you might call it.
Yes, the map plays a very big impact on how games do play out, without a doubt, for sure. And in team games especially, the generations can be a little bit, well, can be vastly different than in 1v1s as we have seen in the past. So I'm quite excited to see what maps do come up here. Should be a very good series here between these two teams. Of course, Beastie and Whammon, no doubt have the chemistry on lockdown in these 2v2 games and the coordination. So that should definitely be on their side. Whereas Puppy Boy and Deep Shine have had very good showing earlier today. So we'll see whether they can match up against this combo from Beastie and Whammon, because taking out Marine Lord and Ostromia 2-0 is no easy feat.
Yeah, and it was even clean as well. You got to remember that you have to play these team games aggressively, especially on maps like Cliffside and Himayama. So, if Poppy Paw and Deep Shine can manage to find a map pool that is more centered around maybe a longer type of game, Poppy Paw can really shine there. But you got to remember, you're up against Beastie, and He's no stranger to the late game as well. So it's really not about how you can find a counter. Let's say you're playing against a team that included someone like KJ Kiljardi. You would love to play the long game, right? Taking shots here at Kiljardi, I know, but you got to remember that these players, they're so well rounded, and so it's hard to figure out how you're going to approach these things when you're not really when there's not that big of a skill discrepancy in terms of where you are in the game.
Yes, for sure. I mean, Beastie and Puppy, of course, both at the peak of their game here as we speak. So as a result, of course, we have to see what happens in the series. The trouble is when both players are, so close in skill and at such a high level, their understanding of the game has reached a point where they can almost kind of predict each other's moves. So it becomes this game of, to what extent do you play how you're supposed to in terms of meta and strategy, and to what extent do you play to, subvert the expectations of your opponent and try to edge a lead in terms of the surprise factor, or taking an unexpectedly good engagement, right? Or going for a comp switch that the opponent might not have expected with a sieve that wouldn't fit it typically. And this sort of dichotomy can really make some of these games very interesting to watch and unpredictable.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and again, it's often decided again what type of chemistry you have. It's definitely, we talked about it before, and it's really important to remember that some dynamics definitely favor some types of gameplay styles, whereas other dynamics are more, you know, centered around the longer game or the more aggressive game. Yeah, so I would say, like, we saw players like, I think it was Rapid Sweet as well, pulling out markets between, I think, 15 or 20 and 25 minutes as well. And so there are definitely points during the game where some players really shine through with their playstyles, and other points during the game where you have to remember that it's also a team game, and you can't really allow yourself to do that. And so it's about identifying where you are in the game. Can you play towards your strengths, or do you have to just keep going with what's the correct play? We are now seeing the bans coming through for both sides here, English being banned on both sides. So it's one of those civs that are just so incredibly strong in the team game environment, wouldn't you say?
Yes, English is just one of those civilizations, right? That it's kind of, their playstyle tends to lean in team games as well towards this kind of death bally type of strategy where you build up an immensely powerful army of, be it, mix of men at arms, spears, longbows, crossbows, any kind of iteration of those units, which combined with the network of castles, or are granting them initially 15% and then later 30% attack speed in Castle
Mm-hmm.
Age with network of citadels upgrade. If you manage to lock down a position and get up the aura working there, the English army can be so difficult to beat in a direct engagement for most civilizations in the game, due to that bonus, as well as the economy that they have behind it. And on a map like Gorge, especially, I'm not too surprised, as in team games, especially due to the short distance and the tight bases, with the way the map spawns here in team games, makes English, I would say, one of the strongest picks on this map for team games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. It's not only the generation of Gorge, it's also the closeness between you being, you know, it's not a map with a long distance between the bases. There's a rush distance and it's incredibly short. So you got to pick civs on this map that are either really good at aggression and that you can keep your opponents busy with, or just in general civs that are more defensive in nature, like Rus, like Chinese, like English. Those civs perform really well on a map like Gorge because they're defensive in nature, but doesn't mean that they can't do aggression as well. Like if you pick a civ, such as the Rus and the English, you're stacked on this map because you got that cavalry and longbow archer type, what's it called, dynamic going. But both of your civs are also defensive, so you can be more free with your movement. You can go more aggressive if you want to, and not worry too much about the defensive part of the game. We see the Malians coming through here. I'm sure we will see the second civilizations in a moment. Malian's also really good civ here for the same reasons. Good defensive civ, good economic civ, and an infantry civ. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a cavalry civ come up right here in a moment.
Yes, Mardian's also a very solid pick here as well. Of course, starting with most often you start with a large gold vein that you share with your teammate on Gorge, of course, and for Malians, I mean that's ideal, isn't it? Because sure, they sacrifice space for one house in order for your teammate to be able to build a mining camp to gather gold there. However, at the end of the day, still a large gold vein. So even down one house, you still end up getting a tremendous amount of gold income, more than you would from a full regular gold mine, bit mine surrounded by houses. So certainly a strong pick here, Marlins. And on the other side, for Puppy Paw and Deep Shine, we do seem to have, of course, Byzantines and Iobids, which is quite the composition. I might go so far as to say a little bit greedy here coming out for them. What do you think, Voldemar?
It sort of depends on what you're trying to do, right? If you're looking to play that cavalry and archer composition that we see so often in the team games, you would want to go for that Ayubid fast castle to unlock the camel lances, and then maybe the Byzantine can cover you in that time. Again, it would depend on the spawn. Okay, Japanese and Malians as well coming out on the other side. These are curious compositions. Two fast castle civs, two very, very strong eco infantry civs. It looks very similar on paper. I wonder how it's going to play out, though.
Yeah, it's very interesting picks here, without a doubt. And there's so many different ways it can go as well. I don't expect we will see too much of a feudal commitment from the Japanese player, most notably, which I assume will be Beastie. I would say I don't think I've seen Whammon play Japanese before. Of course, Japanese notably not very effective in feudal and extended feudal age situations. They do find themselves struggling to fight in the long-term feudal age, and they would especially struggle on a map like this, where often the mobility of their units, something like the Yumi, Ashigaru, of course, as well as the Onabugeisha, due to the layout of the map, some of that mobility can be offset and its effectiveness, restrained because of it. Whereas on the other side, Byzantines and Ayyubids, we could potentially be seeing fast castle from Ayyubids as well, which is of course their preferred playstyle. But it's difficult to call in team games, isn't it? It's very likely that Ayyubids will opt for the cavalry, maybe even in feudal age with some horsemen and desert raiders to try to deal damage to the Malians and Japanese. But this really can play out in so many different ways.
Yeah, for sure. You're absolutely spot on there. It's a tough one, right? You don't want to go into Gulam. You don't really want to do that because you've already got that Byzantine player occupying that role. You probably want to go Mountain Samurai as Japanese. Again, you're probably not going to go for infantry, but again, anything can happen. It's team games. I'm just also taking a look at that map pool. We've got Gorge coming up as the first map. The second map will be most likely a map like Himayama or Prairie. They might even pick a map like Golden Heights as well, or Dry Arabia, just to keep things more simple. So a pretty classic a map pool here, with Himayama being a great aggressive map. Same with the Prairie. Both of those maps just not really a lot of wood on them, and then a really complicated map to play such as Golden Heights and your standard experience on Dry Arabia. So I'm assuming that this whole best of 5 will be very, very centered around aggression once we move on to those later maps.
Aggression is the name of the game in a lot of these team games, isn't it? And for good reason, really. Forcing your opponent on the back foot and to be on the defensive. Although defender's advantage is a very real trait in a lot of these games, which is notable. If your opponent is distracted trying to defend, making sure that they don't lose villages in that defense, most notably, then you can find yourself on the other side getting away with so many different things around the map. If your opponent's pinned in their base, you can get the deer, you can get a keep up on center golds and sacred side, other key positions. So there really is so much to be gained from playing aggressive in these games, especially with such mixed teams, notably where sometimes coordination could be quite difficult to make work. So as a result, you can really get yourself very, very ahead if you just keep your opponent on their toes, of course.
We are spawning in here with Beastie and Whammon in the top right side, playing as the Malians, and the Japanese. Beastie playing Japanese, Whammon on the Malians. Looking at that classic we're on the left side. Yeah, okay. I got confused for a moment there, looking at that classic infantry and cavalry composition. Now here on the bottom left side, we've got Poppy Paw and Deep Shine playing as the Byzantines and the Ayyubids. So really, really strong civs coming out here at first sight. A little bit curious about that spawn generation as well. If you take a look here at the top right base, we've got one woodline in the front and then double woodline in the back. Whereas for the purple team, Poppy Paw and Deep Shine, it's way more spread out. What do you think about this spawn?
Yeah, that's just a little bit unusual, isn't it? So Beastie will find himself struggling a little bit for wood towards that mid game, of course, having only access to that small wood line, whereas on the other side, the very front wood line at the front of Puppy Paw's base on the Iobids, that provides a kind of a natural wall as well. But very well highlighted here by our observer, of course, the berries for Beastie being covered by the wood line and the deer pack somewhat as well. So although the wood situation might become a struggle later on, at least defensively, it's quite a strong position. Whereas on the other side, the generation we see the stone just cutting into the wood line a little bit, making it quite far out of TC range. But I highly doubt we're going to see any 2 TC shenanigans, at least initially, in this game.
Yeah, and it's the thing with these generations, right? If you have resources like the berries and the stone, and they are sort of like in towards the woodline, what's actually happened is a lot of the times those resources have sort of occupied the position of many of the wood of the trees. And so it means that you have a reduced amount of trees. If you look at that berry here on the left, you can see that that woodline is sort of weird. That's because the berries took it up. And so, whilst this is not necessarily a bugged spawn, this is more of those spawns where it's like, yeah, these resources are very close together and they are causing some friction. See the
Grand
Grand Winery
Winery.
now? Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Grand Winery now on the way for Deep Shine. Nothing too surprising here, of course. There would have been potentially a small chance of seeing Hippodrome play from the Byzantines, which can be very, very powerful, of course, due to the latest buff. And, once the Triumph is activated with a lot of tickets on a massive horseman, they can actually do a tremendous amount of damage in the right situation. But the winery, of course, a classic at this point and certainly a very strong and reliable landmark. So no surprises there. Once the olive oil starts rolling in and the mercenaries come out, which is essentially free units in a way, much like the Ottomans have access to through their military schools, that is essentially what makes Byzantine such a powerful civilization, not only in 1v1s, but team games as well, right? These units that they have access to with a fifth resource, it is so difficult to deal with for a lot of teams and a lot of civilizations.
Yeah, absolutely. As our observer just highlighted here, the Dervish are coming out. Of course, Storehouse as well, up at the top side here. Very, very condensed spawn. Looking at the spawn where it seems just to be a really big problem if Bobby Paw and Deepshine looks to play aggressive here. Beastie's going to be in a load of hurt.
I think so as well. It's a composition such as Longbow's Limitane supported by horsemen and desert raiders. If Papio decides to be aggressive in feudal age, it can be very, very difficult to face with all angles of the unit counter system, of course, covered by the Iobids and Byzantines. Now, I'm not sure whether we're going to see that due to the Dervish ring coming out here. It could signal somewhat of a castle age at least. And now with 5 on gold for Puppy Paw, that does seem to be the case most likely. Now, these Dervish coming in feudal age, these are of course planned for castle age for a very quick relic pickup. But if Beast and Whammon spot this and decide to play aggressive in turn, could leave Puppy Paw in a little bit of a tough position with him having the forward spawn here.
Yeah, absolutely. You might want to go castle, but the thing is, how are you going to contest that if your opponent's up a little bit quicker and has Dervish, right? So for BC, that could be a really big problem, only getting maybe 1 or 2 relics. So you are looking to try to do damage, but the spawns, again, you have some civs that are really, really defensive in nature. It can be tough to do much.
archery range now on the way for Warman on the Malians. This could mean archers, this could mean javelins. Either would be a good choice in this situation. Of course, realistically, I'm not sure that whatever units she makes will be able to find too much damage here, as both sides notably playing very, very defensive in these early parts of the game. No units on the map at all yet, except for, of course, the scouts and the dervish from Puppy Paw. Curiously contained start, without a doubt. I expected a little bit more aggression, but because of the nature of the picks, it doesn't surprise me too much. Almost a little bit of a gentleman's and ladies' agreement here to just essentially play for castle timings.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. It's a good observation. It's very, very stale early game here. Just very economic play. No raids coming out. We do see one javelin thrower from Whammon, and that's pretty much it. That's actually the only military unit that's out in the field in these first 6 minutes of the game. So a very, very castle-focused economic play here. I don't really understand why that's happening, but I guess that's probably because we're playing on Gorge. It can be incredibly difficult to find damage. Yeah, so the Byzantines setting up their aqueducts, they're setting up their farms, and it's the same sort of dynamic that the Whammon, sorry, the Malians are looking for. Whammon, of course, piloting them, looking for that cow setup as well. So both are great economic plays that can lead to a really explosive Castle Age power spike, and it's the same thing for both of our Castle Age players. Poppy Paw going castle and Beastie doing the same thing here with the floating gate, being able to push out a lot of resources with that Yorishiro inside of the production buildings. So it might be very, very quiet here early. There might not be a lot going on, but that's because everyone is setting up for a big production in just a few minutes.
That's right, yes. A slow early game often means a much more explosive mid game, and that's without a doubt what we're about to see here as Floating Gate now halfway down. Cowboom is aggressively underway for Wellman as well. And I think part of the reason why we didn't see as much aggression in the feudal age this game as opposed to others is I think part of it is the lack of a knight civilization in play for either side here. Having access to knights in feudal age gives either team so much leverage in terms of mobility on the map and when and how to take engagements. So not having access to such a unit to support a more stable infantry composition for the teammate means that playing aggression can be a little bit riskier than one would like. So instead, it will be a castle age play for either team here, as now Stable being forcefully rushed up by Beastie to house that Yorishiro for that boosted mounted samurai production.
Yeah, you're right on the spot there, talking about how that aggression might not pay off. It might actually not do anything else than delaying you. So yeah, that sort of gentle women men agreement that we talked about, that's definitely quite true here, because if you decide to go aggressive, you might delay yourself too much. But if you then manage to get it to pay off, then you have a really great tempo advantage all of a sudden. But there's a low probability on a map like this for that to happen. Now, are you a bit player? Going up with triple stable. That's a massive stable count, wouldn't you say, Myriad?
Absolutely, but I do completely understand the reasoning behind it here for Bobby Paw. The issue is with camo lances against mounted samurai from the Japanese here. It's quite an interesting fight to occur because although on paper the camo lancers do counter the mounted samurai because of course the camo Anise aura causing all horse cavalry to deal less damage within a radius around the camels. That is notable, of course, in engagement, but the mounted samurai are no ordinary knights, of course, having access to the deflective armor, which can essentially fully block the supremely powerful charge of the camel lancers that they have come known for, as opposed to other cavalry units. It is the charge that camel lancers really strive at executing, whereas the mounted samurai for Japanese, although countered by the Camolanese, are able to tank that charge fully without taking any damage if they have their deflective armor up. So, and as a result of it, they actually win the engagement against the Lancers. So, you do actually need to outmass those mounted samurai to win an engagement because in even numbers, the mounted samurai will take the win.
Yeah, and it's a massive amount of damage that comes through here. Now Camelance is coming onto these berries here, doing good damage. But as you mentioned, that deflective armor able to resist that charge that is so powerful from the Camelances. That is certainly very, very important when we start to talk about these night plays. Walls are coming up here in the middle, and the Mounted Samurai, already 5 Mounted Samurai here at the woodline of Poppy Paw. Gonna be able to push in, look for some damage. There are no villagers here, however, because they're all focused on food and gold. Because why do you need wood if you are just gonna make full cavalry out of 3 stables, right? So again, really, really defensive in nature, this play here. Just being able to go for knights. You don't need anything else but gold and food.
Yes, absolutely. It was a good timing on that little short war by Poppypot to save those 3 villagers from the knights. That was quite a fortunate timing for him. But this is where we end up in this situation where the mounted samurai will do well against the lancers initially. When these numbers start piling up like this, and they're able to wear off the defective armor of the samurai, the mounted samurai can find themselves in a tough position. We also see now Limitane and longbows being massed up by Deep Shine on the Byzantines, which will soon move into position, of course. But the Grand Fulani Corral now also on the way for Wammen, which, although a castle is delayed, it's only normal for the Malians, of course, because of the time it takes them to set up the ranches. But of course, the castle age is very explosive as a result of it.
Yeah, the Malian castle play is always great, right? It gives you so much food because you get that huge influx of food from the Grand Fulani Coral. Really, really strong play, and that's the reason that it's been meta for so long. However, in the longer run, if you are up against somebody who has a lot of relics or scales really well with their civ, just like Ayyubid and Byzantines do, should you outlast them, not be able to find the damage as Japanese and Malians here, the Malian player might run into issues as the game goes on and will have to transfer, of course, into trade and second TC or whatnot. Here, the Mounted Samurai coming in on the villagers, finding a lot of damage. This is a big problem for Deepshine because she's not able to enter her TC. She has to go all the way back, calling upon Poppy's cavalry lances as well. If Poppy doesn't find similar damage here, that's a pretty big loss.
Absolutely, and that was a significant amount of villagers going down there for Deepshine, with not enough garrison slots inside of the primary town center there to house all of them. Many of them are cut down by the samurai as a result, with no shelter to escape to. Now, Papipo attempted to do some sort of return damage on the other side, but wasn't able to find an angle of engagement. So essentially, Beastie is now running away with those villager kills unharmed. And the infantry masses are building for both Deepshine and Wammen here. Of course, both very strong civilizations when running these infantry compositions. And although the food income for the Malians is very, very significant once the Fulani Corral comes online, the Byzantines are no slouches either, of course, with the Grand Winery Olive Grove setup providing a huge amount of olive oil for them in turn as well to produce units.
It was a bit of an attempt here on the Sacred side. Wanted to go and capture that, but that was denied, unfortunately, by the Mounted Samurai. We do, however, see that map control, playing for that long game like we talked about in the pre-game. Poppypaw already now walling in bigger parts of the map, trying to secure himself and his teammate from raids, and just having that leverage to go out in the map. I think it's a really, really powerful play here. Looking into the future where he wants to take this game, this is one of those classic ways of doing so.
Small engagement here onto the northern left sacred site. Dervish does get killed by Beastie's Mounted Samurai, but many units come to answer his cavalry in turn, so he's forced to back off. Meanwhile, on the eastern side of the map, wall attempt by Wammen trying to go up to deflect some of these camel lancers coming in from Papipo. Of course, they'll be pushed away by the significant infantry mass of Wammen's Malians, but now, big push coming in towards the center from Deepshine and Papipo. Now that tower, which is now fortified with a spring order placement, will help push back this mass, at least for now, and give Wammen time to bring her composition in tow at the front as well for the defense.
Really, really lucky that they didn't dive onto that Japanese base, because Wammen was not in position to be able to help here. That would have been full cavalry against full infantry and cavalry, and that would have been disastrous, mass, idle time and stuff. But that didn't happen, and it's a little bit unfortunate overseeing that, because you really don't want to overlook it as Poppy and Deepshine, because it's those small advantages that you might get from one person not being in position that can lead to a victory. We saw it just before with Marine Lord and Nostormia. A small positional mistake can cost you the game in a team game where mobility is just that important.
Very, very true, without a doubt. And speaking of the positioning that you just highlighted, here we see a bit of an interesting situation as the infantry mass of Wham and Marlins moves forward with the Beastie's cavalry just behind to cover. The Camel Lancers are slightly out of position, but of course the mobility will aid them in making their repositioning here as they prepare for this fight. But of course both armies are now in position for this engagement to occur. Longbows firing off heavily from the back line. The superior range of course coming in clutch in this kind of a fight, as before the engagement even happens they can start dealing damage, and we see that happening now. The Donzos being picked off one by one. Limitane moving into the position to try to screen for the Knights. They do connect there, so charge can't come through. Charge is attempted anyway by Beastie as the Camel Lancers on the back of it as well. Longbows focusing down onto the Donzos as well as they can, whereas Javelin throwers shooting onto the Longbows as well. Direct cavalry engagement as the Lancers do not go back to charge again, but now they do. In fact, the Samurai have done the same. Not many spears left here for either side. The engagement is very messy and looks either-sided for now, but the Camel on knees, I think, is actually prevailing here as the minus damage for the Samurai is proving quite hurtful for them, without a doubt. However, the Malian mass on the back of it is doing a good job, as the Javelins have done a great job in focusing the Longbows. Their mass severely reduced now, but still the fight is very close. So much healing coming in from the Shinto priests of Beastie as well to keep some of these Samurai alive, but it looks like a stalemate essentially, as both teams have lost virtually the entirety of their armies in this engagement, Valdemar.
Yeah, you just hate to see it because it's one of those fights where you just know, okay, well, we're not looking at a swing tempo into either side. So both teams being stuck with a similar amount of eco, similar amount of army, just know that this game's not going to be ended before 20 minutes. This is going to be probably a little bit of a longer one unless one of these teams can find that damage from this fight here. A little bit of a tough one, definitely, to come out from both ends. Now linking up again here, the Camel Lancers and the Byzantine infantry. Maybe looking to do some more damage. I'm not quite sure. We'll have to wait and see. The Malian player in the back, that is just not a base that you can do damage to. So Wham able to push out a lot of units with such a large amount of passive income. You got to remember as well, the relics have been gathered up as well. Maybe we can take a look at how many relics we've got. Got 3 here for the Iobit player. Have we got extra? Let's see. Let's see. Any more relics? Am I wrong in saying that 7 relics on a map like this?
I'm not 100% sure, to be honest with you.
Our observer's nodding. That's so good. Yeah, so 5 relics for the Iobit and the Byzantines, and 3 relics for our Japanese player.
Very good, very good. Central decap now on the side by Beastie, as no longer will the trickle of gold be coming in for Puppy Paw this time round. Another raid attempt here, but of course the war's going to go up in time. One of the villages will go down, but of course no entry can be made due to the immense number of Donzos in position there to block any kind of raid attempt. Instead, they're going to opt to look further north instead. Meanwhile, towards the south side of the map, Beastie Samurai Mass is trying to break through the wall there instead, and also decap that sacred side in turn. Just there, the dervish might die to that very, very injured mounted samurai. There are some villages here on the left side that could be ripe for the picking. Not many lancers here to defend, but the Varangians as well as the Limitane, and actually it's only Limitane, excuse me, are in position as well to help deflect this. But Beastie, instead of opting out, he actually does decide to charge onto the Lancers, just deals the damage. Of course, this is a deflective armor that we were talking about before, coming in very, very handy, as they can just charge in directly against the Lancers and take their charge for 0 damage in turn. Nice quick wall here by Puppy Paw actually to block the pathing of the Samurai, forcing them to connect somewhat onto the Lancers and the Limitane, and another quick wall onto the gold there. Beastie does have to be quite careful here, because he could be walled here fully if he's not careful. He does catch some villages here, splitting off some of the samurai, whereas the rest look to go directly towards Deepshine's base. But Imperial Age for Puppy Paw behind all this.
A little raid here coming out from Beastie as well. Yeah, coming onto the back line here, we can see the second TC being added on from Deepshine as well. Really looking to opt to playing that long game, macroing it up with that second town center. It's not a bad choice coming out from that fight that we had before. having such a stale, what would you say, such an even outcome from a fight like that really means that you've got to be able to scale further to try to surpass your opponents here. And that's the same thing with the raiding as well that we're seeing here. You're really looking to just idle out the enemy military, the enemy economy, maybe looking for some villager kills. And so it's quite important as well that you keep looking for advantages. If you sit in your base and you're not going to do much, well, you're also going to find yourself that the game just gets longer and longer. Now, looking at these mounted samurai causing a lot of trouble, a lot of idle time, controlling the movement here of the pink-purple army. So yeah, definitely a good amount of damage coming out from these mounted samurai here. Wham, macroing it up as well. I'm sure she's actually looking to go for a little bit of an Imperial play here as well. You see Puppy Points as well, also in Imperial, so it's definitely one of those games where we're looking to look for that tech advantage as well. Maybe Siege will come into play. We see one Springbolt coming out from Whammon here. Just a nice little defensive Springbolt, wouldn't you say, Myriad?
That's right. I mean, in 2v2s especially can be quite difficult often to scout the enemy's composition. So going siege preemptively, although can be an expensive choice, it could be prudent in a lot of situations, as oftentimes one or two mangonels can really, really determine and swing the course of a fight if it does come to that. But that won't be the case here this time. But this imp timing by Puppy Paw, I gotta say, and with this wraparound onto Beastie Samurai, it could be very, very scary, as now with the elite status on the Camel Lancers, now they can really put on some hurt onto these mounted samurai. And I feel like this is the timing that Deepshine and Puppy Paw have been waiting for. They need to go in now, as Tanegashima Gunsmith is now almost halfway done for Beastie, whereas Whammon wants to desperately get up this fort of the Hunters directly on the front. But this is actually very, very scary here, because these elite Camel Lancers, and there's so many of them, over 35 now for Puppy Paw. This engagement happens directly. The Fort of the Huntress is most likely going to go up, but at what cost, as there's so much pink and purple here overwhelming the front line. There's an absurd amount of Dontos for Whammon, but with the elite status of the Lancers, I'm not sure that's going to be enough. Now, Fort of the Huntress is probably going to go up, but at an immense price for Beast and Whammon. As you can see, the military numbers are horrifically in favor of Puppy Paw and Deepshine. Now, 100 to 16, as they can now potentially look to dive deep directly into the base, but instead they back off and look to fight another day. That was a very decisive engagement for Puppy Paw and Deepshine, and although both Beast and Whammon got up to Castle Age, the military is no longer existent, essentially.
They did get up to Castle Age, but that's some time ago, Mir. This was double Imperial Age coming out from both of these players. And that is such a greedy play in this situation, because your opponents have kept on massing units and units and units, and they see you going for that Imperial Age. One Imperial Age coming through and the other one coming as well. You know you don't have the military to defend against a full Castle and Imperial Age army. So I'm sure that Deepshine and Puppy Paw, Deepshine with that second TC, they're looking to play out for that final push here. They did such good damage against the army of Beastie and Whammon, and so there's not much left now. The raiding can really come to fruition here. We see on the right side there's a little purple dot, and as well moving on to that whole economy in the right side, and this is a massive issue. You got all your siege here, you got all your archers, but these are no small groups of units. This is a massive group of Camel Lancers in Imperial Age, and they're super strong. These Castle Age Donzels here, they have nothing on these guys. Does decide to stay, actually. Stays and wants to fight this out. Okay. Maybe not, just small damage. Okay. Good damage. Still controlling that army, still looking for that damage. Is that trade I see in the back?
Trade? It could potentially be the option.
Cal, wake up. We need to see that trade in the back.
Sure, actually. I feel like it's actually just long distance mining instead, as... Oh no, it is in fact trade. You're completely right, Voldemar. Of course, not trading to the neutral trade post, it means that the income from these traders is a little bit lower than normal, but still corner to corner trade here for both Beastie and Whammon. So in the long run, I'm not sure if this was actually spotted out yet by Puppy Paw's raids. I don't think it has, but now his Camel Lancers are heading directly towards the north corner there. So if it will ever be spotted out, that time will be now. But this is the time to not let the foot off the pedal for Puppy Paw and Deepshine, because after taking such a good engagement when the imp timing came in for Beastie and Whammon, if they just keep their foot on the gas here, they can actually keep mounting that damage and lead that they have guilt and potentially run away with the game, as raid here in the far north side, whereas the main army of Deepshine Empire people comes in from the center onto the Fort of the Hunters as bombards are on the way as well. Trade does get spotted out now, finally.
There's a lot of damage coming through onto this trade, and having both players trading as well means that there are just lots of traders ripe for picking. We see a big army being massed on in the middle here as these raids are going on in the back, and this army has bombards, has camel lances, and now with Deepshine being an Imperial, I'm sure that big infantry mass as well will soon turn into an Imperial infantry mass. Tanegashima Gunsmith being targeted down here by the bombards. This camel lancer mass and this infantry mass here, I would love to see more raids on that back line, but again, that small raid before just directed the whole army of Whammon and Beasties to go and deal with it. And so now there's no front line here, which means you can just push through. But you gotta remember, this is Shogunate Castle. It's 13,000 HP, and these bombards are just tickling that right now.
It will be a very slow and time-consuming siege here to try to take down this Shogunate castle, but most notably the Fort of the Hunters has fallen, as well as, even more importantly, the Tanegashima Gunsmith for BC, so there will be no access to those free ticket units for him. Now, he did get out a healthy number of Ozutsu just before, 14 now on the field for him, but still, the militia numbers are still just not quite there for BC and Whammon. They have a healthy mix of Ozutsu, Spearmen, Samurai, as well as Donzos and Archers, but compared to over 20 elite Camel Lancers and so many longbows in the Mitane for Deepshine, I don't see them ever winning a direct engagement like this, Voldemar. And Keep Drop now at the front as well to help secure this siege of the Shogunate Castle. This is looking worse and worse for BC and Whammon.
Alright, big fight coming up here. Trying to deny this keep drop as well. We've got two bombards, two Colorants, and a Mangonel up against one Springald here. But this is full melee. Full melee coming up against this Camel Lancer mass. And a lot of longbows in the back line just ready to take shots at this melee mass. Mostly Donzos means that it's going to be melted pretty fast here. And going together with that infantry front line, these Camel Lancers aren't going to take that full blunt force of the Donzos. Now the keep is up as well. The Shogunate Castle of the Japanese is also going down at the same time. So this is looking grim for Beastie and Whammon, and it has been for a little bit of a while here. Still, they got the trade up in the back, but this fight here, Beastie surrenders because of it, and it's simply not going to be enough for them. That trade didn't hold up, and now it looks like that game is over. Taps out. I'm sure we'll see Whammon tap out here in a moment as well. So GG did get called in the end.
Yeah, it's a bit of a nail-biting first game here between Poppypo Deepshine and Beastie and Whammon. I was really worried there initially, thinking that trade might actually be what breaks the camel's back here, so to say, ironically, with Poppypo and the Iovids, of course. But of course, the issue with the trade is it does take a little while to kick in, and as you and myself have experienced as well, Voldemar, trades, if it doesn't have any actual bonuses attached to it, much like Mongol trade or Abbasid trade, it really can sometimes feel a little bit underwhelming, can't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, these traders weren't really performing at that team game maximum that we see a lot of times. Being a map like Gorge, you can't really have a safe trade on the backline. You have to trade to your friend. And so that means that if your teammate has to take care of that, you are gonna get trades that are the equivalent of a 1v1 full trade line. 86 gold on one of these traders means that it's not going to be an overwhelming amount of gold. I would much rather prefer having a second TC or a few more relics, or just having the trade up for longer might be enough. I don't really know. It's a tough play coming off of such a bad fight there during the mid game. Two bad fights actually during the mid and early late game.
Yes, it was a crucial point there when that Fort of the Hunters went up, because sure, they both Whammon and Beastie needed to get Imperial Age, but the issue is if you essentially, sacrifice the game for Imperial Age, which obviously wasn't their intention, but it's just what happens in some of these situations, sacrificing the entire army just to click up, it's essentially like tapping out indirectly anyway, isn't it? Because the amount of time it will take you to rebuild that army and resecure the map control that you forsake by going for that imp timing. Essentially, if the opponent doesn't step off the gas, which Puppy Point Deepshine certainly didn't, then you just find yourself in a losing game, don't you?
Absolutely. we are heading into our second map here. It's going to be Prairie. Malians and Mongols notoriously get Prairie civs, but they're usually in the 1v1 scenario, picked up against each other, Mongol countering the Malian player. So it's a really, really clever pick because you're denying the Mongol pick from just having it yourself. But then again, you're also allowing room for other civs such as H3 that are certainly not a bad civ as well to have on a map like this. Remember, Prairie being a map where you're not going to have access to that much wood. Trade is going to be incredibly efficient. Passive income, like the Malian income, is very efficient. And just in general, having sacred sites like the Delhi can definitely be a good way to scale this up. I will imagine this game is going to be one of those classic feudal age games, looking at this Delhi and HRE pick from Beastie and Whammon, wouldn't you say?
It very well could be. It very well could be, and I must say I'm a big fan of the Malian Mongols pick here. Now, although of course they are number one and two indisputable civs on Prairie in 1v1, I don't imagine that will change too much in team games, to be honest, because at the end of the day, the name of the game here is the limited wood supply of the map, right? And the exposed wood supply as a result of it, because of the tiny wood lines scattered all around the map. So civilizations that are less reliant on wood, such as Malians, such as Mongols, as opposed to something like Delhi and newly HRE as well, on paper, Puppy Point Deep Shine should be somewhat favored here with their civilizations for the map. But of course, I assume it will. Well, actually, I was going to say I assume it'll be Beastie's signature HRE here, but I think it might potentially be Beastie on the Delhi instead, as of course he has a lot more experience with them compared to Warman. So I'm assuming that's what we're going to be seeing. But Feudal Age is quite likely on the cards here, as you said yourself, Valdemar. Now, it's difficult to say who's favored there because all four of these civilizations have prowess in feudal. That's notable, of course. Uh, Malians, not only with their strong economy, but having access to some unique units in the form of course, the javelin throwers, anti-ranged unit, as well as the Musafadi, anti-armored. Uh, Keshiks, of course, for the Mongols in the form of the pseudo knight, as well as Ghazi raiders and the insane economy of HRE, allowing them to outmass most other civilizations. All of these civs are very capable in the feudal age, so we'll have to see how it plays out. But spawning into Prairie in our second game of the series, we have Beastie and Whammon on the Delhi and HRE in the south side of the map, whereas in the north, we have Puppy Paw and Deep Shine on the Mongols and the Malians in turn.
It's a very interesting map again. We see that double scout play coming out from Beastie here. He knows that this is one of those maps where there's a massive amount of sheep, and you really want to contest that, especially on a team game. In the 1v1 scenario, you can often get up to over 20 plus sheep, and there's going to be similar on a map like this in the team game as well, because there's a large amount of sheep spawning on this generation. So low amount of wood, large amount of sheep, you have a big gold safe in your base. It's apt to play Castle Age here, but it's not what it's going to look like. We are looking at Delhi, and Delhi is one of those civs that are just so incredibly complicated to try to make work in the team game because you are not scaling like other civs. There's not 7 sacred sites like there's 7 relics when there's 5 relics in a solo game. You still got 3 sacred sites, and so your civ isn't necessarily better off its civ bonus, its main component. And so you might find that, okay, if you look to play for the sacred sites, you have to play that really, really well because the later the game goes, the worse it gets for you as the Delhi. Now, you can try to scale for it, and you can, of course, add a second town center, all these things. But ultimately, if you're looking to play it out in full feudal, it's going to be tough if you don't get it to work.
Fully agreed on the assessment of Delhi. It's quite a bold pick on a map like Prairie here. Not only is Delhi typically not very favored in team games for the reasons that you mentioned, but that fact of their difficulty to play and disadvantage is further exacerbated on the map like Prairie because of the lack of wood that we mentioned in the pregame, which Delhi very early, notably, are severely reliant on wood. If they do decide to play into archers. Now, that's not going to be so much the case if they opt for Ghazi Raiders instead, but I feel like Beastie and Whammon have left themselves in a bit of a strange position here because you want to utilize Ghazi Raiders as your main cavalry unit, whilst the HRE goes for the typical archer composition that we've seen them prioritize. But the trouble with that is that you're essentially giving up the 20, 20%, yeah, extra attack speed from the Tower of Victory that Delhi have access to, so your archers would be weaker. It's difficult choice to make, I think, and one that they may end up ruining if that is the kind of playstyle that they decide to go for, but we'll just have to wait and see, of course.
A bit curious again. The BC's still not aging up 3 minutes into this game. That's the second scout delaying that, of course. The Deerstones are coming up as well, so not really any rush coming through here. There goes the Tower of Victory at 312. Gonna be quite a late upgrade timing here, looking at a Tower of Victory second scout play. However, if had he gone for Dome of the Faith here, he would have had more scholars, and that would have sped that up. Of course, now looking at a little bit of a later timing means that the sacred sites are going to come in later, maybe even after 8 minutes, maybe 9 minutes, because you have to move across the entire map. And that sacred site generation is not exactly favoring you. You have one sacred site all the way onto the right side of the map, and so it's such a complicated way to play this out. I don't think they can actually do it here.
Is well said for sure. I do think it's a very tough composition to play on this map. HRE and Delhi are, so I'm really curious to see what they have in mind. There's a few options realistically at the disposal here, but honestly, I'm not sure any of them are really effective enough at dealing with this powerhouse combination here in the form of the Malians and Mongols, which are just on their own. They're just so strong on this map, and together they can probably make a lot of things happen. I can already see a combination of potentially Keshiks as well as archers and javelin throwers from the Malians most likely, and that's a comp that in feudal age can be so tough to deal with. I do wonder if trade will be on the cards here for Puppy Paw. Now, of course, with the Deer Stones, that doesn't look to be the case initially, but often we see players opting for a market anyway later on. But it's probably likelier that they will look for a very decisive engagement first before thinking of any kind of trade shenanigans, even as the Mongols. But early ball play here from Puppy Paw.
I really, really like this boar play. It's going to give that nice influx of food. You often have boars closer to your base on this map. Oh, look at that beautiful micro there. Getting that scout trapped in is always nice. Denying a lot of info, simply a small amount of idle time, and then you've got that scout vision full denied. It's often something that we're fighting so much for in the feudal age, to just fully deny vision. Now the opponent has one scout, and that's all they've got to try to figure out. Is Poppy going to add trade? Is he going to go second TC? Or is it just going to be a stable play full aggression? They don't know now. And so this scout is the only thing that they've got unless they make another one. Now, Beastie did have a second scout, if I remember correctly. So it's not like everything is up in the air for them.
Yes, luckily that second scout that was produced in the Dark Age to help garner a larger amount of sheep for himself as well as Ramen. I'm sure one does go down now, but what you said is very important without a doubt. Information is so crucial in any game, really. Scouting is one of the most important sort of concepts of the game in order to get good at and understand without a doubt. But here, especially so, because due to the civilizations at play, there's so many different compositions and strategies that can be employed, and knowing about them is so crucial. And speaking of knowing, we have Burgrave Palace already on the way at minute 6 here for Wammen on the HRE. So there's going to be a Burgrave play, which is quite all in, but it can be very effective. Of course, Puppy Ball scouts it out instantly with the Mongols and the Khan, with two Keshiks now charging here onto the goal. But no damage is going to be found just yet.
Yeah, this gold has been towered, and so it's going to be incredibly difficult to deny this man-at-arms spear play that might be coming out here from Wammen. I really, really like it. It's going to be a little bit of a different approach than we had initially conceptualized with the composition, Delhi and HRE. I really like it because it can be really good when you have the Mongol on your side of the map, since you don't have to walk that far. Usually you don't want to get too close to the Malians. It should be fine in theory to play full spears against them, but up against the Mongols, you're able to do so much more damage as they like to go more out on the map.
Definitely a very interesting composition, and we see Beastie himself prioritizing full infantry here with archers and spearmen as well, boosted by the Tower of Victory attack speed for him. So it looks to be a full infantry composition from the side of Beastie and Wammen on the HRE in Delhi, which can be very strong once you get the mass together and are able to take a decisive fight. But then again, you're playing up against Keshiks in the form of cavalry here from Poppypaw's Mongols. So finding that good engagement to take will be easier said than done, without a doubt, as even now the Keshiks are running circles around the infantry, as Beastie now is going to make a play onto the sacred sites as walls do come in to surround it.
Good little micro here coming out from Poppy, able to do a little bit of damage to that archer, but ultimately securing this site here. Again, it is late, it's 8 minutes in, so it's definitely not going to be one of those games with a full sacred site type victory as the main condition here. We are looking at that very quick H up from Whammon as being potentially a deciding factor here as Beastie tries to secure the sacred sites. So I really actually like this play. It's not obvious what the team of Beastie and Whammon are doing, or rather want to do, to try to win this game, but they've got so much going for them. A tech advantage, a smaller military advantage, and ultimately a really good utilization of something like the Aachen Chapel and keeping that safe economy with the sheep and stuff.
That's absolutely correct. And it does seem like Papipo is going to opt for a full cavalry composition here, as not only did we have the initial Keshiks, but now Mangudai as well as the Khan's Hunters, the new unit that the Deerstone unlocks for the Mongols, giving all of the range units an additional 1 range, as well as it gives something else just to the Mangudai, doesn't it? But I can't quite remember what it is.
I honestly can't either. Haven't been experimenting too much with the Mangudai here. Cavalry archers gain an additional 0.5 range, so just buff up that very, very short range that the Mangudai have, and that can make them very, very strong here. Up against full melee and a little bit of archers coming out from Beastie. I think they can have some utility here, but ultimately you're up against Castle Age units, and so you're going to take a long time to try to kill them.
Yes, even with Keshik's pseudo knight here that the Mongols have access to, of course they can do reasonably well with men at arms that are castle age in small numbers, but now we see there is there's definitely boldness coming out from Beastie and Wildman as they dive directly past both the bases of Deepshine and Puppypaw to go directly to those the back. Putting some hurt onto this second pit mine that Deepshine has access to now. There are Musafadis on the field, which will be pretty crucial in helping to deal with this men-at-arms mass, but with 15 Tower of Victory archers on the field for Beastie, that's easier said than done, of course. There's no trade yet in play for Puppypaw, and looking at the current state of the game, that would be very difficult to secure for him if he did decide to opt for it, so that's quite unlikely, but I'm very much liking this strategy from Beastie and Wildman. Like you said, Voldemar, this is paying fruit, but the trouble is they do find themselves surrounded now as the Musafari is coming from the left side as well as the Keshiks and the Mangudai from the south of Puppypaw's base. They're looking for an engagement here. They're teeing off, just making distance from the men-at-arms as the Keshiks dive directly onto the archers of Beastie, and there looks to be a full cleanup very soon. Now, one Keshik does go down, but not much damage taken by Puppypaw and Deepshine here, as it is in fact a full cleanup. And, you know, Whammon is struggling for resources at this point in time, and this can often be the case when an HRA player decides to opt for Burgrave Palace as opposed to Regnius, as now there's only 1 Spearman and 1 Man-at-Arms on the field for her.
Yeah, it's a tough one, right? Because it seemed like it was going to be a good play, but you might have forgotten about the fundamental issue when playing team games, which is mobility. You are up against 2 players when you go to 1 player's base. There's no doubt about it. And now if you're running infantry with that as well, and if you're running double infantry with that as well, you have no way of getting out once you're fighting, right? You're not going to run away from it. Not up against not up against Mongol cavalry and the Malian fast infantry as well. So this is effectively evening out the military balance of both teams here, but there's also a larger amount of economy out from Poppy and Deepshine as well. You gotta remember, double sacred site here is a factor to play, so maybe it's balanced. I don't know. Can we take a look at how many cows we've got out for from Deepshine? Okay, so really good amount, substantial amount of cows. That is effective. That's going to give a lot of food. And if you plop a Grand Fulani Coral on top of that as well, Deepshine could be popping off here, effectively outproducing both Whammon and Beastie if it manages to work out that way.
Yes, it's a very real danger that Beastie Wildman have to consider here, and with this castle timing coming in from Beastie here on the Delhi, it's always a difficult decision to make when playing the Delhi, I think, because sure, you have all this passive income from these sacred sites, and you would love to hold them with Compound of the Defender, potentially getting a keep up on each of them, but the reality is that it's now as they're getting decapped, because Puppypaw and Deepshine continuously make units, you're not really going to be able to hold them. Now, Castlage does finally come in. Upgrades will be on the way for Beastie, but as the Delhi, it does take quite a long time for those to come in, of course. Rewall is going to be made on the sacred side, so it won't be decapped just yet. There's a healthy infantry army from Beastie still that is very difficult for Poppypaw to engage. It was the Mangudai, of course, a prime raiding unit, but they do suffer a little bit in these head-on fights, don't they?
Cavalry now taking out this infantry small group here. Again, these are small fights, but they matter a lot because they are significant parts of the army of Whammon here. 2 spears and 4 men-at-arms. It's not the most effective economy, and it means that even though both of these players of Beastie and Whammon's team, even though both of them are Castle Age, not having an economy that can support those expensive Castle Age units can mean big problems because you're still up against cavalry and you're still running both infantry. And so look at this, the Mangudai and the Keshiks, they find incredibly value in simply having a higher amount of mobility. And now with this backstab here as well on Beastie's base, it will be incredibly annoying as well from Deepshine, who's also going Castle Age, like we talked about before, with the Grand Fulani.
And this mobility advantage is just so pivotal, isn't it? What about this is what we've been highlighting over and over again. And if we're gonna play it, if it's gonna play out in full on any map in the pool, then it will be Prairie, won't it? Because of how open and vast it is with such small wood lines, making it extremely difficult to wall any section of the map if a player so chooses. Now, the Mangudai and the Keshiks at Poppypaw, as well as the Musafadis at Deepshine, just running circles around the armies of Whammon and Beastie. And that's why it's so difficult to play this double infantry composition, because sure, you might win in a head-on fight, but if the opponent just opts not to take a head-on fight and play towards their mobility advantage, they can just pick off your reinforcement, pick off your scattered troops, split your army left, right, and center, raid your economy, which will be exposed. You find yourself in a very tough position, don't you? And with both Poppypaw and Deepshine up to the castle age, Woodall was close, but not quite. But both Poppypaw and Deepshine now in the castle age as well. Grand Fulani Corral, the food income is going to skyrocket now for Deepshine. I feel like it's going to get very difficult for Beastie and Whammon now.
It's crucial for them that they hold on the next 10 minutes because as we saw, Beastie was adding in Compound of the Defender. He's starting to adding in some of those keeps. He's using that big stone deposit that he has in the base. He can't win with the Sacred Sites. He will not be able to win militarily either, so he's looking for that economic approach by adding in more keeps that are functioning like town centers, adding in more economy that way. Trying to secure the map that is so hard to secure with those walls. You can see Whammon as well adding in walls. That strategy is a long-term strategy. If that's, however, denied by full aggression coming out from both Puppy and Deepshine, this is going to be really rough for them.
More raids coming in towards the back of Whammon's base here, and this is the real hurt that you feel when not having the kind of composition to, you know, survive against this kind of onslaught. But yeah, it's tough. I mean, the Musafadis now coming in on the north side as well. With the Grand Fulani Corral providing such an insane amount of food income, it will be so difficult for Beastie and Whammon to hold. Now the keeps will help offset it somewhat, but I'm not sure whether it will be enough, as so many idle villages now desperately looking to drop a keep. I'm not sure that the army that Beastie has will be able to defend. Now there's another keep just behind this one, and Beastie is clearly trying to gain map control inch by inch with these keeps, but yeah, it's very difficult, isn't it?
It's so difficult, and now with that large amount of idle time, trying to get more keeps up, and effectively having to build it right beside your first one, it's going to take a long time to secure that map control. Got a large army out from Deepshine, just 27 units coming out from Puppy, but they are both in Castle Age now, and we do see that mass that Deepshine can build up with the Malians. That's going to be quite important here as we look to play the mid-game out. The keeps here are securing a very, very small amount of the map. We've got the Compound of the Defender. The Villager Fortress are far from here as well. It's 2 minutes and 40 seconds before Beastie can look to expand his economy. He's going to be sitting on 49 workers and not going to be able to really do much more with that.
Well said indeed. That's a struggle you face as the Delhi when opting for a castle timing like this, because sure, you'll get access to knights as well as men-at-arms initially, which you don't need to upgrade, but all of the upgrades that you do want will take a long, long time to research, village fortresses being the most notable in this case. So the keeps will help keep him defensive and his base secure somewhat, and eventually provide a boost in economy. Surviving to that point is going to prove very difficult. There's now so many Sofa on the field as well for Deep Shine, helped on by the Grand for Nicorao's food income, allowing her to mass such a vast amount. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see trade being added in by Puppypaw and Deep Shine soon as well, with all this overwhelming map control that they have access to. But that is not on the cards just yet, as you can see units to the left of Beastie's base, to the right of Beastie's base, as well as above it, almost surrounded fully on all sides, not allowing any villages to get out unchecked.
Musafati coming onto this mask here, taking out these 3 relics would be quite good. Oh, ooh, triple Wololo coming out here. That's a way to deny it for sure, and allowing Wham to come around with her units as well.
Yes,
So-
quick trigger finger on those Wololos there for Beastie. The units do move in now. The combined masses of Puppypaw and Deep Shine heading in towards now. Of course, the Wololo has a notable cooldown, so that will not happen again for a little while here for Beastie as they look to make a desperate defense here. Both of the armies of either team are combined in this effort on Beastie's base, both offensively and defensively. Oscar's going to look to go down. One blacksmith has already went down, but with those keeps just behind the town center, it's difficult to make a direct engagement.
Yeah, it's tough to fight with full melee. You are running full melee eventually, both Sofas and Keshiks and Musafari, and it makes it very, very difficult to take fights in between these buildings here and find that proper surface area. I really like this play, going into the siege, trying to take out those keeps. Really is the only thing holding back Puppypaw and Deep Shine from taking out Beastie here. So if you're able to take them down, and we can see those outposts being built there as well, providing extra movement speed from the Deer Stones. If you're able to build up a position here, take down these keeps, then it's really up to Whammon to try to do something, because Beastie's going to be contested, and his base is going to be contested for the next while like this.
It's very true, isn't it? I mean, now sacred sites are being secured for Puppypaw and Deep Shine instead, and another keep goes up on this triple small wood line here, quite close to the pit mine of Deep Shine as well, but Sofas. And at this point, with their imported armor as well as the most likely the range defense upgrade as well from the blacksmith, they don't mind tanking this keep too much for a little while at least. This triple trebuchet set up for Puppypaw's Mongols as well, now starting to take down that first keep, and it's looking to fall most likely, and then likely to move on to the next one instead. And this is the slow siege beginning that we were anticipating, isn't it? I mean, sure, these keeps keep your base safe initially from units. The trouble is when those trebs do come out and you have to take a direct engagement to be able to hold, if you're unable to, then it's definitely very difficult to play the game from then on.
Yeah, spot on. Again, it's tough, right? You got to get into siege. You got to be finding some way out here, and it's really, really rough in this position, running full melee up against a full Musafati army. 60 Musafati warriors out in the map is no small threat when you're running double man-at-arms. So Sofa's able to find that damage, and then you just got full countered the enemy army with your Musafati. Usually we see crossbows really taking on this role when we see mass siege, so people usually run maybe crossbows and spears together, and then find that together with the siege is usually a really, really good composition. But uniquely enough here, the Keshiks are actually enough for Puppypaw. If he just adds the siege, then the Musafati of Deep Shine are going to be all that they need. We see the crossbows here and some Springles as well. They are looking to take that fight there over at the keep. Just need to join up with the Musafati, and this will be one of those fights where, again, it's going to be a massacre because they're fully countered.
Absolutely right. The attempt from the Springboards of Beastie there to alleviate some of the pressure from the extraction trebuchets of Puppypaw's Mongols. But the issue is with Puppypaw having his own Springboards at the ready, as well as such a significant cavalry mass, able to take out the Beastie Springboards if necessary, even under the keep. It's so tough to actually take out these trebuchets, isn't it? Being guarded so much by a significant crossbow mass from Puppy. Sofa still raiding on the back of this, just not caring at all about all that keep fire. And with the food income that Deep Shine has access to, she's perfectly fine just throwing away these Sofas to further dwindle Beastie's villager leaders. Now, You can see the economy numbers are looking worse and worse for Beastie and Whammon now. Desperate engagement attempt here by Beastie, completely alone with Whammon's forces just not quite in position, but he has no other choice really, otherwise his other keeps will go down as well. There's so many Keshiks, Mangudai, and crossbows from Poppypaw, able to hold this fight almost
Oh,
by
look at the
himself,
sofas.
but the immense Sofa mass, as well as Musafadis from the south side. A complete pincer maneuver by Deepshine, going on top of BC's backline. The crossbows are starting to fall, completely surrounded by the melee mass of Deepshine. And now Beastie, that is enough for him. He taps out. Whammon is soon to follow, and 2-0 for Poppypaw and Deepshine in this best of 5 series.
Wow, that was such a good move with the sofas coming in on the back line here, just as Puppy Poe's lacking that Springle Mass to contest Beastie's Siege. Deepshine just comes in, saves the day. Basically, just the row here, I'm riding in, saving Gondor here. Beautiful play. I really like that move.
That was fantastic, especially combined with the Musafadis from the south as well. Just extra icing on the cake there to completely secure the engagement. I must say, brilliantly played by Poppypaw and Deepshine in this game. Very, very good. And and we kind of predicted this, didn't we? Initially, it was looking somewhat good there for Beastie and Whammon, of course, with a bit of an unusual composition in the form of the Delhi and the HRE. The Burgrave looked like it was going to do some serious damage initially there, but it was so well played by Poppypaw there to give space to Deepshine to get a cow boom going by just running circles around with the Mangudai and the Keshiks, not allowing that timing from Whammon to really hit and do the damage that it needed to do to them. And as a result, once that Fulani Corral is on as well, they just play to the mobility and the map control, completely surrounding Beastie from all sides, not allowing him to escape the clutches of their forces. And as a result, after a slow siege, you can see the eco numbers and the military numbers didn't lie in the end.
Yeah, I think it's actually an issue of the composition that they decided to go for. It was double infantry, and we saw it very early play out with the way that they were moving into the back of the base of the Mongol, and then the Musafadi and the Keshik Mangudai came on top of them. That was a massive issue because now you couldn't run away. So that double infantry play actually cost them the game, even though they were playing for different advantages, going for the what's it called, the tech advantage, and ultimately also the keep economic advantage, maybe some sacred side play. You were really just trying to grab what victory condition you could go for, but again, it didn't really work out because you make these small mistakes with the movement, and running infantry up against cavalry is never fun on a map like Prairie because all the resources are so spread out. You can't run away when you're taking a bad fight, and the opponent's got cavalry and they can always run away.
It's absolutely right. I mean, foot infantry compositions really thrive in direct engagements where, the mobility or lack thereof doesn't play that much of a factor. But if you can't find and force your opponent to take that kind of an engagement, then you're just left with these slow units that have to respond to raids on multiple fronts. And by the time they get there, you're being raided on the other side of your base. So it's so tough. It's so tough. They tried to make it work, and it was looking fine for a little bit. But at the end of the day, as we expected on a map like Prairie, mobility is king, and Poppypaw and Deepshine proved that to be the case. But we do seem to have not only our draft, but our map ready for game number 3 in this series as well, as it looks to be Dry Arabia, of course, the good old classic, and it will be HRE and Jeanne d'Arc for Poppypaw and Deepshine, and on the other side we will have French and the Byzantines for Beastie and Whammon.
Very, very strong compositions. We've seen something like that before where we were on Cliffside, Nostromo and Marine Lord playing against Beastie and Whammon, I believe it was. And they were playing, again, H3 French up against Byzantines, no, Malians and Xian, I think it was. Similar units, similar civs in terms of how they play out and the units that they're able to field. And so, yeah, we're probably going to see similar dynamics like that, where H3 and the Byzantines take up an infantry role, and Jan and French typically just going to go for that full night play. That is going to be very crucial here on the map like Dry Arabia. Mobility, again, we've only really been playing maps where mobility is really important, besides Gorge, where it was a little bit more hunkered down, but ultimately Camel Lancers and Mounted Samurai did play a very big role in the harassment of the economies of the different players. I think this is going to be one of those really high stakes games. It is match point for Puppy Shine. They are up 2-0. They need one more game to take this. And so they are gonna, I think, go all in here. They're gonna go for it, I think.
Most likely, isn't it? Both compositions are very have the potential to be very aggressive here, especially on a map like Dry Arabia. Of course, the compositions are probably going to be quite similar in terms of the amount of the types of units that they run. Of course, French and Jeanne d'Arc are both going to heavily prioritize knights, most likely spears as well as archers coming out from the Holy Roman Empire from Deepshine, and most notably, most likely longbows as well as Limitane from Wham. And so the compositions will be very similar, without a doubt. And I assume the strategies will be similar to match point for Beast in Whammon, sorry, for Papico and Deepshine. To win this series if they win this game. So Beast in Whammon find themselves backed up a little bit in the corner here, so you have to pull out every stop they can to keep their spot.
Yeah, there's no room to make any mobility mistakes. There's no room to make compositional mistakes here. We have to look at the most baseline, tried and tested, tried and true gameplay here. We're looking at French knights. We're looking at Byzantine full infantry. It worked before for them in the previous set on Himeyama. They're probably going to go for it again here and try to make it work. Now, they are up against Jan and Atri, two civs that are so damn strong in the Feudal Age as well. And even Deepshine could look to up for something like a Castle Age play here, potentially denying a lot of those Feudal Age utility by having units that are just really good against Feudal Age masses like the Man-at-Arms.
Very
look at this.
notably here, yes. A bit of a pivot in early strategy from what we would normally expect with these civilizations in play. A Dark Age barracks opening from Deepshine's Holy Roman Empire, already one spear halfway across the map with their marching drills built in extra movement speed towards in the direction of Whammon's gold, a second one out now as well. And I do wonder whether this is just a little bit of pressure to get her off of the gold initially, or maybe even a tower potentially.
Yeah, I think a tower here has so much utility. You're looking at that forward berry, you're looking at a forward gold, you're looking at a sideways wood line here. One tower on top of those berries is going to be the most annoying thing that could essentially happen to you as the Byzantines here. And you got to remember, look, if you can't get oil, if you can't get gold, you're not going to be in a good position because you want to be able to benefit from those bonuses that you get from the oil. You need the units from the oil. If you don't get it, you're going to be stuck making archers. You will have no longbows, no javelins. Maybe you'll have to move out on the map, and that's where Puppy Paws Knights come in. So if they're looking for something like that, that can be incredibly disruptive.
Without a doubt, and realistically, I don't really see a way that Whammon can stop a tower here from going up if Deepshine does up for it, which would make a lot of sense, as you highlighted yourself. A spawn like this for Byzantines with gold and berries close by is a jackpot for an opponent to tower rush if they are so able, because with the winery as well, just like you said, Voldemar, the reality is Byzantines are extremely strong when they get the olive oil going, but they're also realistically very reliant on it. If they don't have access to the olive oil from their initial berries, then they can find themselves really struggling in the feudal age if they don't mass other units in turn, regular units, without necessity for olive oil. So I do wonder how they will look to respond to this. There's no villager pool yet to try to contest this. Of course, there's 2 spears inside, but there's only 3 total, which can be somewhat contested using the Akrotoy, but Whammer is making no effort for it yet. Of course, she hasn't yet scouted whether there is actually a tower going up yet. In fact, we don't know that yet either. What to see soon here when the Fog of War gets revealed. But
There we
there's
go.
the tower, yeah. So that's nearly done. Jeanne d'Arc herself is actually building it, so combined effort here from Puppy Boy and Deepshine in this Dark Age rush. And, this is only going to give a lot of XP to Jeanne here for her to have and be on the Byzantine side of the base when she does go up to the level 2. But, of course, this also means that it's not as big of an investment for Deepshine herself, so they're splitting the cost of this Dark Age rush, which I really like. It's a nice touch.
Yes, it's really good. It's again, you want to try to figure out how to best approach these types of situations where you might have an unfavorable matchup. And looking at something like this can be the decider in this type of game. Spreading out the effort, making it a shared one, definitely reduces the amount of delay of one player. Sort of just taking that blunt delay together. And so this is going to be disruptive, really disruptive. Now, looking at Poppy Paw, he's Hing up, Deep Shine is Hing up, School of Cavalry, Aachen Chapel as well. He mined that 50 stone. He's going to be able to just immediately upgrade the tower, fully denying the berries. So even though he didn't quite full deny it with the baseline tower here, it doesn't really matter because it's going to get upgraded anyways. And that was really, really smart because the placement of the tower, they were not able to see it with the vision of the buildings. They had to scout for it, and once they scouted for it, it was too late. And so this tower will stay up for a while now. It's going to be one of the highest priorities for Beastie and Whammon to take down this tower. And in the meantime, Deepshine can get set up with her farm economy, potentially even go castle, and Poppy Paw can get his Night Mass going. And whilst they're focused on the tower, start to run around the map like we saw in the previous game.
Absolutely correct, and like you mentioned, Puppy Paw not missing a beat, upgrading the tower not only with arrow slits but fortification as well, instantly after he gets into feudal age. So if this tower is to go down, it will take quite a bit of effort from Beastie and Whammon here. A kind of siphon would be ideal to try to deal with it, but of course that requires gold in order to be able to build, which Whammon doesn't have access to at this point, because on top of the tower denying the initial berries and the gold, Whammon's secondary gold, which is directly to the south of her first gold, is also somewhat denied here by that tower. But Knight from Beastie coming in is going to find one villager here on Deep Shine, so nice little pickup for him. Half health on the Knight, however, as a result.
Yeah, good little damage coming through there. It's the right play. You want to try to direct the attention of your opponents to their base as well. Nice little spear move here. I like that they were pulled onto the base of Beastie because he went for the deer. He went for the gold here. And so just like they denied the resources in the front for Whammon, now they're looking to do the same thing for Beastie. Causing this idle time is massive because it's a delay in the night production means that Puppy Paw can get his knights out quicker. So even now that he's a little bit behind in the night mass, he's going to be able to catch up now because of this delay.
Yes, absolutely, and very well done by Deepshine to pull these spears, because the tower is now upgraded and fortified for Puppy Paw, right? So there's no real need or value to be gained from those spears being inside the tower anymore. So this idle time caused on this day is quite crucial for sure, giving herself some space to set up some farms potentially, as well as Puppy Paw the space to catch up in the night count, which Jean d'Arc can often find himself slightly behind the French in due to the typically slightly later age up, notably in this game due to the tower drop in Dark Age as well. But groves being set up by Whammon to offset at least some of the delay caused by that tower denying her berries. She will be able to get out at least one batch of mercenaries most likely from those groves eventually, but getting out that second batch will be very, very difficult and time consuming without taking the tower down. So it could become quite difficult for them if Puppy Paw and Deepshine do decide to commit hard to this feudal age, but so far there's no more spears in queue for Deepshine, and I don't believe there's any archery ranges yet, so it might potentially be a castle timing somewhat soon, potentially.
It's a good question, right? Because they are behind significantly on the eco front. Puppy Paw and Deepshine, 11, 12 villagers behind on economy. 8 minutes into the game is a massive delay. And so even though you've got the delay on the enemy with the tower and stuff, you've taken considerable damage and you haven't been able to full produce villagers either maybe. And so this is causing some issues in the long run because a bigger eco loss early on snowballs later on. And so you might have to catch up, or you're gonna have to try to look for the same amount of damage in the opponent's base. The full deny is great, but again, I don't think there's leverage to go for Castle Age here at all. I think it is gonna be a Feudal Age play. Long setup time and effectively a struggle against a larger amount of units coming out from Beastie and Whammon. 14 Limited with 4 more in queue and 7 Knights with 1 more in queue up against 6 Spears, 5 Archers, 6 Knights. You might not think that that's a massive difference, but it is a massive difference because the limits aren't necessarily countered as easily by the archers, and that renders Poppy Paw's knights effectively unable to do damage in bigger fights, meaning they have to look for more damage around the map. So you might have paid attention to the map and seen now they are looking to hunker down on Beastie and Whammon's side, effectively completely denying that raiding potential. So this is a great play actually coming out here because it's such a great deny in both the compositional play and the movement play.
That's absolutely right. With such an overwhelming number of Limitane, even this fortified tower might be on the cards to be burned and torched down by all of them, which seems to be what Whammon is going for now. Just was distracted a little bit initially by those knights looking to charge when the opportunity presented itself. Meanwhile, Knights of Beastie looking for raids on Puppypaw's side, but intercepted by the infantry mass and some Knights of Puppypaw. Jeanne d'Arc in melee form, Woman at Arms getting into the mix as well. Of course, she's quite a bit slower than these Knights, so won't be able to find too much damage. Does get the AoE ability off there, deals some decent damage, but of course the Knights are very, very durable, so not too many will go down. One does go down, but not many more.
So good defense play coming out here from Poppy and Deepshine. It's necessary that they defend well here. They cannot afford to lose Jeanne or significant amount of knights here. It's definitely important that they keep up the pressure now because the tower is gone. The walls are getting up. And so if they don't find damage soon, I will definitely expect them to get outscaled. We see 5 longbows from Whammon already, and she has also effectively resecured her berries. Gonna be able now to go for those upgrades she might have been missing, and those longbows that should have been out a while ago.
And that's right, yeah, the tower going down is huge for Whammon here and for Beastie, because although one might think the tower only denies the initial berries, of course that's not necessarily true, because on top of the gold being denied, the farm area for the olive groves for the Byzantines is also denied around that side of the Aachen, which Grand Winery, excuse me, which faces towards the tower. With the tower now out of the way, that will no longer be an impediment for them. Now, you mentioned earlier the economic numbers, which were looking quite significantly healthier for Beastie and Whammon, and that's still the case. I do wonder what happened to Deepshine, though. I wonder if there might have been a raid, potentially, that we missed at some point, because she finds herself 5 villages behind Whammon, for example, who I believe has lost 1 or 2 to knights as well earlier, so I do wonder if she took some more damage than she would have liked at one point that we potentially missed. But raid now coming in on the berries, and Puppypaw knows if the tower goes down, then it does mean that the berries will be gathered from, so he looks for a chance here. But some Limitana in position by Whammon will prevent too much damage being dealt, as now this is quite a scary force now for Beastie and Whammon, moving directly in between the bases of Puppypaw and Deepshine, looking to go onto the gold.
It's a tough one, right? You're looking at Limitane and Knights, and Limitane and Knights are not easily counterable. They're not countered by archers, right? Your Limitane will need a lot of archers to even get one shot. We're looking at like 12, 13, 14 archers depending on upgrades. And so if you can't find that damage, then you won't have a good time for the rest of this game here. Looking at those Knights as well. Looking to almost take down those villagers here, but a clutch move coming out from Puppypaw and Deepshine, directing the attention of Beastie towards this fight here. This is a really, really strangely close fight here. Looking at that swing coming in from Jeanne, the Knights are taking a blunt force here. There are more Knights here from Puppy than I initially expected here, so they might actually end up evening out, but the Limitane, they're not easy to kill here. She almost has the effective number to one-shot, but ends up two-shotting the spears. Some of them are low, so it's going to be an easier time here. What an even fight this is, Myriad. Look at this. Limitane are going down. Knights are up. Both of them having significant amount of knight numbers still. This is so even. Looking at those archers, though, they are going down, and that's going to be a little bit of a problem because the spears certainly aren't. And so for Puppypaw, the Knight Mass is going to be contested now by those Limitane. This is such a bad fight now. 53 military units to 11. I don't see a way out for them much longer if they don't do something significant soon.
It's such a frustrating position for Puppypaw and Deepshine, I imagine. I mean, it looked very good initially that they got the surround behind the armies of Beastie and Whammon there. But it comes back to the point about Limitane that we were talking about. Such a powerful unit in Feudal Age especially, isn't it? I mean, a spear that can reduce the amount of damage it takes from its counter essentially plays such an important role in these larger scale skirmishes in the early parts of the game. And what looked like initially it might be a rough fight turned into a stalemate, and then actually turned into Beastie and Whammon winning on the opposing side of the base, essentially nearly close to the edge of the map, which will have the least amount of troops possible. So that's just how powerful the Limitane could be, and its durability against this counter, the archer.
It's a tough position. You don't have Jeanne anymore, and Jeanne could be one of those deciding factors in this next fight. And the next fight is already 3-1 outnumbered almost, and that's a pretty big problem for the team of Puppypaw and Deepshine here. They need to find damage, and that is what Puppy Boy is doing right now. He's moving out with the knights, looking for those pocket resources. But the problem is, a civilization like Byzantines don't need to move out. As long as they've got their gold and they've got their farm set up, they got the wood unrestricted, they're absolutely fine. And now, looking at his base, he doesn't even have gold access. There's no food left, and there's no way to go on the deer either. He's going to gather from berries, and that's not going to lead to a significant knight lead anytime soon. Up against 27 knights from Beastie, you only got 11, and then another 33 Limitane. You're looking at Deep Shine's archers, and there's only 19. And this is going to be a big problem in this next fight that we're going to be looking at.
A big problem indeed, as the knights from Puppyball look to find some kind of angle onto Beastie's overextended knights, but the infantry mass from Whammon is now in position as well. Jeanne d'Arc goes in, she gets one of the sword swings in with the AoE, but not quite a lot of damage dealt, as the Puppyball knights once again charge in to match the Beastie charge of his knights instead. Infantry masses are fighting against each other now. Jean does level up to level 3 as the companions are summoned here, the men-at-arms, to help aid in this fight, and that should be enough to actually win this engagement here, as she survives as well. Now, most of the longbows for Whammon are cleaned up in this forward position. Of course, there's more units behind this, because this is on Puppypaw and Deep Shine's side of the map, next to their base, meaning although the military numbers are looking in their favor here, it is now, in fact, only now became even from being very heavily behind before this. Jean does go down though, big pickup by Beastie, and that's actually crucial with Puppypaw having almost no gold in the bank whatsoever. That Jean will not be seen for another 2 minutes at this rate.
Yeah, that was a disastrous pick off there, but a good fight initially. Now, looking at that second wave coming out from Beastie and Wham, and Knights and Limits on it's going to be a problem for them to take out. Puppypaw and Deep Shine are going to have to look towards, again, that Archer and Spear mass that Deep Shine can bring out here. Puppypaw floating a massive amount of resources. That could be the spear mass that they need here, but they are not able to push it out currently because they've been macroing towards the knight play. And so right now, it's a load of trouble coming in from trying to get a composition to work that didn't work initially, and now you're looking at that snowballing effect of the knights just finding those villager kills, and you're just taking so much damage. The full idle on the wood line, the full idle here on the farms as well, effectively losing too many villagers as well, and you can't catch up to these knights. You really can't. Look at those spears. Just looking and trying to get some pokes in, you're just not going to find it. Quick wall coming in here. Look at this quick wall. Ay, ay, ay. They squeeze through.
At the last second, Beastie's knights find an angle to go right on the edge of that wall, and oh, so many villages being surrounded over Puppypaw. Many do go down, but instead another engagement happening towards the center between the two bases there as well. Now, most of the knights do get out. A lot of damage being dealt there, not only to Puppypaw's economy, but also Deep Shine's. A good attempt on the wall there by Puppypaw, but just shy of it completely means the knights get out relatively unscathed. And the reality is, in this situation, where there's so many knights running unchecked, and with your own cavalry player, Puppypaw, after having taken so much damage, is just unable to remass, unfortunately. There's really no answer to check these knights and keep them pinned. I mean, sure, you have spears to counter them, but as we were talking about before, if the knights simply choose to ignore the spears and not fight them, then what are they really going to offer for you? Not too much. Jean is back up now, so that will provide some respite for Puppypaw and Deep Shine in this position, as Whammon's mass gets denied as well. But still, it's still a very difficult spot to be in.
It's a difficult spot to be in because you have the entire intention of the opponent's team in their base, and they can't move out from their base because they're going to lose all their economy. And so whilst they're behind an economy, you start to scale traders in the back, as we're seeing here. 12 plus traders coming out from Beastie and Wham. They've set that up very beautifully, utilizing that leverage that they have built here, that tempo advantage that they have built here from these good fights to now keep this game even and still keep the economy booming in the back, meaning that they can just keep on scaling up, do damage, and then that damage will keep on increasing and increasing because the traders are being built up. On top of that, double Castle Age coming through here with Golden Horn Tower and the Royal Institute being dropped here. The real nail in the coffin. This will definitely be the seal, what seals this game.
Yes, Puppypaw and Deep Shine might be feeling a false sense of comfort after cleaning up most of Beastie's night mass inside of their bases. Actually, they might think they have a little bit of breathing room here, but surely they must think something is suspect, that the pressure is not keeping up. Of course, we know with our God vision that not only is trade happening behind this for Beastie and Whammon, but also double age up, like you mentioned, Voldemar. They really Now, Poppypaw and Deepshine, they desperately need to find some damage now in order to give themselves some leverage back in this game, or I don't think they will last long, if I'm completely honest.
I don't think so either. I mean, they're almost up twice as much economy. Even though they're a little bit outnumbered on military now, they are looking at a last opening to try to get this game into the pocket. And if they don't find that damage immediately, there's no way of finding it ever, because that scalability from the trade has been going for a while now. And now with that double tech advantage, you need to find it within the next minute. Otherwise, it's not going to happen.
You definitely do, and although the Nightmaster Poppypaw is now exceeding Beasties, when the Veterancy upgrade does come in, which it just now has come in for Beastie as well as for Wammon's Longbows and Limitane, this fight is going to be a difficult one. Now, Jeanne d'Arc will help offset some of that tech advantage with Regis Cathedral now on the way for Deepshine as well. They need to find some kind of damage here. Now, I'm not sure if this direct engagement like this is exactly what they need right now. Now, the military numbers are still looking very good for Poppypaw and Deepshine, so they might be able to get something done, but if no economic damage gets done, then I'm not sure if it will be enough. Good choke points here, preventing Beastie's Knights from getting the direct engagement that they wanted, now screened by Poppypaw's Knights on the left side of the town center. For the garrison town center, firing directly onto the armies of Poppypaw and Deepshine here, focusing the space, it looks like. Jeanne d'Arc into the mix as well, leading the charge forward from Poppypaw's Knights. The AoE ability is used to clean up most of Wammon's front line there. Not many units left for her still, as now the Knights from Beastie are wrapping around to try to potentially go to the other side of the map, or at least distract this army from denying their trade line. But yeah, the military numbers are definitely looking a bit worrisome here for Beastie and Wammon. Although they got a lead, maybe they got a little bit too greedy with a double cast stage as well as the trade potentially. Now these Knights take a good engagement here. The infantry mass is distracted from Deepshine, but Space do move into position again. But Jeanne d'Arc does go down.
That was really not good, losing Jeanne d'Arc here and a couple more knights to this green knight mass from Beastie. That was probably the only thing that could not happen here, because your knights are the main way to actually deal with those enemy Varangian guards or potentially enemy knights. You're still looking to Deepshine. She needs to bring out more spears, more archers to try to do something here. They need to keep up the pressure. They can't keep fighting in the middle. They need to get back into the base and camp those production buildings to try to deny further build-up. Now, looking at the left side, we see 14 knights of the Beastie, and then a massive army coming out from Wammon as well. And this is a really diverse army as well, potentially able to take out most of the units that Deepshine and Poppypaw are able to field here. Now looking to push in again, chasing after the knights here. They're doing well. Look, you got to remember that you got to stick together, especially in a situation where you're out-teched and you're out-ecoed as well, just trying to build up some advantage. But if you can't really stay together, because you also have to do eco damage, yeah, that's where it becomes really, really rough, and that's where you really got to try to be clever about how you're going to move around this map here. We see Poppypaw, he's split up twice. He's going for both a raid here on the mid side of the trade and back side on the left side. That's really what you're looking for here. You're looking for some sort of damage after these fights here if you can't fully finish the game. Deepshine now going into the base as well. Wammon here on the left side got some army too. These night chases here are quite wild, I would say. Like they're happening multiple places here on the map. Now the keeps are coming up as well. I mean, this is going to be tough. Deepshine isn't cast lights though. That's actually that's really important, because this might be what allows her to scale and carry the game through here. But it really is important that she doesn't lose her army now.
Yes, the tech advantage that Deepshine caught up to now with getting her upgrades, now being casted herself, is very notable here. But the problem is this Byzantine army right in the neck of their base will be very difficult to deal with Wammon taking castlage as well. Now the big varied composition that we see Byzantines run: crossbows, longbows, Varangian guards, Limitane, and lance connects as well in the mix. Such a diverse composition covering all angles of the unit counter system. But now the Knights from Beastie are going directly. There's no front line left here for Deepshine, and once again finding herself a little bit out of position here, getting a little bit of confidence with her army maybe. Poppypaw screens for her somewhat with the Knights, fending off these charges from Beastie, at least to some extent, but there's just not enough of a front line here, Oldemar. I don't think this will be enough to hold. Now this crossbow's coming in for Deepshine as well. That will do some damage to Beastie's Knights, but behind it, the Byzantine mass rolling forward. this is where the economic lead that we see manifest itself, 144 to 106. Now, the military count was flipped only minutes ago in favor of Puppypaw and Deepshine as opposed to Beast and Wildman, but now when the eco started paying off with those traders and the tech timings, we can see doubling now. Puppypaws and Deepshine's military count, Beast and Wildman are as they now push towards their side of the map and look to make their final stamp on this game.
Puppypaw is still in Feudal Age. Don't forget, he might have Jeanne level 3. I'm not sure how far she is from getting to level 4, which could provide to be very, very important in this next fight. Yeah, actually very close. Could actually come in clutch here in this next fight. Might be a little bit deceptive here because it's not the level 2 to level 3, it's the level 3 to level 4 here. But it could be a very, very important fight coming up here where she needs to be level 4. We're looking at a little bit of a out-tech thing here where Puppypaw is only in Feudal Age, Deepshine is in Castle, Deepshine having to carry, but she only has archers and a few crossbows, 23 spears however. I don't know, it's a tough one, right? The crossbows are coming on here onto the knights, the spears are trying to get onto Beastie's knights, but it's microing well, getting into the archer mass, onto the crossbow mass as well. Really, really good grouping here with the two armies getting on top of each other, deflecting a lot of these counter units. That's essentially what you want. Jeanne, low health, not going to be able to go in for those swings anymore because the crossbow is able to target her down and do that bonus damage as well. And this is effectively a full wipe of the army here. Puppypaw surrenders, and with that, the game is giving over to Whammon and Beastie, making this a 2-1.
Yes, a good bite back here in this game number 3 from Beastie and Whammon to get themselves a point on the board, which I mean is desperately needed, isn't it? Finding themselves a match point here, and they went back to the tried and tested, didn't they? With the what's been seen in team games as being effective for essentially years now, hasn't it? This cavalry composition supported by an infantry composition for an extended feudal, getting a lead and then transitioning from then on either economically or in terms of tech, and in this case, both, as we have seen, due to the sheer advantage that they had built up. Tried and tested strategy, and it came in clutch for them here to secure the game. Now, Puppypaw and Deepshine had a very similar idea in mind. And it looked very promising with that tower rush initially, which was looking very scary in Whammon's positions for sure, being denied so much berries. But with their combined effort, they were able to call themselves back, get the damage necessary, and take the win.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's really that's a good thing that they went back to the roots, the standards of team games. Going back to Byzantines and French is a very, very strong play. I'm curious about this next map though. It's going to be Golden Heights, and that's one of those maps where things could really go both ways. It's about how the early game's really playing out because it's such a complicated map to play. You've got one pond on one side, and then on the other side, you've got this big obstruction with the cliffs. And in team games, that's quite hard to move around. You got to also think about, okay, what civs are we picking? Because both of our civs has to be viable to play water. And if we don't quite have the correct civ combination or matchup on the right side, we will have an issue where one might be full countered and the other one might not even have any utility when it comes to playing their side respectively. So it could be that the water is completely inaccessible to one side and the other side is just going to have it for free.
Yeah, it's very true, and it is a difficult map to play, like you said, Voldemort, especially in a 2v2 situation here, because Golden Heights is one of the few maps in Age of Empires 4 that in 2v2s especially, it doesn't spawn symmetrically at all, does it? One side has the trade post, notably with the canyon facing off of the cliffside in the center of the map, whereas the other side, the right side, has, of course, the pond containing the deep sea fish. So it's almost two maps in one in a certain way. So playing it
Yeah.
effectively can be very difficult. And like you said yourself, there's a lot of these factors need to be considered, as well as the fact that you can't control which side of the map you do spawn on. So you have to make sure that if you spawn that you cover your angles in terms of spawning towards the water. Because if you pick a civilization that's ineffective on water and you have to fight for it, then it can become very difficult, can't it? We have some of our first picks coming through here, as we have the Delhi Sultanate and the Japanese for Puppypaw and Deepshine, and we have HRE so far for Beastie and Whammon, and we're still waiting for their second pick.
Really, really interesting combination coming out from Puppyshine here. Delhi and Japanese. I think this might be a really good pick, actually. Japanese super strong on water, so if they can get the right positioning, that's going to be crucial here. Now, with that Mongol pick on the other side, that could prove to be a big problem if you're going to play on the water. And the H3 is certainly also a great sieve for that. I'm not sure. I mean, H3 Mongols, we saw it earlier. It wasn't really what we wanted it to be, Nostromo and Marine Lord. It was really, really difficult, but that was also a different matchup on a map like Himayama. I think there might be some utility here, but Japanese is so strong on water. I think it could prove to be a very, very complicated map to play out for H3 and Mongols.
I fully agree. This is looking to be not only a tough game to predict, but definitely very tough to play. And
Mm-hmm.
I think a big part of it will be determined by the way these civilizations spawn, of course. Because see, this is what we're talking about, right? The Delhi and Japanese, of course, a very, very, very powerful hybrid civilization. Very good on water, and especially good when the water and land interacts, as it does on Golden Heights, and the
Mm-hmm.
shinobi can get a lot of value as a result. But whereas if it's the Delhi Sultanate that spawns towards the water side. Now, the Delhi are no slouches, especially with the fishing ships having access to arrows, of course, that they can use to prevent an opponent villager maybe from building a dock or harass the opponent's fishing very early due to the small size of the pond. It still could potentially be difficult, and I wouldn't honest. It's very difficult to call. I think Dark Age shenanigans from HRE and Mongols could actually prove very, very painful for the Delhi and Japanese to deal with on this map, depending on how it plays out. That is what I'm predicting. Probably a lot of heavy spear investment from both HRE and Mongols, maybe, in order to completely deny the water from Japanese and Delhi, and not allow such a smooth castle to come in for the Japanese, most likely.
I'm just kind of thinking right now. Is there some magical strategy you can pull off here with Sacred Sites?
There very well could be. There very well could be. Now, notably for Delhi, they typically suffer a little bit on maps with only two sacred sites, but then again, it's also good for them in some way because although they have less income from the sacred sites due to, uh, having one less, it's 125 gold per minute less because the sacred sites only two of them, and they are quite actually they're not close by. Excuse me, they spawn on different sides of the map, but typically two
Mm.
sites are easier to defend than three, right?
Yeah.
Especially if you get into compound of the defender and are able to get those cheaper keeps up there. Now, getting to that point is very difficult, especially alongside a Japanese player who is likely to opt for a castle timing themselves. So leveraging a feudal advantage in order to get that sacred side play will be even more difficult as a result. But it could very well be possible. Of course, most notably the leftmost sacred side towards the trade post is probably going to be very important, not only to contest, but because if the Mongols do opt for trade, which is quite common on this map, it will be on that left side where the only trade post is, right? So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be easier to take care of the sacred sites on a map where you know where they're going to spawn and you know that there's only going to be two of them. If you manage to take the water, you might have a really good shot at taking the sacred sites as well. Trade is going to be really effective as well if you can get it set up because you know that you got that prefixed trade post spawn. And so if you play trade, that's certainly also a way to play it out. You could also just completely forget about, strats like playing like water. You could go for tower rush, right? There's so much utility. You could tower rush the Japanese player and full deny them the ability to even go feudal. Maybe you don't even need to make the tower. Maybe you actually just need to make spears. The same thing is for the Delhi player. You could also go for a spearman open there. There's so many possibilities on a map like this. It's so chaotic, and that's really where things really ultimately are decided. Is where do you pull it off? Right, are you gonna go for a double barrack opener with HRE and Mongols going for barracks and then full denying anything that the Delhi and Japanese player are looking for? I mean, that could be a way to do it, but we don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
It's tough, isn't it? That it on paper it sounds like a very effective strategy, double racks, just to make sure there's no excessive gold gathering from the Japanese. that there's no dock play onto the pond. Of course, HRE and Mongols would be heavily favored in any kind of Dark Age altercation compared to the Delhi in Japanese. So they definitely have that going for them. That is the way I'd personally opt to play it and the way I would see it being played. But as a result, of course, it's a very heavy investment to go for this double barracks play. So if the damage that they want to deal is not really enough, once either Yumi are put into play or the Tower of Victory archers to deny those spares, and you find yourself still in Dark Age, it might be quite difficult to play from then on. But as you said yourself, on a map like this, there's just so many possibilities with these civ combinations, and due to the layout of the map itself, it's very possible we don't see any attempts at water at all. Although it's somewhat unlikely, it might just be a full focus on the Japanese play to prevent any kind of castle gameplay. But we can only cast predictions, can't we? Actually, knowing what will happen, we just have to see in the game. Notably, that left-hand trade post near the sacred site, of course, a key thing on this map. Because of the water taking up the right corner of the map and the trade post taking up the left corner of the map, the trade post is in fact very, very exposed. So getting a trade line up and running is very difficult. You essentially need to um, like in terms of distance, the trade post is very close to the bases, so you almost have to uh, have a full camp set up outside the opponent's base to like on top of the trade post to be able to trade. And if you get pushed off of there even once, it's a rough spot for sure, as there's no other trade post.
Yeah, that's true. So
I
we're
mean,
looking
then
at
you
a.
could be. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. We're looking at we're looking at a best of 5, and if Beastie Environment looks to take this game as well, it's going to be match point for both sides. There's not too much at stake here for Poppy Shine. They can do more risky plays, whereas Beastie Environment are going to have to play this out in the most safe way as possible. And so, looking at the maps they've got left, it's only Himayama, and that is one of those maps where it could prove to be just so crucial that you've got that knight and archer play down. And we've seen it before. What team would you favor in that situation where you're on 2-2 looking at a map like Himayama from what we've seen this so far?
It's tough to say. I mean, if you had asked me before the last game, I would have said Puppy Paw and Deep Shine because how effectively Puppy Paw utilized the cavalry on Prairie and making sure to take full advantage of the mobility. Doing that again on a similar map in the form of Himayama could certainly be on the cards. But then Beastie himself, his utilization of the knights in the last game has been nothing short of stellar. Of course, naturally, Deep Shine and Whammon, of course, definitely played their part in those games. I'm not just highlighting People and Beastie as the only ones playing the game, of course. But now I'm not so sure. I think either side could potentially take that game, and it will probably mainly come down to the draft, really.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Yep, definitely.
Which we'll just have to see how that plays out. Of course, it's all dependent on the game we have ready to get underway very soon in front of us here, because match point for Papipo and Deepshine, which can be scary for Beast and Wham, and always subconsciously have that feeling that if I lose one more game, it's finished, right? That can always be a mental toll on some players, but then again, some players get very well affected by that, in a sense where they actually thrive at being under pressure, and being backed up into the corner is when they can really deliver a very painful death rattle, so to say, in order to come back in force.
Yeah, definitely. I've certainly experienced that as well. It's the problem with playing tournaments where you're playing best of threes, because you're essentially losing one game and then you're in match point. And it's even worse if you're playing tournaments where it's best of ones, because then it's like you lose one game and then you've basically lost the entire set. And so that can be very, very problematic, to me at least. I feel like often I find that if I'm playing best of threes, I find that I don't perform as well as if I'm playing a longer set, because the drafting is such a major part of playing tournaments. You see, tournaments and ladder games are very different, because on ladder you can pick whatever you want to. On tournaments, you can't. You have to pick for all the maps for all of the civs. Now, of course, here in this tournament, the civs are picked per map. So the only drafting that's really going on is the banning per map and the civs picked on the maps. And of course, the maps have been picked as well. And so there is obviously a lot of thought gone into that. And that's really, where it becomes the major deciding factor, I would say, once we hit this best of 5 format.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt, for sure. And drafting is such an important part in these kind of series, not only in 1v1s, but 2v2. And I mean, so far, a lot of the picks have been mostly of what we've been expecting. Some curious Delhi crop ups here and there, like of course on Prairie, and now here opted for by the other side in the form of Puppy Shine. They opt for the Delhi this time around. Delhi, who, as we mentioned before, doesn't really get a lot of respect for team games due to their limitations, right? Of course, Ghazis are still a very, very powerful feudal unit, but then why would you take Ghazi Raiders over a knight, right, in the form of Rus or French or Jeanne d'Arc, when they play similar roles, and on top of it, scaling better as well. Now, obviously, Golden Heights is a bit different, and Delhi has more water prowess compared to these knight civilizations in feudal, so that could be one of the reasons for it being opted here. We'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, I'm quite curious how this will play out. It's always interesting seeing this combination of a civ like Japanese, which is very castle timing focused, does not want to linger in feudal age any longer than they have to, and then you pair them alongside Delhi, which is essentially the complete opposite, right? Where if they can stay all game in feudal age, then that's their dream essentially, because that's when they are at their strongest, and if they can end the game then, that's perfect. And being reliant on the sacred sites, if you have a teammate like Japanese who wants to go for Castle Age, it might be quite difficult to actually hold those sacred sites for as long as you would have wanted. So I'm curious how it goes. And similarly on the other side, I mean, both HRE and Mongols have the potential to economically boom very aggressively. Of course, Mongols in the form of they boosted trade, whereas the Holy Roman Empire, not only with the Regnus Cathedral relics, but also potentially Palace of Swabia for an imperial age timing. And if one player booms, then it's quite tough for the other one to do it, even on a booming civilization. So it's quite varied in terms of what we can likely see.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've theorycrafted about this matchup quite long now. I want to hear how you're doing, Myriad. What have you been up to lately with tournaments?
Well, so far I've got my eye pinned on pretty much any tournament that comes up to try and participate. Of course, suddenly having a little bit more free time than I normally do. What do we have next, even? So we have
Well, next week.
next
So
week.
don't forget next weekend. It's the same format that we are watching right now, but that is going to be what we're calling the pro circuit. Now it's still long COVID, something like
absolutely.
that.
You know, Shen, of course, using the
Steve Shen is doing.
TC set up here for BC down, but not quite, as they do find shelter within the primary town center there. Already, Regnus Cathedral on the way.
Because the Delhis have these ships that are able to fire, so fishing boats can defend themselves. Now, that is going to be quite important here. He could look for Taurush, look for a full feudal age denial. We'll have to wait and see how that plays out, however. Aachen Chapel now being popped from Whammon, going in between the gold and the berries. Gotta be a really good timing for her to get into the feudal age. Whereas Puppy Paw is also approaching that same stage. Here we look at
Early
Deep Shine.
dock play here from Deep Shine. Now, with these spears coming in from Beastie, it ends up into this interesting situation where now that dock can be in a lot of danger unless the fishing ships actually have the range to contest the spears, which it looks like they do. Now, this is interesting because depending on how the dock is placed, sometimes there's different levels of depth that the dock can place relative to the water. and that can determine whether these deadly fishing ships actually have range to contest those spears, which in this case, very well for Deep Shine, they actually do. So those spears will not be able to burn it down in this point in time. So Beastie might instead opt for a tower rush instead.
Really good defense here. Does lose one villager, but is able to keep the dock safe, and that's more than enough to be able to scale up in the economical part of things here. We see one. Never mind. So we see that one fishing boat up in that pond there, just patrolling that shoreline. Really, really smart play here to just catch any of those villagers potentially looking to secure the water here. So I'm really, really surprised that Deep Shine is able to take water for free here. That's a massive bonus for them as they look to play out the feudal age here.
Yes, and this is part of the prudence for the Delhi pick, right? We were talking a bit earlier about how Delhi typically not the best civilization in a lot of these land-heavy maps in team games, but compared to, of course, something like Golden Heights, we see here one of their innate civilization bonuses in the form of arrows on their fishing ships coming in clutch definitely here, as the space from Beastie essentially aren't actually able to torch down that dock as they normally would like because of the fishing ship's ability to fire upon them. So yeah, Deep Shine will have uncontested water for now, and Papipo did opt for the Coca Township, meaning that he will have access to the Shinobi with 2 out now on the field and 2 more in queue. It does seem like water will be a heavy priority for both Papipo and Deep Shine here, so they definitely don't want to lose it. And of course, Dark Age Spears against Shinobi is always a rough fight for the Spears, but thankfully they do have a numbers advantage here for Beastie, so Shinobi does barely escape with its life.
Yeah, Spears here still looking to deny that gold now, that late tower rush. Coming up here at 5 minutes. Beastie, of course, still aging up, but again, this is a late tower rush. Shinobis can look to try to cancel this out, look to do some sabotage damage on the tower, and then fully deny it. But again, you gotta remember that there are 6 spearmen here plus a Khan, and that Khan's gonna go next stage. That's gonna be tough for the Shinobi to contest that. The water is still secure, still not gonna be a problem, but for Deep Shine, yeah, she is aging up. I was just wondering for a moment if she got the gold she needed, and she did. So this is the second tower coming out from Beastie. Yeah, that's a tough one. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so many towers. When you do decide to opt for this dock playing the Dark Age, not only does it delay your feudal age, but it can leave you open to Dark Age pressure in this form, in this case from Beastie's Mongols, of course. Little raid by the Shinobi onto Whammon's gold there on the HRE. One villager almost goes down, but not quite, as they do find shelter within the primary town center there. Already, Regnitz Cathedral on the way for Whammon here. And this is going to be quite a rapid castle timing here from her, as only now does Deep Shine herself almost reach feudal age, and not soon after, well, soon afterwards, Regnitz Cathedral will be up for Whammon instead.
Yeah, it's a great play, right? She's aging up slowly, able to build up whatever she needs for production, whatever she needs for gold and food to potentially produce man-at-arms or knights here. And it's going to be able to, she's going to be able to contest many of these relics here in the middle, potentially push out knights, and then make Deep Shine have a really, really rough time here. We see an Usher Range now being plopped, and we see a Khan Hunter immediately being produced from Beastie. And that would signify perhaps that we will see a game including trade or just in general a lot of Mangudai. And so something like Mounted Samurai from Poppy Paw, as we can see he's slowly approaching Castle Age, could become a little bit harder than it would be initially. We'll have to wait and see how that plays out. But again, a Mangudai play here could be quite strong with the position that he has with the towers.
Very well could be playing this constriction game against either Deep Shine or Papipo. Well, angling around the tower is likely to be Deep Shine, of course, using the cavalry's mobility to deny any kind of attempt to move out from Deep Shine is very effective, like you said. Now, this for Shinobi, the squad of Shinobi is gonna be somewhat helpful in defense. However, now Floating Gate is also on the way for Papipo's Japanese to try to match this castle from Whammon somewhat, but of course, finding herself quite ahead in terms of timing. Some of these relics are going to start going her way, and there's not much room here for Deep Shine or Papipo to contest this initially.
It's a great play here with the Shinobi. You're able to push that wood line. You're able to force out towers. Now with the Barracks play, I'm not sure you really want that on a... Ooh, look at that. Almost gets the Khan Hunter. That was a really, really good teleport there. What's that called, that ability? You remember?
Shunshin.
Shunshin. Your Japanese is perfect.
Thank you. Too much anime, maybe.
Yeah, that's cool.
Nah.
That's good. I must say, like, I've never really been much into anime. It must be a little bit of an unexplored territory for me, actually.
Yeah, I've watched a little bit when I was younger, but then I don't really watch anymore at all. Really, it's just typically I get more entertainment from playing games as opposed to watching something, right? So.
Well, I'm currently watching anime Shinobi taking out HRE villagers here. Very, very strong play. Look at that board pull onto the Shinobi as well. Really, really good play. Good utilization here of that ranged.
Yeah, the ball getting
distance.
involved into the fray here. Does the aggro just there towards the edge of the range? Of course, the Shinobi are not going to be very adept at dealing with these Mangudai. Quite a counter unit without a doubt, but when they do Shunshin on top of the Mangudai, that's when the herd really does come in to do the extremely high base damage on the Shinobi. Now, Castle Age is in for Bobby Bo as well, Mounted Samurai in Q. Warlord does come in, but not quite close enough, as the Relic does get denied. 3 Mounted Samurai on the field already, a 4th one in the queue, and Shinto Priest now on the way towards the relics as well. This is the Japanese power spike, isn't it, that we have seen so often before. And Whammon will need a lot of space here to be able to contest these relics without a doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. Now these walls are going to come in. It's going to be able to repel some of those early attacks that's going to come out from Puppy Paw. We saw how Deep Shine was having problems with Beastie early. I'm sure that Whammon is doing what she can to try to not have problems the same way with Puppy. But again, we do see how she is just investing into the defense. The spears, the towers are coming up as she's trying to get more and more relics. But ultimately, Puppy Paw being in castle, able to take those relics with those mounted samurai, it is a very, very strong play. Deep Shine heavy on water currently. I'm wondering what direction she's really looking to take this with that massive food bank.
That's a food bank indeed. Deep Shine prioritizing heavy archer play from here. They'll need to go up to the front line to aid these mounted samurai as the spear numbers are building for Whammon, pushing away the Shinobi. Now the issue is, it's quite interesting seeing this composition here. Mangudai up against mounted samurai. Notably, of course, the Mangudai cannot directly engage the mounted samurai at all in a head-on fight, but instead the struggle with the mounted samurai is that they will really never essentially catch up to those Mangudai, especially aided by the Khan's movement speed arrow when it is off cooldown. So, in fact, the Mangudai can actually tickle down essentially the samurai over a long period of time, and the samurai can't do much about it except just avoid the Mangudai as we see here.
You have the possibility to add in archers as Deep Shine is doing, but you can also not leave out the potential for Onamushas as well. I don't know how much they will be able to do against a Mangudai mass, as the Mangudai fire a lot faster. Not a lot of damage coming out here, but still significant enough that it's annoying to try to find damage with those mounted samurai.
Absolutely, and I would love to have a relic check here, just in terms of counter plays, because that will be quite a determining factor in this game. So it looks like we have 2 relics so far on the side of Whammon, or 3 relics in fact for Whammon. So that's kind of the golden minimum number, isn't it? If you go Regnitz, you ideally want at least 3 relics to kind of make it truly worth it for that gold income, as opposed to opting for the Burgrave instead, for instance. So 3 is a good number. That's definitely the minimum you need. We'll see if she can secure any more for herself, but big pressure coming up now for against Beastie now on the Ubu, and that's the struggle with Mangudai, right? Sure, you can have a lot of map control and really dictate the pace of the game, but once these armies are combined and with so many archers, it's very difficult to take a head-on engagement because the Mangudai get absolutely shredded by archers. Of course, cost for cost is the issue, and with the samurai on top of it as well, it makes it very difficult to maneuver because they are slower than the Mangudai, but not that much slower. So any kind of angles of escape could potentially be cut off, as the Ubu did in fact go down.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an issue running this many Mangudai up against this many archers. So these are tower victory archers, and so they do fire faster. And so even if you do have the Khan Hunter, you're looking at archers that can just take down your army so incredibly quickly here. Looking at the spear mass as well, archers will also deal with that. It's a bit of a problem that Deepshine is double countering these two players, even though they have a tech advantage. I'm looking to see what direction Poppy Paw is looking to take this with the rest of his Mount of Samurai mass here. That was... I got confused there for a second. I thought he was running into Spearman. He wasn't, luckily.
Yeah, that would have been quite painful for sure. Another Warlord comes in, but the Mangudai are in position to deny the relic. A lot of injured mounted samurai here for Puppy Paw. I would love for him to just peel them back and heal them up. Of course, it's very micro-intensive to do, especially when looking for an engagement like this. Now, the towers for Whammon secured with the relics is going to provide a pretty solid defense here, as we see Springboard emplacements on the way for that frontal tower as well. So pushing into this position is going to be quite difficult without any kind of siege equipment behind it in the form of trebuchets or a respectable number of rams. So this mass here from Puppy Paw and Deepshine will be relatively contained for now, but of course it just can't be engaged, can it? It's just such a powerful composition here, and with space as well for Deepshine, any kind of cavalry, any kind of knight play from Beastie or Whammon would also be cut off, combined with the excessive power of the mounted samurai too. It's looking to be a tough position for Beastie and Whammon, as you know, there's no trade for Beastie due to his spawn. It's very difficult, so there's no real reliable scaling. Step Redoubt is now finished, but with limited gold access and his production now on the threat, makes you wonder whether that will really make enough of a difference in the castle timing. Now engagement comes in, Mounted Samurai dive directly under the TC as soon as the Mangudai show himself. Of course, they can't go too deep here or risk taking too much arrow fire, but never mind, he decides to go in anyway. Double tower and TC set up here for BC, so there'll be a lot of arrow fire combined with the Mangudai coming down, but with the armor upgrades on the Samurai, you can see just how little damage they take as they look to camp just outside the town center here and maybe take BC out of the game completely.
Yeah, it's a marginal, what will you say, damage that they take here. But you got to remember that the teammate, Whammon here, is coming around with both man-at-arms and spears, and they're all fully upgraded. And this Archer mass coming out from Deepshine up against these now almost veteran Mangudai, it's going to be a load of hurt that they're in for here, and they're not able to cause enough damage now. Beastie down to 36 villagers up against 43 from Deepshine. It's a little bit of a problem for him, but I would say ultimately this is not enough for them. We will have to wait and see, though. Look at this. The amount of Samurai actually holding up surprisingly well against Whammon's mass. I'm going to have to eat my words here. Look at those archers still finding damage. I actually thought this will go down the other route here, where Beastie and Whammon would come out as victorious, but this is looking mighty fine for Deepshine and Puppy Paw. Beastie now down to 29 villagers. My bad.
Oh, good. Yeah, significant economic damage, without a doubt, in that push. Now, they did sacrifice a lot of army to deal that damage. We see now Beastie and Whammon actually ahead militarily, which they definitely were not before that engagement happened, below the primary TC of the Mongols. But a lot of damage has been taken. Beastie's economy essentially cut in half this game after that push, which is definitely a very, very painful position to be in. And still now the army's roaming around outside the base. The archers in the south are going to be a bit of a nuisance unless they are cleaned up soon. But Puppy Paw, recognizing the effectiveness of his mounted samurai and remassing completely here. It looks like Deepshine, there's no angling for castle just yet, although she does have a lot of gold in the bank, which you will look either to trade for resources or to use for that tech up, and as well as additional scholars. Now Beastie will be safe for now, but damage has been dealt, so I do wonder what he opts into next, but it seems like he carries on with the Mangudai.
It's a tough one, right? Because Deepshine also took a bunch of damage earlier on. She's on 34 villagers and Beastie's on 32. It's a tough one, right? Whammon has to carry it through by sending all these resources over, and she is floating quite a lot here, looking to go for Imperial Age, it looks like. Puppy Paw, however, spending all his resources just trying to get that military going to cover for Deepshine's lack of villagers, lack of production here. Bigger fight coming through in the middle here, as Beastie and Whammon are looking to push onto Deepshine's base. Mangudai, Spears, Man-at-Arms looking to push against Archers. There's going to be a massacre. These units are very, very high quality. Villagers are going down. Man-at-Arms, Spears are pushing onto that wood line with the Archers, and that's a bit of a tough one to try to eat here.
Yes, without a doubt. This kind of high quality melee mass, even the spears with their upgrades now, don't take too much damage from the feudal arrow fire coming in from the TC. And Bobby is forced to come into position here as his mounted samurai are in the south, cutting off the rest of the army. And it looks like it's going to be a successful defense here, but idle time has been caused, as well as further damage to Deep Shine's economy here, but it will be a hold in the end. And Palace of Swabia, as you mentioned yourself, Waldemar, with Wammen's Bank, is now on the way, halfway done now as we speak. It's being rushed up. It's not quite being rushed up with too many villagers, so, Wammen not being too greedy about this, giving... Oh, actually, I think it got cancelled. It did.
No, wait, actually did, I think.
Yeah. Seems like, it's a cancel on the Palace of Swabia because of the Mounted Samurai raid that has come in. Instead, it is placed further in the north side to protect the entrance towards the farmsteads around the Aachen Chapel. Thankfully, not too much more damage has been dealt, but now, raid coming in again towards BST. Luckily, Wammen's forces are in position to repel these Mounted Samurai. The Sacred Side is now being captured, and Compound of the Defender on the way for Deep Shine's Steli as well.
Yeah, it's a good idea that she manages to get up now. She's had a good food income for a while with the water secured, and she's still contesting that water just fine. Wammen now, with that Imperial Age coming through, is going to be able to take this game to the late game very comfortably now with that initial 3 relics secured. Now getting Tithe Barns, moving on into the game with a full farm economy like this is very, very comfortable. But you cannot forget, like, Beastie is not doing well economically. He's down half the villages of Wammen, and that's not really what you want in a game like this where you have to keep scaling. So Wammen will have to try to carry this for a long time, actually.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, making some kind of economic comeback in the situation is tough for Beastie, especially in his position, due to the way Mongols place ATCs, of course, and on the right side of the map, he's quite exposed over there with some distance away from Wammen's base, who essentially has to sort of pad him. Now, big push in by Wammen into Deep Shine's economy. However, the mounted samurai, a huge mass of them coming in from the south, cutting off not only reinforcements, but also the escape route. It does look to be a full and complete cleanup of Wammen's forces here. Now, it's not a cheap price to pay. Some of the mounted samurai do go down. This spear men-at-arm composition proving very effective here for Wammen. Of course, although many losses were taken there by Wammen, it is essentially in Deep Shine's base, so it's not like there will be any immediate retribution by these mounted samurai yet. Meanwhile, Beastie's Mango Daimas causing some hurt onto Babipo's economy, pushing him off of those external berries here, buying himself further space, but there's a lot of mounted samurai heading straight towards Beastie's base, Waldemar.
Yeah, definitely, and it could be a really big problem for him as Wammen has no units to actually come and defend him right now. Having lost all of those in the base is a bit of an issue, because he's running Mangudai, and those are not exactly really good at defending villages. Now, Wammen, of course, has Swabia, and Swabia is going to yield a lot of villagers, so she's essentially on 4 towns just right now, and producing, really, really fast that way. We can see her economical bank as well. It's able to sustain a lot of production. She's adding in a lot of spears here, which is definitely the correct play going up against these mounted samurai. But again, I fear for Beastie's economy here. I think it's going to be a little bit of an issue. He's on step redoubt, so he gets extra gold when he gathers. And so there are things that he's able to do to try to keep this game going. And Imperial Spearman is able to keep that economy that he's trying to build up safe.
Yes, the composition from Wammen is definitely coming in clutch here. This mass infantry is proving very effective. A big portion of it being, of course, the additional movement speed for the HRE infantry that they have access to is definitely very important. I would potentially love to see maybe even some hand cannoneers being mixed in here by Wammen to try to at least deal with these mounted samurai somewhat. Now, they're not necessarily completely needed, but I feel like they might be what helps push through and keep the opponents on their side of the base. But of course, there's still the worry that Beasties just took a lot of damage, right? So you do need to kind of stay back just to help him get back into this game somewhat. So it's a tricky spot to play for sure.
Yeah, it's very tricky. A lot of eco damage here. that's not the best thing for Puppy Paw looking into the game getting a little bit longer here. He's on a lot of pocket resources. Oh, Mount of Samurai. They could prove to be very, very efficient if he finds some damage since Beastie is so far away. And Whammon's army is now moving onto the side of Beastie as well. A lot of movement going on. If you take a look at the minimap here, we see dots everywhere. We have the Mount of Samurai army coming around for a flank here. When as well on the top side, the Deep Shine army of Deep Shine is also looking to chase down these Mangudai. In the middle here, we've got the Spearmen looking to contest the big golds in the middle as the players are starting to run out of gold axes. This is going to be the next important stage of this game. Playing on this map, such a difficult map to play if you don't have enough units to contest the middle, because it's crucial at this stage of the game.
Yes, and this is definitely a painful denial of gold for Puppy Paw. So many villages being idled out as they try to secure that central gold vein. But this is a big feature of the map, isn't it? Pretty much all of the big gold spawn in that center of the map, towards the central sacred site. So not being able to secure that spot can mean death in some cases, as once again Puppy Paw goes back with the villagers towards the center, but there's still so many units there, and many villages going down here for Puppy Paw, and as he doesn't have his own Palace of Swabia behind this, so remaking these villages will definitely not be easy. Looking at the eco count now, getting close to double in favor of Beastie and Wildman here. That's how powerful Palace of Swabia is. 3 town centers, not only with the villager discount as well on top of it. And meanwhile, the mounted samurai mass of Puppy Paw is distracted, but I can't help but feel that they might be needed here in order to secure this further gold. But they do find their own damage behind this. Now the Mangudai from Beastie coming to position as well to help further secure this spot and deny Puppy Paw's gold. That is so many villages dead for Puppy Paw, Voldemort.
That's pretty much his entire gold economy gone right there. He is now down to 48 villages as well, which means both Beastie and Whammon have surpassed Deep Shine and Puppy Paw, respectively. So 120 villages for Whammon means that she is effectively, she has 3 times as many villages as Deep Shine. She has more villages than their entire team combined. So Puppy Paw, I think, is doing the right thing currently with his raids in the back, trying to find that damage. But it's really also the only thing that he can do, right? So, if you don't find that damage very soon, you're gonna get outscaled. And when you're up against 172 eco plus 16 traders against 90 villages, it's hard to see a way out here, and Puppy Paw recognizes that. He surrenders, and Deep Shine follows as well. So, yeah, that's an unfortunate game to lose, especially because it looked really, really good for a while, taking out so much economy from Beastie. But again, it's one of those games that's so tricky on this map. As we saw, Puppy Paw needed that gold, and he was not able to secure it.
It does often come down to that gold, doesn't it? In the center of the map where it's all exposed and you have no choice but to move there. Often it can be the deciding factor in so many of these games if you don't have the military count necessary to actually secure and hold that kind of a position. As we saw here, it can often just be the end of the game, because for a civilization like the Japanese, especially when they're so reliant on, in Cast Age, especially on these luxury, gold-heavy, expensive units, if you no longer have gold, essentially means you no longer have an army, and with no army, you essentially no longer have a game.
Yeah, it's that simple. If you lose your army, if you lose your economy, those are all very, very basic key factors that you got to take into consideration. Something like that Swabia play was beautiful, able to capitalize off of a very, very key aspect of HRE, which is the ability to outscale in the late game. Looking at the next map, we managed to get to match point for both teams. Both Puppy Shine and Beastman looking at a 2-2 score. And so whoever wins this next game is going to be the winner of this part of the tournament, of this grand final. As we jump into it, Beastie and Whammon are going to be sitting on Jeanne and Malians on Himayama here, up against Puppy Paw's French and Deep Shine's HRE. So very similar to some of what we've seen earlier on in this tournament. What do you think, Myriad, of these compositions? How do you think that plays out here on this map?
Yes, exciting composition here in the grand finals of the Mixed Masters tournament in the game number 5. We have, of course, Jeanne d'Arc and Marlins on the side of Beastie and Whammon, and French and HRE and Puppy and Deep Shine, like you said. It's a bit of the tried and true, isn't it? Just like before. A little bit different than before for Beastie and Whammon, opting for Marlins as opposed to something like like an English maybe or something else. But English was of course banned. A more standard archer civilization, so to say, with Marlins having access to the javelin thrower as well. It could be a very, very exciting game on our hands here. Of course, whenever there's knights in the mix in feudal age like this with French and Jeanne d'Arc, there's always guaranteed to be a lot of action and a lot of messy raiding as well, where players take a lot of damage. And on a map like Himeyama, as we spoke before, it's further exacerbated. Similarly to Prairie, very small wood lines, very spread out wood lines, difficult to wall. Now, it's a little bit easier to wall than something like Prairie. Not only is the pond the natural wall in the center of the map, but as you can see, some of the wood lines do bulk up a little bit in certain sections of the map. But the limited food on this map as well, limited safe food especially, is also pivotal. And with double night civilizations in play, I assume that will be a big, big part in these early portions of the game, in feudal age especially.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's crucial that they're playing Atri and Malians here together with their cavalry partner, because Atri has that safe economy. We saw it previously where, Atri will really just look to play that safe wood and food economy around the Aachen Chapel. Now, you could get greedy and potentially lose out that way against somebody who's going full all in. But again, Malians provide that same utility of not having to go out on the map. It's only really the night civs that are forced to do so. And if I take a look at the generation here, I'm looking at Poppy Paw's base, having gold and deers in the back, whereas Beastie is looking at a little bit more of an exposed front food.
Yes, on the south side here, I do wonder if maybe, I don't know if you remember from the last time we casted together in the Women's League, Waldemar, when we saw a feeding strategy when Marlins was employed alongside HRE. I wonder if there's a chance we might see something relatively similar here, perhaps to fuel Beastie's Night Mass. I do wonder if that's on the cards. Potentially, it could be quite exciting to see, but yeah, I'm not sure.
It's a tough one, right? Because you're playing with a Civ where you're so heavily dependent on getting outside food sources. I would say that if you end up in a situation where you're not having access to those, I think the game's pretty rough already. The feeding one is very, very directed on that Burgrave play, and it's very, very good on Prairie simply because you have so many sheep as well. And so you can really fuel up that H3 economy to pump out man at arms with that Burgrave. Here, I think the dynamic is a little bit different. You don't want to be in a situation where you don't have map control. You want to actually play that feudal age, and you want to attain map control that direction. Taking the game that direction with a civ like Jeanne, you want to feed her experience. You don't really want to rush into Castle Age if you can keep on capitalizing off the experience gain that you are getting from fighting in feudal.
Yes, that's very well said indeed. And just now, all of our players are about to click into the feudal age with their landmarks of choice. Nothing too out of the ordinary here so far. Knights are going to be quickly in queue, of course, for our cavalry players, and the dance is going to commence around the map to see which one can do more damage to the other, of course, and to their teammates as well, respectively. Heavy focus on gold here from Bobby Ball. Priority on the upgrades most likely, which is quite typical for French due to their cheaper economic upgrades as well, which is also the case for Jeanne, but of course having to rely on XP somewhat, her age up is relatively delayed initially at least, but now knight in queue for her as well. Pit mine is going to be finished here by Whammon as the scout begins to torch down that one house, just poking a little bit. The attack notification itself can often be annoying enough for some players, so that is going to be what is opted for here.
Yeah, it's a good point out there. I guess always trying to sort of influence your opponent and their thinking, what their attention is on, is always a good way to approach the game, having that mentality. See Knight here coming onto the goal line here. We got the Jeanne d'Arc able to defend with that tower as well. I really like that Jeanne is not on the map currently, because it's quite a difficult situation with the boars into the middle. You could potentially lose her to a few knights camping those boars. But at the same time, again, you also cannot stay in your base for too long. So you just got to get that knight mass up and running. We do see dancers as well from Whammon. So they're looking to play out that similar game that they'd had before, where they played out a mass Limitanei and longbow. Now they're going to play mass danzo and probably javelins as well.
Yes, once again, the classic strategy of a knight civilization paired with a strong infantry-focused civilization is going to be the name of the game for both of our teams here. And it's just essentially the most effective strategy on these land maps, isn't it? And it's kind of how you want to play to give yourselves the best chance of winning. Now, curiously, we do have melee woman at arms Jean form coming in instead of the ranged form here, which is always an interesting choice because typically in these knight versus knight battles, there's a lot of value to be gained from a ranged Jean due to her ability to fire the arrow to finish off injured low HP knights. But on the other hand, her actual fighting prowess does somewhat suffer as a result of going ranged form, not having access to, of course, the AoE ability. So Beastie, essentially, this tells us he does, in fact, prioritize more how those big fights are going to happen as opposed to trying to garner a lead through a knight advantage in the early stages of the game instead.
We do see the second pit mine here going up. No pit mine up just yet, but the houses are being pre-built. The knight masses are also increasing here. Beastie looking for a little bit of damage on the wood line, making sure to use that Himayama property of those wood lines being quite far out. So, ooh, just highlighting here, Puppy Paw has gone for the pro scouts as well. Looking to deny those deers is an incredibly effective way of denying food as well. Now, they do not cost very much, of course. 49 wood and 179 gold. It's very, very cheap for Jean and French to go for this upgrade. And so you might say that it's almost a must, even if you only run a few scouts. What do you think about pro scouts in the current meta?
I'm a big fan of the change they made to Pro Scouts and the ease of using it now. And we've already seen it manifest in quite a lot of games as the best players try and experiment with it, right? Like the ease in terms of how to use it now plays a big factor in its surge in popularity. But Big Raid, as I talk now, coming in onto Poppy Paw's gold, getting caught severely out of position there as many knights from Beastie go directly on the gold and so many villagers go down there. The natural villager lead that Poppy Paw builds up with his civilization bonus on the French of training more villagers faster is now completely offset and they're back to an even count.
It's completely offset, and the knights are a similar count as well. And so with Jean here and the chivalry already through, and you having gone for pro scouts, you might be in a little bit of an issue here looking for this fight here. I'm not sure it's a very good one to take with your knights being so split up here. But he has to go for it. He has to look for damage because he just took so many villager kills.
Yes, it's painful, isn't it? After losing so many villages. But now at the south side, the pit mine, just in time, Deepshine is with her infantry mass to deny that tower as it was about to finish. That's always such a painful feeling as the opponent moves in right when the tower's about to finish. And now the pit mine is completely denied, and so is the tower. And that's kind of the damage that Poppy Paw and Deepshine needed to get onto the side of the map in turn after the damage that Poppy Paw had taken. We'll have to see whether that is enough, but this is where you see these small leads manifesting, right? Not often do you find that a Jean d'Arc player is actually ahead in knights of the French player, but here we do see it due to that idle time cause, which was so huge there. Javelin throwers fighting against archers now. Now there's a big army lead here for Deepshine in terms of archers to javelin throwers, so they'll be able to fight back relatively well initially at least, but of course they can't linger too long. Knights on knights once again. Some of these knights for Poppy Paw are quite low, and of course it's always so difficult to engage into Jean here because any knight that you do lose as Poppy Paw ends up giving a tremendous amount of experience over to Jean d'Arc and getting a ever closer to that coveted level 3, which is certainly, even now after numerous nerfs, is still a very powerful power spike.
Knights now coming onto this gold line here, forcing Poppy Paw to take a fight, and this is going to be a little bit of a problem for him. He could potentially look to take out a few knights here, but he's taking so much damage himself as well, and now with the healing, the Divine Restoration coming through from Jean, and the swing as well, that's a huge amount of damage now on these knights. Jean goes down, but all of the knights of Puppy are low. It's tough to really be able to contest the gold now, and even though Deepshine is able to do damage in the bottom side, I feel like Beastie really came out on top here.
He really did, didn't he? Although Jean does die, the amount of damage he dealt to the knights cannot be stressed enough, alongside the XP that she gained from that fight as well. And Beastie still finds himself quite significantly ahead in Knights here with 4 more ahead of Puppypaw. And Puppypaw completely out of gold now as he, due to the Knight disadvantage, he can no longer gather from that bay. Now he has another one, safer one back in his base, but there's bigger problems on the south side as well, as Ram now moving in. And at the same time, big move out onto the Deer by Beastie, intercepted by Puppypaw's Knights, but luckily most of Beastie's Knights are in position to try to defend here. Some idle time, and the Deer are pushed away from the mill. Oh, Knights onto Spears, or Beastie does notice just in time. Could have been disastrous there for a second. But this is a good read here by Deepshine as Spears moving in towards this exposed food for Beastie Tower being rushed up desperately. And combined with Puppypaw's Knights, it actually might be quite scary here for Beastie potentially, as a lot of his Knights are low HP and he has no answer to these Spears. Whereas Wham herself is distracted with Deepshine's push initially. Just this squad of Spears gives so much leverage back for Puppypaw and Deepshine in this position and center map.
Yeah, you sort of start to reconsider that proposition that you had initially, where you were talking about feeding cows. Now to see, we see how that Deer being in the middle here is such a big issue for him because he has to move out, but there's 2 armies there, and that's really really difficult to defend when you're only 1 player. Your teammate's stuck with infantry trying to defend at her own base, and now you have to try to defend your Deers up against 2 players. Such a big struggle, really. So maybe a few cows wouldn't have been such a bad idea.
Yes, even just, a cow every now and then for VC to gather from could be huge. And this is a symptom of the map, like you said, isn't it? I mean, with the food, the Deer most notably, which is essentially crucial for a French player looking to play mass Knight like this, is so important to get alongside this boar as well. But with all of it being projected outwards towards the center of the map, it's very, very tough to secure. Luckily, the first tower went up with second one on the way, and Boar now in tow as well for Beastie. That will be safe at this point in time, but of course Deepshine does not let up the pressure in the south side, keeping Whammon on her toes. And just this little squad of spears here is enough to actually keep Puppypaw safe, at least for now. But Whammon's own mass is now on the north side looking to push back.
It's really, really tough here because there's so many units on the top side. Even though Whammon is taking damage on the bottom side, it's only a few houses that are going down. Deepshine is not really looking to take down more villagers at this moment. And now with that top push coming in, that's really, really difficult to defend. And you are looking to do damage on the bottom side. Deepshine has to go in right now. Otherwise, there's no way of actually trying to structure this game around this aggression. Because if you don't do damage now, you can stay stuck down here, but your friend will die.
Yes, that's right. Cow setup for Whammon is somewhat on the way here, but being dove this aggressively by Deepshine is painful. Villages going down one after the other. All of the gold villages for Whammon are going to fall now, whereas on the north side of the map, raid by Puppypaw attempted in the north side. Now the wall isn't up. I saw the wall on the minimap. I thought it might be up, and that could be disastrous for Puppypaw, but it was just the blueprint, luckily for him. Now, infantry mass torching through this wall for Puppypaw. Of course, he can't yet gather from that gold, instead shifting his entire gold economy to the north towards that safer vein, which he also walled off to keep further safe. Another ram going up here for Deepshine to try to take down this pit mine, but Knights from Beastie come in to try to save this position, as well as the Donzo support from Whammon to try to finally clean up this pesky HRE mass that has been a thorn in Whammon's side for essentially the entirety of Feudal Age now.
It's a good split, and Deepshine also recognizes that she's gonna lose these Ashes no matter what, but she still manages to find more and more damage with that. Taking down Donsus and 3 to 4 villagers as well is massive. That's actually such a good value to just, you've realized that you lost your units, and you're still trying to max out what they're able to get out of this. That's just the perfect play here, not just trying to run away. So again, really, really tough position, Beastie on 46 villagers and Whammon 26 vills. She's going to have to rely heavily on that cow play, but she only has 10 cows currently.
Yes, and 10 cows is not quite enough to fuel that explosive Grand Fulani food economy that we're so used to seeing in Castle Age. Of course, still some ways of Castle Age. She is still trying to recover from the damage that she had taken. Big villager migration in the north from Puppypaw, heading straight towards what looks like to be those berries behind Deepshine's base. Now, Puppypaw's knight count has recovered somewhat here with 22 beasties, 23 of course Beastie with an additional 5 in queue, and that consecration now that John has access to is going to really come in handy, as we see not only does Beastie have more knights, But on top of this, he's getting very, very close to Castle Age as well. And if Royal Institute does go up, as well as Royal Bloodlines, that could be the fuel needed for a push that might, in fact, end Puppy Paw and Deep Shine's hopes in this game. But of course, there's still some ways off now, as the Knights from Puppy Paw are moved towards the exposed food for Beastie. And we knew this would be a hot spot, wouldn't it? As Beer is now the boar is now idled. Now he's going to stay up, maybe. There's not enough Knights for BC to defend here. He's looking scary. More Knights now from Beastie, able to reinforce this position, luckily pushing Puppy Paw back for now, as Puppy Paw will retreat back to his base. Meanwhile, the infantry mass from Whammon going up towards the north side to support the endeavor. Finally, she managed to clean up her south position there and keep herself secure from Deep Shine's HRE, but Deep Shine herself is now also recognizing the importance of what's happening at the north side, as Beastie and Whammon look to make a play directly towards Puppy Paw's base and maybe take him out of this game. Deep Shine scrambles to bring her forces to the north as well to defend.
Yes, a lot of poaching here, a lot of looking for villagers, and the knight masses are being built up. 29 knights out for Beastie and Royal Institute up against 26 knights and no Royal Institute for Puppy. It is a little bit problematic when your friend only has 5 spears available to you. It's a tough position, I would say. Like, even though they have good economies, Puppy and Deep Shine, we're looking at 27 bills from Whammon and still 50 military at the front here, and that's what really matters. You have positioned your infantry at the front. You are looking to do damage here, and so with that level 3 and the Castle Age coming through for Jean, you are now in such a good position to do a push here up against a Feudal Age army. You upgrade your knights, you get those 3 men-at-arms out, and then you just start swinging that sword, baby. You take out all of those archers, and those knights are going to have a big, difficult time up against you.
Well said indeed, and frankly, to make matters even worse for Puppy Paw and Deep Shine, not only are the knights going to now be upgraded with veterancy before this push commences, but the spear numbers for Deep Shine as well are a little bit anemic compared to the Donzo numbers for Whammon here. So on top of the tech advantage on the knights, the counter will be in their favor as well, as there's not enough space here. A complete and utter surround of Deep Shine's army by the veteran Royal Knights, engulfing the mass completely, as so many units. The entirety of Deep Shine's army gets cleaned up and massacred here. So much experience over to John at this point. Deep Shine reaches Castle Age, and so does Puppy Paw, but you got to ask yourself at what cost, as we're looking at triple the military count now in favor of Beastie and Whammon in this set, as Beastie doesn't care, he goes directly towards the production of the TC, just trying to torch down these stables, and these stables is what has the veterancy upgrade for Puppy Paw's Knights, which is where he needs to even have a chance of staying in this game any longer, but it's looking dire, Voldemort.
It's looking so difficult, right? Because you're in Castle Age, you have this full knight mass, you just took out 30, 40, 50 archers from the HRE, and now they're in Castle, but they have nothing to upgrade. And so it doesn't really matter what happens next. You're just looking to capitalize on this massive tempo swing that just happened. You're now so far ahead, and now with that TC down, I'm sure this game is looking mostly dire for Puppy Paw and Deep Shine.
When the primary TC goes down like this, it can't really get rougher than that, just being outright torched down by the immense army of Beastie and Whammon here combined in Puppy Paw's base. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw scrambling to try to find some kind of damage that he can pick up for his team now with Deep Shine, but it's so difficult. Like, the trouble is, you essentially don't have a base any longer. We look at the economy count now for Puppy Paw, it has fallen quite drastically as well. Now, he's still in this game somewhat, as his knights do survive, but essentially, if he doesn't deal crippling damage here at this point in time, they're not long for this game. Now, he does deny the age up here from Whammon, as most of the cows are now in position, and she was getting ready in terms of macro, only needed the food, but now the cows are actually being killed by Puppy, and this is akin to the kind of damage we were talking about, but with Beastie's knights coming to reinforce, these knights cannot stay here for long for Puppy.
It's a massive knight charge here, and you got to remember these are Royal Institute knights. Can we quickly check a look at this upgrade advantage that he might have here? Yeah, so Royal Bloodlines in for Beastie. Let's take a look at Poppy here. I want to see. Yes, no Royal Bloodlines for Poppy. That means that these fights here, even if they had the same amount of knights, they're just so, like, massively in favor for Beastie because of that extra 80 HP coming in through the Royal Bloodlines. That's... Okay, so Bloodline's actually coming through now from Puppy, adding in with the Castle Age Spearman here. This is now getting a little bit interesting because the Malians are still in Feudal Age, but against two Castle Age armies, even though you're outnumbered, might mean that with that tech advantage, we could look to see a little bit of an interesting fight coming through here, and the outcome is not exactly clear. Let's take a look at this. Charge comes through. These are crossbows and spearmen. Good damage coming through here, but Jean also taking up all that experience is also always a factor. Here comes the Donsos as well. Now making contact. Swing comes through, and the spearmen take that damage as well. So the knight just looking to take contact here. Doesn't really care about the spearmen on either side. Donsos taking damage, as well as the HRE spearmen looking to poke through here. I don't know, Myriad. I can't really tell who's winning this fight. I think it's got to be Beastie and Whammon looking to come out on top here with that HRE army in shambles, and now the French Knights going down here. Holy, what a fight we're looking at.
Yes, it can be difficult to call in these larger fights here occurring, but with the upgrade advantage for BC, they were doubling the knight count for Puppy Paw. The outcome is clear as Beastie and Whammon win the tournament, taking the series against Puppy Paw and Deep Shine 3-2 here in a stunning reverse sweep.
A reverse sweep indeed. It was a quick 2-0 for Puppy Paw and Deep Shine initially, and now looking at the rest of the set, something went wrong. Maybe Beastie and Whammon figured them out. I'm not quite sure what happened, but it pretty much just turned out to be a reverse sweep, and it felt like that there's something that clicked that caused that to happen. Don't you think?
Something definitely clicked there. It really seemed worrying in the initial part of the series for Whammon and BC. They're finding themselves 2-0 behind. It's always a tough position to find yourself in a series. But you know, and we spoke about this before, Valdemar, where sometimes if you are down 2-0, some people really thrive in that position of being under this pressure where you know you can't afford to lose. So having that sort of mental forcing of yourself through the situation of just having to come back is often what you need. And you know, in some positions, it's some people players think of it in this way where they no longer have anything to do. It's like, okay, well, I'm 2-0 down. If I lose one, I'm out anyway. So then it's almost kind of they end up relaxing as a result of it and playing really smoothly in turn.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right on the spot there, right on the money. That's such a big factor as well. Some people can be completely defeated by losing the first few games, or maybe it's the first game that's really, really long, and then. But some others, it can be invigorating, and it really looked like that together with something that clicked in terms of how to actually play against this composition, these players that they're up against. It worked out, and it worked out beautifully with that reverse sweep, ending up in a 3-2 for Beastie and Whammon up against Poppy and Deep Shine. What a run indeed!
Fantastic run, absolutely, and so many great games today. It was a pleasure to cast them, without a doubt. So big congratulations to Whammon and Beastie for taking